The atmosphere during the break in the classroom was extremely bustling. Suddenly there was a sigh, this damn game. A classmate immediately spoke up, Hadu Mandarin playing games. The other two people also teased me, and they plowed in a sacred place like a new school, crazy bastard. Look at his game-playing process, Duquan feels quite angry inside, all these things. It's all because of you guys forcing me to do it. The person being teased is a bad gamer, or that means the person being forced to play the game for them by the special students at school. Named Haduquan, 18 years old, even though he didn't want to do this. Sometimes I just want to scream, I hate it so much. Duquan suddenly heard someone praising him, he's really good at games. He had a bad feeling. He thought to himself, who the hell is that again? Unexpectedly, it was Duerin who continued to add, no matter how much I practice, I still play poorly, making Duquan wonder, is the goddess Duerin of class number 7, why are you? I'm in my class again, right? So goddesses also play games. Among the difficult students in my school, there is definitely no one who has never wanted to approach Erin. In his heart, Duquan couldn't help but quickly answer with joy, is it a game of life? She nodded slightly, yes, I bet the scores with the other kids, but now I'm at the bottom. Of course you're also one of them. Maybe Erin doesn't know someone who is bullied. Like you. The Duquan's voice suddenly faltered, so, unexpectedly. A kid like you has the opportunity to talk to Erin, so he mustered up the courage to make a proposal, let me play for you. She suddenly felt guilty, it's okay, you're busy right now, I didn't expect to receive an answer back, I liked it so I just played. This is the first time Duquan has talked to Erin. There is a saying that life is a game, meaning the more you play games, the more it helps life. That's a naive saying of he made her laugh. That sentence doesn't mean that. That natural reaction sparked a glimmer of hope in his heart. Did he really laugh? Did he really just laugh? I wonder if I can take this opportunity to get closer to Erin? Duquan quickly instructed, the secret of this game is because do you know? Suddenly a voice interrupted, Erin, what are you doing here with him? Is this person your friend? When faced with her female classmate's question, she quickly denied, I wasn't waiting for you, making her confused. Let's go quickly. Erin's unintentional words made the Duquan feel a bit disappointed. Yes, I'm not the one to ask for anything. Suddenly, a friendly action from her, then I'll ask you, made him stop. Full of hope, determined to dream, you must dream of it. But Erin doesn't know my name, her eyes are full of affection, thank you Duquan. He was surprised and exclaimed, oh he knows my name, now even if he dies, he will have no regrets anymore. Forever thinking about the beauty. Duquan quickly received a notification, your character has died. What's going on? I thought he'd die after talking for just a little bit. Seeing the information being displayed on the screen, you have died, the penalty is applied, you have dropped the TN2 sword, making the Duquan only cry, you are really dead, what is not lost, why did you lose the TN2 sword? Yes. This sword is Chiyo's favorite weapon. If that schizophrenic guy knew about this, he killed me. Very soon Duquan suffered a rage from him. Haduquan, this devil. I told you not to take your eyes off the phone screen. Your voice is shaking. I'm sorry Chiyo. Let me give mine to you. I'll give you my heavenly purple sword, so please calm down. That condition calmed him down. Oh really, why didn't he say it earlier? But, do you think doing that means you're not guilty? There you go again. I always have a thought when this happens, the saying that life is a game seems to be true for people like this. Guys like this always trample on the weak to feel the pleasure. He wants to increase his ranking in school, to show off our strength, and in our eyes it's just that. A scoundrel they need to hunt, so they can increase Livio. After giving him a beating, he immediately changed his attitude to encouragement, do well in Duquan, since you don't know anything other than playing games, you have to play hard, oh yeah. This time I started farming again. But the items were all crappy pants so I couldn't hunt, so. In 1 week, please collect Fire King DM's great sword for me. Duquan asked with a sly face, are you kidding me right Chiyo? How can I get such a legendary item within a week? His next sentence surprised him, you were chatting with Duerin just now, that's why you didn't look at your phone, right, and you even acted like a man and that was so creepy. I guess I'll have to give you a little boost, within a week of spring break if you can't get it. Then I will take off your underwear and beat you to a pulp. In front of that bitch Duerin, followed by a burst of laughter that sent chills down the Duquan's spine. The cruel person usually lives a leisurely life while forcing him to play games, but he accepts the invitation to have fun during the vacation. Chiyo, since tomorrow is spring break, let's have a few drinks at night with the female students, isn't it beautiful, guys? The Duquan sat quietly and continued playing the game. His anger had reached its peak, even more dissatisfied with that strange game. Duquan wanted to scream, "I hate playing games." That's just what I said when I yelled at the bullied kid. Actually, I'm a gamer. Spring break is here, so I won't encounter bullies at school anymore. Mom is on a business trip and has to play games to her heart's content. But do you know why I'm so leisurely? It's because I've reached the highest level in evil. After reaching the highest level, hunting became too easy, so I stopped playing. In reality, I'm a bullied kid who always has to kowtow, but in the game, that's not the case. If my life was like the game, would I be different from now? We shouldn't sit around daydreaming anymore. We should quickly get the great sword, then go fight on our home field. Because he was so confident in his own abilities, when he received the notice that he had died, the Duquan was extremely confused. What was the reason for his death? For a moment I had a premonition that there was some danger lurking. This kind of premonition. Never been wrong. When checking the list of notes, he suddenly realized the character's highest level was increased to 200 level, the difficulty of the available cards increased significantly, the rate dropping items of legendary rank or higher is significantly reduced. The Duquan's eyes were extremely panicked. The system continues to notify you that you have logged into the game for more than 18 hours, causing chaos. After a long period of intense concentration, he finally felt reassured. Okay, now he can catch it. I stayed up all night hunting and finally got used to its attack style. The system warns again, you have logged into the game for more than 37 hours. Why do only these garbage items appear? The fire sword is considered a rare great sword. The item's level is 100. It's used specifically for warriors. It's in your possession and the number of times you can fight. Cost 10, basic effect, attack plus 12,000, other effects increase damage plus 8 points 20%, fire weapon attack plus 1,000. If you increase the difficulty, you should have increased the item drop rate, so why reduce the item drop rate? There is a reason for that. Duquan was angry when he realized the offer, first deposit promotion, package that increases item drop rate by 5 times, EXP starter package, get package gold times 10, this policy makes you cry, you money-hungry bunch. A new notification sounds, you have logged into the game for more than 64 hours. The money in the piggy bank has also been taken out, the official is extremely helpless and can only pray, please appear. I poured all my assets into it, so why didn't I show up? Helpless sighs. Along with the lament, I'm so tired, I'm going to die. The system also does not forget to remind you that you have logged into the game for more than 44 hours. At this time, the Duquan also realized that the problem was not just the item drop rate. It takes too long to kill a monster alone, because my level is too low, so no one lets me play with them. Now there's only one day left, when tomorrow comes. Thinking about being naked and being abused by Chiou made him tremble. From the beginning he was being teased by that bastard Min Chiou. Time is almost over, increase the item rate, the remaining time is 0 days, hours, 8 minutes. Now I'm at my wit's end. The moment that thought flashed in my mind. Then a very young Nichnem, the one who created the ending of Luvio 200, appeared, causing the Duquan to be extremely surprised, going crazy and killing Mangmaro with just one blow? Go alone again. The one who was looking for the end came to ask about the foul black mega. Are you looking for your comrades? When he saw the status line, just when I needed a subordinate to take on the role of attracting the monster's attention, he suddenly felt confused. But why is this guy's tone so strange? This guy sounds like a sick guy. But he is a very strong sick guy when everyone else wants to be on the same team. His Highness, as a loyal servant and also a close friend of yours, hopes to be able to protect you together. As a righteous person, reading this he immediately made up his mind, he absolutely cannot let this guy slip away. After asking to join, the Duquan waited anxiously, please, please, please. Finally, perhaps the creator of the ending has heard the request, my friends have heard it, I allow you to accompany me, thank you, Your Highness, you can finally breathe a sigh of relief, okay. Already. It was already dawn at this time. Notification from the system, you have received the Great Sword of Fire DM Mountain, making the Duquan extremely happy, got the Great Sword of King DM Hoa. After checking the notifications again, the joy doubled, receiving 2 stars. Wait, it's not the Fire King DM Hoa but the Fire God Goddess, the full name is the main Fire Sword DM then, the mythical sword item level 200. Specialized for warriors, in possession, number of times can bid 2, basic effect, attack plus 4 to 2000, other effects increase damage plus 13 points 20%, weapon attack counts fire plus 9000, enhance Lawake range plus 3. Increase Lawake duration plus 3, enhance Lawake attack power plus 3, reduce cooldown time Luwake plus exclamation mark, this is the weapon what's with the legendary spirit? It's not a waste of working hard for a whole week. If you bring this up as an item to sell, you will get a lot of money, quite a bit. Must admit that the fighting power of the creator of the ending is extremely strong. The Duquan also spoke up to remind His Highness not to be too greedy. It's all thanks to this young sick guy. The conversation between the evil Megalo and the creator ends with the content, Your Highness, take this, why are you really counting on me? That's right. I have been hunting until today because of this. The Duquan immediately laughed, look how excited he is. Now I'm less worried and feel relieved, so my eyelids seem to droop. Spring break is over, take a nap before going to school. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell to the ground. My mind suddenly became vague. Lack of sleep, malnutrition, consuming too much caffeine over the course of a week, in addition to the excitement that causes sudden changes in the body, there have also been a series of articles. The newspaper reported that a 17-year-old boy addicted to games had a heart attack and died because of playing games all day. The sudden death of a male student after playing games for 3 consecutive days, a 10-year-old boy a 6-year-old suffered from dehydration and died after playing games continuously for several days. A 30-year-old man breathed his last because of game addiction. A teenager who played games for 20 hours suffered half-body paralysis. Below, death due to playing games for a long time. That information made the Duquan extremely regretful, so that's what it was the death of playing games too much. Mom, I'm sorry for being one step ahead. Don't be too surprised when you return home. In the end, I died while playing the game for the bullies, that's really sick. I don't have to die while playing a game, I wanted to live a life like a game. Oh yes, it's Minchio-yu, even if you die I will curse you. If I had known this, I would have left a will, but is it true that I am already dead? But why can't I stop thinking like this? He suddenly received a notification, Player Haduquan. After analyzing the player's lifestyle and trends, we will give you a job. He was still confused, what is this window, then immediately received another notification, analysis done. You will be transferred to a normal job, the person playing the game will be helpless, the official will be shocked and exclaim, what is helpless? The task arises, do you accept? What do you say? What is this? Has confirmed acceptance in the player's mind, the mission has been accepted, you have been revived at the space and time coordinates that the manager has set. Everything started back when the Duquan was playing games in the classroom. Recognizing the familiar scene, he exclaimed in surprise, this place. Isn't that my classroom? That sentence rang out again, so please give me a little help. This day, the day before spring break, everything suddenly turned around, making him extremely shocked. What was that? It was so scary. Seeing the Duquan's strange reaction made Erin feel a bit guilty. He looked unhappy, or was it just me that he accepted the job? Her friend immediately urged her, Erin, I'm so hungry, let's go eat quickly. After looking around, he kept wondering, what's wrong, am I dead? Was it all a dream? But if all that was just a dream, now it feels more like a dream. Look at it like a character information window in a game, the name is Haduquan, the job is a level 1 helpless mercenary. In my dream I'm also a mercenary, huh? There is also the word helplessness. Another announcement made him jump, the characteristic effect of the helpless guardian had been activated. All the experience points gained in all the games you have played will be transferred to the player. If it is all the experience points gained in all games then, is it all the games I've played since I first became a bouncer until now? If you add up all that, it's no joke. If this was a dream, it's not that bad. Must listen to Minchio-yu's warnings. That's right. Everything started from this moment, because of you, what have I had to go through? When he saw his unyielding eyes, Chiyo-yu was extremely angry. Hey Haduquan, how dare you glare at me? In that moment he was surprised to realize that this bastard was also in his dream. It's scary, but why does it look even angrier than it did then? Seeing him start to grab his collar and growl, say what do you mean? Duquan quickly explained, Chiyo-yu is not like that. Okay, just fight. It's just a dream anyway, even if you get a snake, you won't feel the pain and be afraid. Why does it suddenly hurt so much? Isn't this a dream? Consecutive shots are consecutive kicks in a short period of time, causing Duquan to lie down on the table in pain. Chiyo-yu let out a tired sigh, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Today, you will be beaten until I calm down, that's all. A feeling of indignation invaded his mind, wondering when exactly what do you mean, probably before then I would have died here. At this moment, Erin suddenly opened the door and called out. The Mandarin came to take the phone back. Her eyes felt a bit sad. With his swollen face still being abused making him feel ashamed, Erin, why did he come here? Followed by a scene of receiving a heavy punch. Erin immediately shouted loudly, Dukwon. Her reaction made Chiyo-yu even more excited. Stop pretending to be sick, stand up, you bastard. It's really bad. It turns out the feeling of being beaten in front of the girl you like, it's even more disgusting than I thought. The surprising thing is that Erin didn't have the slightest fear and spoke up, hey Minchio, you. What are you doing? The more she does that, the more she makes him feel like he's really worthless. Erin immediately stopped Chiyo-yu, I said stop. He immediately glanced at her, why are you talking so much? Boys praise you for being beautiful and flatter you, so you don't take anyone seriously, right? You're still fighting strong, let go and I'll call the teacher, it'll make you even more embarrassed, it's your fault Erin. Thoughts immediately appeared in his head, I have to act, I have to help him, how, hurry up, I can't, please, it's my fault, I can help him. No, hurry up and save him, I can't, I'm too scared, don't act quickly, I can't do this. Chiyo-yu was also aggressively rushing closer to Erin, holding out his hand and shouting loudly, don't be insolent, I really can't do it. Chiyo-yu is now screaming in panic, let go of that hand, you bastard. But now I have to act. But the result is, even if you take action, won't it help? A series of messages are displayed, your experience points have been calculated, your experience points are full, you have changed your profession to a rare profession with promising guardians, your experience meter is full. You have changed your job to a hero, an honor guard, your experience points are full. You have changed your profession to the super guardian hero profession, releasing the specialized skills of the profession. Destructive attack, experience points have now reached 11 digits. Finally, the Dukwon countered with a powerful blow, causing Chiyo-yu to suffer serious injuries. This also made Erin extremely shocked. Even the Dukwon couldn't believe his eyes. What just happened? It reminds him of a very familiar image. Isn't that a skill in the game? Dukwon sat on the ground with confused eyes. What was that? He suddenly received a new notification. Manager's message, don't be surprised my friend because this is a gift from me for your kindness, causing the manager to discover this tone, crazy guy. Young man, that person is none other than the creator of Levier 200. Kindness, are you talking about the incident where I gave away the great sword of fire god DM? The next notification sounds again, you have defeated the Minchio-yu bat. You have received 2000 experience, your current experience points are recent. Your current experience points are full. You have received the final job transfer to Seal Guardian. Someone who wants to live life like a game like me. Since that day, what is all this? You have reached the highest level, both HP, attack, alertness, defense, agility, MP2, all active and passive skills have also been opened, mission completed. I can use all the skills in the games I've played. Erin is still confused, what just happened? Dukwon, are you injured anywhere? Do look at your face is injured. Wait a minute, I'll go call the school nurse right away. Right now the Dukwon is still wondering, have I lost my mind? I died. Then back to the past. From seeing the status window system right in front of you, to being able to use skills in the game. Because I was a game addict since I was a child, the only books I read on my own were fantasy novels, so my instincts were telling me. This story is similar to the plot of that type. I am a main character with outstanding strength that can kill all enemies. His character information has changed a lot when Livio has reached level 100, his profession has also reached ceiling, without exception, he must have had his strength polished like every other character. Looking at the current stats makes him feel proud. Along with the message that the sealer's ability will be applied, is there anything else? All powers have been unlocked. Dukwon hadn't been smiling for long when he saw, all stats returned, HP and MP stats decreased, all defense and attack skills were locked, all stats were sealed. He shouted in panic, what's going on? You said this was the last job, so why am I even weaker? Don't make me start over from such bad stats. Are you kidding me? Before you could finish speaking, you received another notification. The Fury event quest was completed, you defeated the Minchio-yu monster, the reward is a golden key. Will you accept the new event mission? While you are still confused, what the heck are you accepting? The system has proactively made a decision, confirming the word accept in the player's mind. The deal has been accepted. The Dukwon was extremely curious when he saw the key and appeared before his eyes. Quest completion reward, received golden key. The classmates outside the door were chatting loudly. What happened to the Dukwon's face? I heard that he was beaten by Minchio-yu, to the point where the teacher's desk was broken, but just now I saw the Chio, cursing loudly while carrying his bag home. I'm sure I still haven't beaten him yet. He even caused trouble with the school nurse, who said that, I didn't know everyone was going to lunch at that time. So there are no witnesses, so making a flag and posting it on brown 2x would be all wrong. But it seems like the official doesn't care about the gossip, but rather, no matter how many times you look at it, this thing is just a normal key. The system immediately announced that the golden key is a legendary item. This is a key that can be inserted and rotated to unlock, making him think, even the function is normal. Let's just ignore it, this isn't something I'm currently interested in, I'm more curious about the abilities that administrator gave me. Very soon the admin's message arrived, my friend, don't be surprised, this is a gift to show my goodwill. The one who created the ending quickly asked, are you looking for a guild to join? From the young man's tone, I mean your majesty. The Duquan is still trying to search, your majesty, can you hear me? I haven't seen any response, so there's no way to verify. I'll go home and text him after school. The system again offers a dangerous curse mission. Tonight you will receive an invitation to accept the mission and become a star. Tonight's mission, I don't even know where it's taking place. After the Duquan's loud scream, was a complaint, oh my back, what the hell? Suddenly I heard a hesitant voice, sorry. I didn't see you there, are you okay? Duquan looked up at his classmate and replied in a panic, am I okay? I'm the one who has to ask that question, my nose is bleeding. Wait, I'll go get the paper for you. My classmate immediately stopped me, no need. I'm fine. Seeing that the Duquan was still hesitant, but he quickly reassured him, it's really okay, thank you. Okay, so be careful, if you bump into it, your nose will bleed. He was even weaker than me. He was continuing to walk when he suddenly heard a voice calling, Duquan. It's a coincidence that we met here again, I have something to tell you, that person is 18-year-old Sin Chae-min. This made him feel curious, what's wrong Chae-min, you started playing games too? He immediately shook his head, no games, what's wrong? Chae-min quickly interrupted, because I've seen it all, what have I witnessed? Seeing you beat Min Chiou again. Ah, what is a break, even when I was beaten in my past life. Then he also stood there, right in front of my classroom. Is he planning to avenge Min Chiou or something? I just got beaten up and don't want to be beaten again. I was still confused when Chae-min immediately softened his voice, a gamer was covering me. How cool is it to show off your strength? You're really interesting. There's a drink with the girls tonight, do you want to join? The Duquan's eyes suddenly looked bewildered, what is he talking about? Did he just say tonight, right? Tonight is the time required by the mission, is it about this invitation? But he usually goes with Chiou, why did he suddenly invite me? Because he was so confused, he decided to ask again, are you talking to me? Tell anyone else who comes in here, but whatever the reason. Usually in the game, there will always be a reward attached to each mission, and those rewards will definitely help the character get stronger. Maybe this is an opportunity to escape the life of playing for a living by becoming as strong as a character in the game. The system immediately displays, will you accept? Seeing Chae-min's earnest eyes. But I keep feeling like something is wrong, if I step into their game session it will be like committing suicide, I have to go through my life of playing games myself. Thinking about this his voice suddenly hesitated, well actually, today I have to visit his grave, I'll probably have to refuse. And the word danger in the quest board is also vague as hell. Chae-min also happily said hello, so if you can't go then that's okay, next time don't refuse. Duquan also smiled and replied, very ready. After the door is closed, only then can he breathe a sigh of relief, he almost died. It's best not to get involved with bullies. The system immediately sent a notification, you refused the mission and the penalty will be applied, making the Duquan extremely shocked, the punishment. The agony has begun, where is the agony? Before he could finish speaking, he felt himself being attacked by an electric current. Then I found myself standing in an endless green field. Not believing his eyes, the Duquan boldly spoke and realized he had turned into a cow. Are in tears. He suddenly saw a herd of ferocious cows running towards him. A terrible scream suddenly rang out. Suddenly someone entered the bathroom where the Duquan was standing. Still smiling happily, it's really funny, my friend, there's nothing to laugh about. But now you are suffering the punishment of suffering. They immediately discovered him, was he lying down to pee? Did that bastard even do it in the bathroom like this? The Duquan's face was looking up at them. Agony, time remaining to 59 minutes. Makes you tremble, 59 are you kidding me? The system makes the offer again, will you accept the mission again? The screams in the bathroom made everyone passing by look up. It was already late at night, under the flickering street lights. Chae-min was still walking towards the meeting place when she suddenly stopped. Happy to see the Duquan standing in front of me, are you here so early? In the end, I still accepted that mission. Who could stand that for 60 minutes? I couldn't even hold on for 60 seconds. The Duquan's voice shyly replied, Cha-min, you're here. Didn't you say we had to visit the grave? Is it okay to come here? Faced with Chae-min's question, he whispered, it's okay. My grandfather said he was busy so he couldn't come today. Is that so? Talking about visiting yourself? I'm here but I'm so worried, afraid I'll go crazy. Everything will go well, right? Chae-min then gave a sinister smile. Duquan prepared to have fun tonight, making him extremely confused. What's wrong with his face? He looks like he's plotting something. It's best to plan to escape before being dealt with by him. The Du-man immediately picked up the phone. There's a call. Hello sir, you're coming. Then I have to come and wait for me, it's not time yet. As he finished speaking, he saw Chae-min shouting, the girls are here. The three of them were also passionately discussing. I told them he was handsome. Who is it? Who is it? My tutor. Who wants to get to know me? I'm the only one who wants to get to know him. The Duquan was suddenly stunned by the short-haired girl for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, I found myself at the bar. Even so, I still tried to cover it up. I didn't come for this beautiful girl. I was invited but suddenly left in the middle. That's so rude. They party with so much alcohol. Are high school students allowed to drink? Chae-min immediately explained, my friend's older brother works here, so I often come here to drink with my friends and he's so late. How is your alcohol tolerance, Duquan? I've never drank before so I don't know, so I'll know right away. I've never drank before but, why is he suddenly so kind like this? He paid everything. Still confused, Chae-min enthusiastically poured the wine. Don't worry about money, just call as much as you want, I'll cover everything today. It's not bad, maybe he's not a bad person. Before the Duquan could finish that line of thought, he was surprised by his words. My wallet should have arrived, right? What is my wallet? Duquan's mood was extremely confused when he saw someone coming in. Chae-min happily shouted, it was just that Di-han took care of the bill, right? Di-han is a person who is exploited for money in a submissive manner. I have booked another 2 hours. In his heart, the Duquan wondered, he was the person who bumped into him this morning. He was Chae-min's wallet, the wallet he just talked about. Looks like Chae-min still isn't satisfied and burst out laughing. Do you think we'll only hang out here for 2 hours? This idiot. Seeing his angry appearance, Di-han immediately panicked. I'm sorry Chae-min, but I only took it as a joke. He's really careless. Suddenly the atmosphere changed. What the hell is wrong? Chae-min suddenly became curious. Do you two know each other? We go to the same school. Duquan shook his head slightly. Not really. So that's Di-han and over here is Duquan. You also have a drink, Di-han. Please forgive me because today there is a Du-man here. He even intentionally poured wine all over him and looked panicked. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Why are you wearing such bright-colored pants? They're all dirty. The Duquan's heart couldn't help but feel angry. The monkey's mistake is 100% certain that this guy did it on purpose. But on the contrary, Di-han proactively admitted his fault. Right, I shouldn't have worn 2 bright-colored pants. Sorry, everyone can see that this is a common bullying scene. Now that I think about it, it was very strange at that time. My face was beaten so badly that my nose bled. And the bathroom where he just came out. Plus the fact that Chae-min was there. Why am I involved in another bullying incident like this? Seeing the strange reaction of the girl sitting in front of her, she burst out laughing. What the hell is wrong with this loser? A girl in the group also suggested, hey Chae-min, come sing a song. He immediately refused. I'll drink some more. Why the hell should I sing? Forget it, I'll sing a few lyrical songs. Why sing lyrically and sing something exciting? That's it. That'll be more fun. Di-han will dance for me, please. Are you kidding, dancing to the lyrical music? Is he trying to humiliate him? Even though everyone seemed worried, don't force him to do that, he still insisted, no he likes to dance very much. Right Di-han? His face suddenly became speechless. The Chae-min still refuses to stop. This Di-han. How dare you stare at me like that? Are you trying to humiliate me in front of girls? Duquan is also still controlling his anger. Di-han slowly stood up. Okay, I'll dance. In front of his ridicule, it's true that Di-han is really cool. This guy is really funny. Duquan felt extremely sorry. Do you really dance? Do you have any self-respect left? But if I was threatened like that, I would still jump, and he would spin me around like a pinwheel. He immediately stood up. Chae-min, I'm going to the bathroom first. Okay, let's go. I really can't sit and watch another minute. Very quickly the Duquan reached the toilet. The only reason he didn't touch me was because he thought I was a gamer with hidden powers. Actually, it's because of some kind of strength index, but I don't have any strength or any skills. It's only a matter of time before my strength runs out, by then I'll be dead. If it wasn't for that punishment I would have. Wait a minute, I only attended this meeting because I was invited, so I can leave at my own discretion, right? I should leave quickly before I get into bigger trouble. Poor guy, he's been exploited for his money, but I can't help him anymore. I don't have the power to save anyone, running away is the best solution. Du Quan suddenly remembered what Che Min said to Di Han, how dare you stare at me like that, are you planning to humiliate me in front of the girls? It's exactly the same as what Chiu Yu once threatened him with. He and I are stuck in the same situation. So the Du Quan still decided to return to the theater room. Che Min looked excited, you're here and I thought you were going home because you haven't returned to your room yet. The Du Quan quickly looked around and couldn't help but wonder, where are the girls? Have they gone to the Tan Trang bathroom again? Hearing what he said, he immediately shook his head, no. Where are his pants? Che Min still looks calm, I'm just worried about him, that's all. I suddenly felt guilty for spilling wine on his pants, so I washed his pants for him. In his heart, the Du Quan is trying to fight his thoughts, this bastard is being too shy right now, I shouldn't have opened my mouth to ask, right? No, don't be afraid, now I only have one choice left. He immediately held out his hand. Here, the fierce face pretending to be a gamer with real hidden power. If I keep getting stronger, this guy won't be able to do anything. Suddenly someone came in to say hello. On the way here I encountered a few problems, so I had to stop and solve them first. Who is this brat? Che Min quickly introduced, he's here, my friend, I told you before, his brother works here. That's a high school student, he looks like a gangster with 10 years of experience. What are those blood stains? What did he just do? Che Min is still talking, oh yeah, what do you want me to give you? I thought to myself, I'm stuck in this situation again, what should I do now? The Du Quan's voice faltered, oh yeah, that's it. Give me the microphone, I want to sing, is that so? Shouldn't I say it from the beginning? In his heart he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, safe, the monkey's hidden power, he almost died. The system immediately notified, the dangerous invitation mission was completed, the mission chain had begun. This information made the Du Quan shocked. The next task given is the judge of fairness, smashing the mic on Sin Che Min's head, the reward is a bronze key, time limit is within 30 minutes. He still couldn't believe his eyes, trying to look at the screen carefully again. The system sends the player a series of missions, the mission is named the Judge of Injustice, the content to be performed is a bit strange, smashing a spade on Sin Che Min's head, the reward after completion the main mission is the bronze key, time limit is 30 minutes. Smash it with a spade, do I look brave enough to do that? Du Quan held the spade in his hand and trembled. He looked at the mission notice board with a terrified expression, then after thinking for a long time, he also decided, I won't do it, never will, even if you kill me, I won't do it. Perhaps he hadn't noticed the line below, the penalty that would be applied when the mission failed. Right now Du Quan saw that note, his eyes clearly showed insecurity, the punishment they were talking about was the scene of wild buffaloes appearing in droves, they were drooling in scary streams, as if they had lost control and rushed to attack. Du Quan's face turned pale just thinking about it, is that something? Du Quan was in the room with other cold-blooded guys, one of them seemed very scary, his clothes were covered in blood stains, another guy said to him, hey Man Chun, you look like a murderer, the girl opposite also followed suit, his face looked so scary, only Du Quan dared to sit silently. Fat Man Chun replied, I probably got dirty on my face while taking care of some dogs on the way here. Not only that, he was even more outrageous, the position he was sitting on was the back of a bullied boy, he was annoyed and used a hooligan voice, is this a massage chair, people even have feelings? I lent you my pants but you have no gratitude at all, the bullied boy is suffering every minute, sweat is dripping all over the floor, it seems like that Duk Manchun guy won't let go. If you make me fall, I'll definitely eat enough. His accomplices are making fun of him, it's fun, Du Quan is falling into a passive position, he doesn't care. I don't know how to handle this situation, why did things turn out like this? Telling me to smash Che Min's head with a spade was bad enough. Because he was so panicked, he suddenly said it out loud, but is it true? The blonde guy next to him heard that and immediately asked, what is it, but the part worst of all. Manchun pressed his face closer to Du Quan, his chubby face screamed, Che Min was beaten to pieces by this boy, he was startled, he was sitting next to a tattooed pig. This. The blonde guy put his arm around Du Quan, that's right, I'm not kidding with this Du Quan guy, the fat guy started to look and evaluate, but looking again and again I see that he's still like a fish. It's just fish sauce. Right now he doesn't dare breathe loudly. If I complete the mission, I will really be sent off by these two guys to visit my grandparents. And if you refuse, you'll still die from this damn mission. I wish I could use the skill again like that time, then at least I'd have some life left. The ability that Duquan mentioned is the attack skill. It's called destructive attack. This is an attack skill. The mana cost is 1. This skill is explained as a technique that uses multiple attacks from punches to cause damage. Which one? If I'm sealed, I'm really not okay. Duquan held his head and screamed, "It's really not okay, oh my god. A lot of time has passed, there are only 15 minutes left." The blonde guy told him, "But Duquan, I'm a little curious," he wondered. "Why did you let yourself be tortured by Chiyoyu like that, when you had the strength to beat him to pieces?" "Can't say I won thanks to that system," he hesitated. What should I say? It's okay not to answer. You probably have your own reasons. By the way, I called you here because I have something to say. Is it a big deal?" Duquan asked tentatively. "What do you mean? What do you want to say?" Is it possible that he intended to say something like that? "You're sure to die." The blonde guy jumped up, he put his hand on Duquan's shoulder and said, "Cooperate with me." He was very surprised and cooperated. Was this guy drunk? "I need your strength, join my group Duquan, let's destroy the whole Guan-Ak-rich area together." "Why do you want to eat Kwane Street? Go eat something else, you crazy person." "Of course, participating will not cost you anything, for example, alcohol or tobacco. Money and minions are fully provided, and much more." He turned his eyes to the girls over there and said, "You will get everything you want. Do you think I will fall into your temptation?" Duquan immediately made up a reason to refuse to join. "But right now I don't want anything, never, I just like playing gems. I don't want to get involved with street thugs like you at all," he suddenly said softly. "Duquan, do you want to go back to being a gem Satu?" he asked, making him speechless. "You still have to take revenge on those who bullied you. If possible, your positions with theirs will be exchanged. Switching positions between myself and the people who used to bully me, that is. If I join Sinchaemin's group, I won't be treated so cruelly anymore." That guy's words shook Duquan's memories of school violence. He let Duquan think, "There's no need to answer right away, just think carefully, I'll go big first. That's right, the reason behind this power that I have is God's will, he is giving me the opportunity to escape this failed Satu life. Now I can live a second life and hang out with people who have money and power." At the same time the boy who was bullied by the fat guy turned to call Duquan. In his hand he held a yellow key. He asked Duquan, "Is this yours? Is it a reward from the mission?" "No. But why is my key in your place? I picked it up after hitting you in the hallway this morning." It turns out that at that time, I was so busy thinking about the mission that I didn't notice it had fallen. "Thanks, I know this sounds a bit arrogant, but still, you shouldn't meddle with Sinchaemin. Why did you suddenly say that? What does he mean that I should continue to live as a slave?" Duquan asked him why he suddenly said that. "Do you think I will easily let go of this God-given opportunity? I don't want to live like you." The other guy faltered, "I don't think he's a bad person. Sorry if that offends you. Right now the notice board warns you that there are only 3 minutes left." "What the hell, why does time pass so quickly? I'm going to die in 3 minutes, he trembled in fear. "No, this is the turning point in my life. If I just endure for 1 hour, I will go to school with my head held high." Duquan jumped up with a confident look on his face. "But I can't lose my cool in front of those girls." He found an excuse to leave the room. "I'm going out to make a call, so we'll be out until time is up." A step appeared, above which countless elephants were walking. There is a story that an elephant predicted its death. It will automatically separate from its herd, and face its fate alone. The door of a storage room appeared, with the words, "Authorized personnel only," posted above. Duquan right now, he is doing incomprehensible actions, clenching his teeth around the roll of cloth, clasping his hands tightly together, afraid he will pee in his pants. Only 30 seconds left. He tried to defend himself and kneel, but if he wanted to join Chaemin's gang, it would be best to give up the mission. The remaining time is 20 seconds. If I want to escape this fate of failure. 20 seconds countdown, this is the only way, here we go. A blue electric current ran throughout Duquan's body. This side Manchun spoke up, feeling a bit drunk. "I'll sing a song, give the song number 01817, Museum and Plague version." "What kind of article is so old-fashioned, Duk Manchun, you're so old-fashioned, don't you guys know about the story museum and their translation style that punches readers in the face? Give me a spade." The girl next to her immediately looked for the apricot to give to him, but she couldn't find it. It was strange, the apricot was gone. In the men's restroom, Chae-min just finished walking, he complained after dealing with his sadness. Did he eat something bad this afternoon? His stomach hurt to death. From behind, Du-kwon swung the spade in his hand towards his head. He's full of determination. I'll never join your gang, you disgusting bastard. With just one blow, Du-kwon made Chae-min almost unconscious, tears and snot pouring out of his eyes like an addict. He was lying on the floor, behind Du-kwon was breathing heavily. The notice board appeared, the chain of injustice judge quests was completed, the spade was dented on one side due to hitting the other guy's head. Du-kwon gasped and said, no matter what he thought, I'd rather live a life of failure than become a bunch of bloody bullies like you guys. It's not because I'm afraid of punishment that I do it. I was so relieved when I knocked him out, I had to take him to a more secluded place before he was arrested, I thought as I dragged him out. Suddenly he remembered that boy, but what about Chi-han? That tattooed pig was still with him. Du-kwon looked up, Chae-min's phone screen suddenly lit up, there it was. In the other room, Manchu was still intoxicated with his singing voice and his music. He criticized the museum for translating stories like trash. In their translation, an announcement interrupted that sultry voice. The message just now was from Sin Chae-min's side, the content was full of sarcasm, that pig sings like crazy. Reading that text message, his mood changed, he began to roll his eyes and bitterly called Sin Chae-min's name. At the staircase, Du-kwon is sitting on Chae-min's motionless body. If you dare to do anything, then take another risk this time. The sarcastic text messages sent to Manchu were continuously sent to him through Chae-min's phone. Honestly, you also read the museum stories, why do you talk like you're mentally retarded? Anyone want to punch each other? Let them all leave and wait there for me. Maybe Chi-han will be able to escape thanks to this, right? Then I should start, let's run. Right now behind Du-kwon is the figure of someone who looks very muscular. There is no doubt that that person is Duk Manchu, his fat body and tattoos are standing tall behind him. He looked up tremblingly, his smile gone, why was he here? In front of Manchu's expression as if he wanted to tear him apart immediately, an urgent notification appeared, it was a new urgent mission. Duk Manchu was angry at the player's taunts, turned around. I'm in the box. With just one kick, he was thrown away from Chae-min by that fat guy. The difference in strength was so great that he flew several meters away. Manchu sat in front of him, his dirty voice said, hey kid, do you know anything? Chae-min, once he's drunk, never sends him any mean messages. As he spoke, he grabbed his shirt and pulled him up. A painful punch hit Du-kwon straight in the face. Chae-min has been kind to you. With no intention of stopping, his hand completely covered his face. He slapped me again, and this is how you repay someone who wanted to help you. One more painful blow, blood shot out like rain, but still, you're just a fish, nothing more, nothing less. Why does he want you to join him, and why did he faint like that? The fat guy started questioning. Manchu started looking around, and after a while of searching, he seemed to know the reason. I already know. Did you sneak attack him with something? I couldn't stand it. His attention landed on the dented apricot hanging on his pocket. Du-kwon stood up, his hand holding his hand tightly, he muttered, a real coward. The real cowards are you guys, both of you bully others and steal their money, do you think I will be on your side? He shouted with all his might. Hearing those insulting words, Manchu threw him aside and shut his mouth. Du-kwon's body was tattered, he was thrown straight into cardboard boxes filled with white powder crystals. It's not my fault that Sata-kwanlet is weak, just wait, your fate will be similar to his, he finished speaking with a sinister smile. The golden key from Du-kwon's pocket fell out due to the force of the throw earlier. When he saw that golden key, he immediately thought of something, the key. The information panel appears again, golden key, legendary item, this is a golden key, the use is to insert and rotate to unlock. Du-kwon held the key in his hand and wondered where to put it. An idea flashed in him. Message from the administrator, inside is the content, does the key fit in the socket? Right, so there is not only one socket. He sat up, looking at the information on the player system. In the skill unlock box, a new lock appears. It seems like the golden key is what is used to open this lockbox. Why does this skill window suddenly appear? His eyes noticed the lock. Wait a minute, could it be the lock? Du-kwon then plugged into what he saw. Once he reached a certain depth, he turned it to one side. The things in front of him made Du-kwon not believe his eyes. On Manchu's side, he took Chae-min to the corner and asked, hey, are you okay? Are you still alive? Being defeated by that fish guy, it was really humiliating. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice in Du Quan's direction rang out, "That attack just now really hurt. It's true that punching you hurts unbearably, but if I don't stand up and fight you now, I won't be a man at all." He cracked his knuckles and walked towards you. "You're so confident." Of course, this is a man's pride, but he doesn't know that if Du Quan doesn't accept the match, it will lead to punishment. He rushed forward. "I like that very much. I always wonder about one thing. Why does the gem system give me this power? And why do I push myself into such dangerous battles?" A source of power is surging in Du Quan's body. He step by step rushes towards the fat guy. "Now I understand. They want to witness it. You're done, you damn pig." At an amusement park in the area, there was a boy named the Area Master. This legendary boy is very famous in the gaming area and is known for his unique style of playing gems. Everyone surrounds him, the Master of Victory, and after 38 consecutive victories, he never falls off the throne. Some people are so jealous. The boy's main weapon is nothing other than the gem farmer. It's very exciting, very good, and Du Quan is that person. And the gem farmer's main weapon is, he's so excited that at this rate he can probably achieve 40 wins in a row. Everyone was curious and discussed why he had a gem player do it for him. I don't know anymore. Key skills to defeat all opponents. It was the Eagle's Landing. Falcon Landing is an active skill that requires 120 mana. This is a technique of jumping into the air and then attacking the opponent with his feet. Be successful. No matter how big the weight difference is between the two, no matter how strong his fists are, challenge your opponent, you little brat. Well, with this skill, if you rush in, you'll definitely die, you damn pig. I could have won, but suddenly a notification appeared that there wasn't enough mana. He stood there bewilderedly, then took the opponent's punch. Then it was thrown backwards. What's wrong with that brat? This bastard is like 3 dots, haha. He tried to get up, gritting his teeth and cursing. This damn system. My mana is only 100 left, so why give a skill that costs 120 mana? That stupid golden key is the reward from defeating Minchioyu. Waiting for a reward, now that I think about it. Doesn't that quest also have a reward? The bronze key reward has a 30-minute time limit, so the key doesn't seem to be there. That time when I fought Minchioyu, the golden key was right under the system board, right? And where I completed this mission is. I'm on the same road in front of the bathroom, I have to get it. He was suddenly pulled back by Duk Manchun. You go somewhere. Looks like you're not a shrimp. Du Quan was thrown to the ground mercilessly. Manchun continued, but it's a mouse, isn't it? He shakily stood up, his body reaching its limit before this situation got worse. Then I have to find a way to get out of here and go find the key. When I saw him rushing towards me, I burst out laughing. Look at you. He racked his brain trying to figure out what to do now. The next second he was thrown into the wall. Blood splattered everywhere. Manchun disdainfully lies down and pretends to lose. Why do you keep getting up and getting beaten like that, you idiot? He heard the other person's laughter. Are you laughing? You got hit in the head, so you're going crazy. Don't you see that there's something wrong with this? Du Quan speaking up in pain. How dare I do this with my own hands without any precautions? You feel ridiculous. This brat is so cute. Look at how he lied to stay alive. He hesitated and thought whatever he wanted, thinking about me. Just trying to buy time. At this moment the elevator door opened. Everyone go attack this pig right now. What the hell are you so confused about? There was no one inside the elevator. Your face darkens, man. I will kill you. Turn around and see where Du Quan has gone. Turns out he ran away. At the moment of being kicked into the wall, he quickly pressed the elevator button. His strength was gone, so he tripped over his own feet, then fell to the ground. My legs have lost their strength. By this time, the other guy had chased him there. Manchun was ready to speak and stopped. He turned around in fear. It was too late and he didn't have the strength to run anymore. It's over, but it's not over yet. He was lucky enough to pick up the dragon key used to unlock some of the character's sealed parameters. Character parameters, character information. The name Du Quan's current power parameters are sealed. There's a lock here. At this time Manchun also rushed in. He quickly inserted the key. The system screen appears. Selecting a parameter permanently increases a selected parameter. He thought to himself that in order to use the skill, he needed to increase his mana points. Du Quan shouted, "Point mana." Manchun was right behind him, dead. Right now the parameters have been unlocked and increased by 100 points. He accurately dodged the other man's attack, then stepped on his thigh to gain momentum. His footsteps glowed. That's a job-exclusive skill. The falcon landed. He flew down from above, and attacked him directly in the head. Blood from his nose sprayed out and his eyes turned white. The notification shows that the Duk Manchun monster has been defeated. Duquan couldn't believe he had done it. That guy no longer had the strength to fall down. Unexpected mission completed. As a reward for the quest you received a silver key. Duquan gasped. He tried to stand up. My mind spins like a pinwheel. I won and it's finally over. I can go home now. Sin Chae-min appeared out of nowhere. It's so painful. Hey Duquan, what's the matter? He mumbled something. What are you confused about? Dukmeno asked why my younger brother was lying on the floor. Did you do it, brat? I remember Chae-min said my friend's brother worked here. Everyone looked out to see what was going on. I just heard a rumbling sound somewhere. Who are those people? It's not Manchun, you're right, it's Manchun. Duquan thought carefully about his next sentence. People around this area often come here to drink. I'm very weak now and don't have the strength to run away. I don't have enough mana so I can't use my skills. He let out a sigh. Indeed, he started to sweat. The hallway is full of people, I'm done. The scene at this time is in a bustling neighborhood. Then a young man with a face full of wounds asked himself, is it okay to leave alone like this? What happened? Back in the day, there was a text message sent to Manchun while in the KRAO at the pub. Then there was a guy with a tattoo who slammed his phone on the table and shouted, what a bitch. He remembered that and thought to himself, there is no way Xian Chi-min would send those messages in a place full of gangsters who are close to Manchun. That guy looked angry and said, everyone go home, I have to find this damn guy and give him the beating of a lifetime. Looking at the extremely provocative messages that person had sent, the people there asked each other, what's wrong, why is he suddenly crazy, what is he doing? I'm so bored, should I just go home? Then a girl told him, you should go home first, I'll go to the bathroom for a bit. He immediately agreed. He thought that it could only be someone who had just arrived here for the first time and that last text message was for him. At that time, down the street, he worriedly looked up at the building and whispered, he'll be fine, right? He must have planned carefully before daring to act like that. Returning to Duquan, his face was full of injuries and he seemed to be very worried, silently saying, I don't have any plans. He was surrounded by a group of very dangerous people named Chae-min and asked, why did you do that to me? Duquan, I never considered you an enemy. Before this situation, he thought to himself, even if I exhaust all my neurons, I can't think of a way out of this situation. Then he immediately approached him with a murderous look on his face and said, now it's there, bastard. With this situation, he helplessly whispered, am I going to die right now and in this place? But suddenly there was a person running quickly. It turned out that it was an employee who interrupted what was happening and shouted loudly that the police were there. Someone called the police and they're storming the first floor. You guys should quickly leave here and take the emergency exit. I'll buy some time. Hearing that, they felt discouraged and left, saying to each other that it was a pity that he just had something to hit to relieve itchy hands and feet. The big guy just told him, you're lucky. But then Chae-min came back and threatened, everyone remembers your face, don't expect this to end so easily. After saying that, he left with his subordinates. Duquan was very panicked at this time but also felt lucky to have escaped this phase. But before he could run away, something happened to his body. He suddenly realized that his body was exhausted after suffering many attacks from Min Chio-yu and Duk Man-chun, plus the need to recover from using skills that far exceed one's physical ability, and finally a state of tension for many hours. So he fainted because he lost his strength. The big guy just told him, you're lucky. Where is this? That girl told you, she's awake. You were unconscious for a while. You looked at her and then remembered that she was one of the 3 girls. Why was she here with me? After waking up, he asked her, why are you here with me? But before she could finish her sentence, she covered her mouth. She said, lowering her voice, this is the women's restroom. Not understanding, he asked quietly, why am I here? Then she told him the current situation was, the police were still standing out there, they wouldn't check in here. I remembered what happened and said, well, it seems like someone called the police. Then I showed him the phone and said, I reported them about minors coming here to drink and drink. He asked in bewilderment, you reported them even though you were also involved, didn't you do that to save me? Then she told him, I saw it by accident. The scene where he takes down Manchun. I originally thought you were just an ordinary pathetic guy, but it turns out you're so different. You don't care about what happens in the future. Hearing the reason, his eyes lit up and he said, thank you for helping me, but how should I repay you? She replied, don't worry about it. I saved you once, so you only need to grant my wish once. She approached him and said, don't you understand? It made him very confused by this situation. Hearing that, he immediately agreed without any comments. A few days later at an apartment building, There's an incoming phone call. It turned out that it was Duquan's house and he immediately answered his phone call. From the phone came a very loud sound. It was his mother saying, "Why don't you answer the phone?" He then realized it was his mother. He just told his mother, "It's only been a day since I didn't call, but as soon as I got home I fell asleep," and his mother immediately said it was confusing. "Oh my God, what do you mean it's only been a day? It's been 3 days since I last called you. Anyway, it's good that you're still alive. I have to continue working. I'll talk about it later." Listening to my mother's words, I thought, I slept for 3 days the day I returned from the cafe to Oku. After 3 days of only sleeping, he is now very hungry. He immediately took out his phone and ordered food to take home to eat. Thinking back to that day, he silently said, "This was the first time I fought since I was born, and even had to face 3 gangsters in one day, even though the one in the middle was a little different." After that, he went to take a shower and smiled and said to himself, "Maybe I'm very strong. Now that my body has recovered and my mind is more alert, the first thing I have to do is turn on the computer. Log into Gem and meet the administrator to ask about that system." But he only received back a line of information that the person who created the ending did not exist. I don't understand why that person couldn't be found, so why did he accept the great sword of the Fire Flame King if he planned to disappear like that? The one who creates the end, Your Majesty, do you hear what I say? Remember when you received a message from the administrator asking if the key fits in the socket? You thought he was just sending one-way messages through the system window. If he had disappeared like that, I would have to find out about that system myself. There are 3 basic things that I know. First, this system is built similar to an RPG gem and I am a character in the gem. I have stats and profession. I can also use skills. Second, this system sees bullies as monsters. After defeating Chiou and Manchun, a notification appeared that the monster had been defeated. Once you defeat them, the reward for doing so is gold and silver keys. He thinks, similar to how characters are given items after defeating monsters in gems. Third, I can use these keys to increase my strength. He immediately remembered the keys and picked up his pants to rummage to see where the keys were. The system notification states that the silver key can open the sealed passive skill. Holding in his hand the silver key, plus the key he received from the confrontation with Manchun. You can unlock all sealed skills with these 3 keys. The unlocked skills will last indefinitely. I have unlocked the first skill of disrupting attack, thanks to releasing the specialized skill of the profession. The only way is to use the key to open it again. The rest are a bunch of punishments that I don't even dare to think about, but the most difficult problem right now is, I've already angered Sin Chaemin's entire group. Now is the time to think about planning how to deal with them. At that moment, he heard the doorbell ring, thinking the food had been delivered, so he excitedly ran out. He happily ran to the door and said, "Come here." But suddenly the system gave him a mission: let the boy become a man. That notification appeared suddenly, making him very surprised. The door slowly opened to his confusion. In front of him was the appearance of the girl who saved his life a few days ago. He panicked and said, "Why are you here?" At that moment, she approached and said, "You said you would grant my wish. Now I will tell you that wish." Then she slowly took off her coat. Move closer to him and say decisively, "Take it off." Hearing that, he couldn't believe the words he just heard from her. Looking at the notice, he panicked and thought, there's no way to do this with her. She added, "Do I need to repeat it again? Take off your clothes." Hearing her say that, your face turned red. The system board announces the boy's quest to become a man. Whatever she wants with him, accept the request and satisfy her. After reading it, Duquan was extremely scared. "What is it?" Si Dong said. "Do you still want me to repeat?" Taking off his clothes, the Duquan worriedly wondered if he could do this. "This is my first time, taking off my clothes," I asked him while taking off my shirt. She asked, "Do you still have clothes in your room?" He blankly replied, "Yes, clothes." He was startled and covered something with his hand. "Why am I naked like this?" Sidong didn't care about what he said. "She told me to turn off the air conditioner. It's too hot in here," he thought to himself. Mission window. Makes me so distracted. Why did you come without notice? How did you know my home address? She replied that I don't have your number. As for the address, I got it thanks to the last time I dragged him out to hide, when a phone fell out of his pocket. Your home address is right on your phone case, right? These are all the clothes you have. These are truly the clothes of a loser. Hearing that, he rolled his eyes and said my mother bought them. Sidong coldly said it was a joke. Come on, you're all sweaty and it's finally come to this moment, huh? Sidong turned around and asked him to go shopping. A new mission has been announced. The mission is to become a man. She wants to go shopping. Please accept the mission and satisfy her. Well, I was extremely surprised the first time I went shopping with a girl. The city center is extremely bustling. Going to the clothing store, she looked at some of the hot clothes for him, but he was still confused, as if something was wrong. The first model, he seemed to turn into a different person. He looked more rebellious. He wondered if people wear this kind of clothes. What's with these sleeves? This is not the purchase I was thinking of. Dong said it doesn't seem to suit him very well. You have to follow me all day today. I can't let you dress like a loser. The do man looked up and down and replied, no matter what I still look like a failure. I have to go with you too. Dong replied, yes, I really want to bring you here. Since this is my wish, stop complaining and try this. Even though you're exhausted, you still have to listen. While waiting for him to change, she walked around a few times to choose a few more outfits. After a while he asked, what about this set? Dong felt quite satisfied and not bad. With this shirt he looks quite cool, but the first time he tried a different style made him feel a bit shy. Hearing her praise, he smiled and asked, it really looks good, right? The system pops up, that's another mission. I was just happy for a few seconds, then you released a new mission, series of missions. Boy become a man, let's invite her out to eat cream. He told himself, just pretend you're playing a role-playing game, so talking to girls isn't that difficult. You boldly invite her. I'm hungry. Do you want to go get something to eat? I know a few good places nearby. Dong said it was because the official secretly praised himself for regaining his form and then suddenly wanted to go back and punch him in the mouth a few times. When he arrived at the restaurant, he stared at her with wide eyes. The two of them had been silent for 30 minutes. He was eating and wondering if the food didn't suit her taste. Maybe he found this restaurant on a tourist channel. I couldn't let the atmosphere be like that, so he took the initiative to start a conversation. Oh, I forgot, I still don't know your name, she said. Dong. He was surprised and said, Dong, it's a beautiful name. So the conversation ended quickly. I was helpless and I miss you so much, Mom. Dong suddenly asked if there was anything else, making him startled. She repeated the question, is there anything else you want to know? The Duquan also honestly said he didn't know what to ask or where to start. She stood up and said, from now on we will see each other more often, so just slowly get to know each other. Let's go, we still have some time. Duquan is really a slow-witted person. I have to ask again from now on, what does he mean? The system brings a new mission for the boy to become a man to go to the movies with her. The two of them watching movies together were like a couple in love, he silently said as if he were dreaming. Another new mission for the boy to become a man. Let's go for coffee together. I couldn't believe that I was even happier than when I was promoted in the ranks. The fifth mission of the mission series, the boy becomes a man. Let's sing a light song for her. The two of them went to sing K-R-A-O-K together and he tried his best to sing a song for her. The quests keep appearing forever. This system should only require me to fight with gangsters, right? Mission 6, boys to become a man. Go impress her at the game zone. He took her to the amusement park at the shopping center. He had gone through several missions, but he was still as nervous as the first time. It was clear that this was just a normal date. He frantically broke the drums, making everyone there surprised. Damn, those blows were unbelievable for a gem master. Playing just one game, I thought he had just come back from wrestling. The Duquan panted and said the rhythm was completed with the breath of a real man. This is my chance to flirt with him. Everything about her is perfect. The people from earlier were surrounding him with admiring expressions. Why don't you join our group? That's pretty cool, but he didn't pay any attention to those words. What he cares about now is seeing Dong standing there. Stood thoughtfully looking at the fish teddy bears in the animal claw machine. He also stood still and stared at it. Then he shouted loudly and told Ms. Dong to go to the bathroom first. 10 minutes later, a group of green fish stuffed animals appeared. I don't know where he got a whole bunch of fish like that. Is this enough to surprise her? Where has Dong gone? What if she was too impressed and fell on her with a bang? Ah, here you are. He happily called her Dong's name. Today was the best day in my life. Suddenly a tall boy grabbed my hair, pulled me back and asked, what's wrong? Who are you to dare to call Dong in such an intimate tone? Duquan shouted in pain. My hair is broken, my hair is gone, what the hell is going on? Who is he? Two strange girls suddenly appeared and asked him, where did these fish come from? Who is this fish? Duquan wondered if he was an acquaintance of mine. Don't worry. His face looked so familiar, the guy bewilderedly asked if this was fish sauce. Si Dong finally spoke up and let go Kong Si Hun. The two girls standing on either side heard that and laughed sarcastically. Why are they so tense? Si Hun obeyed and threw Du Quan to the ground and said, "Oh sorry, you guys know each other, right? It's because you didn't answer fast enough." The scared official looked at him without taking his eyes off, as if when things were going well, something happened. Now it was time for the system window to die. Suddenly appeared. To give him a mission to fight the gangsters, he glared at him and asked, "Who are you?" Si-dong stood on the other side and answered that he was my boyfriend. After hearing this, both Se-hun and Du-kwan gasped in surprise. She said that if they understood, then go away and not bother our date anymore. "Let's go, Du-kwan, ignore him, he's just my neighbor, not a friend at all," she said while holding his hand and pulling him up. When he left, he still didn't forget his fish, waiting for my fish. Se-hun got angry at Si-dong's boyfriend. Two young ladies grabbed his hands tightly and cooed saying, "Who is that girl? Isn't she so scary?" The sky was also starting to get dark. Du-kwan staggered back, his mouth constantly babbling boyfriend 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 boyfriend. Si-dong said, "We're here." He was startled and asked his boyfriend, "I mean, where are we? This place isn't what I'm thinking." She clicked her tongue and said, "Whatever you think, just follow me. You promised to spend the whole day with me, remember, the tall building in front of you is the motel. The 7th quest has been sent to the quest chain. Boy, become a man. Come on, this is her last wish. Come with her inside." Stepping inside the elevator, he thought the 7th floor was without a doubt Si-dong. Really planning to go there, he kept telling her that Si-dong seemed to be going a bit too fast. "This is a bit fast, right? We still have to focus on studying for university exams, and I'm not mentally prepared yet." She still calmly said not to worry. "You don't have to do anything, just leave everything to me." He bewilderedly turned around and asked, "What happens next?" "I try to keep my mind clear and don't let myself be dragged into it. If it's gone this far, it's just a matter of convincing her." 1 step forward, 2 steps back, he hesitantly called Si-dong. "They're closed. Why did you lead me here?" As soon as the elevator door opened, "You stood still for 5 seconds. What is this?" "This is the annual meeting of the Kwane District Bully Council in 2024. What is this?" The inside of the room is set up like a trial. The attendees are all bullies with bloody face. The chairman started the trial asking everyone to keep order. Starting from this moment, the annual meeting of the Kwane District Bullying Council officially begins. As announced before today's meeting agenda, he is a thorn in our council's back. He is parasitic on campus and even in the coffee shop. Second-year Sin-A High School Sinner Hadukwan. The people there were talking loudly about the guy who was causing trouble with the guys in Silimdong the other day. He didn't look like a failure. Du-kwan was so scared that his face turned pale. He turned to ask Si-dong what was going on. She kept silent without any response. The chairman continued, "Everyone should vote quickly, whoever agrees with this category. Raise your hand." Before his eyes was the scene of a forest of raised hands agreeing with the punishment given by the chairman. Finally, the trial reached a conclusion with the consensus of everyone that from now on Hadukwan is the goal of the 497 members of the Kwane District Bully Council. The series of quests for the boy to become a man is over. A real man must experience the thrill of betting his life. Find your own way out of this situation that hangs by a thread. Bullying is a common thing in schools, originating from people who form groups to use violence to steal money, or commit other types of crimes. They are a kind of herd instinct. Always show off. Into living an undisciplined life. The reason they can freely live such a depraved life is because we practice in groups. There are many ways to control and dominate a group, and in this case, bullies use them. Violent methods to control their group. Du-kwan is really wondering, what the hell is wrong with these bastards? Something is wrong. Becoming men. That is the next series of tasks that the system outlines. Let's become a man. A real man must experience the thrill of betting his own life. Find a way. Escape from this situation that hangs by a thread. When encountering consecutive missions, rewards will be given after completing the last mission. The most important thing now is not the reward. You were suddenly bewildered when you realized who was standing next to you. Did you do such shady actions to lure me into this? The person chairing the meeting was still talking endlessly, so here I would like to announce that the proposal has been approved, making the Du-kwan unable to help but think, what is that guy in glasses doing tapping the hammer? Suddenly there was a loud voice, wait, making him bewildered, what's going on? Senior Si-dong, I also make a suggestion, please continue with the sequel to the previous program, okay? The people sitting below were also talking loudly. Who was that guy standing next to her? Why suddenly, oh my god, Sidong is the best, holding a low-class certificate in his hand, making the Duquan unable to help but be confused. Yes, one thing is for sure, everyone's eyes are on this direction. Will I be beaten to a pulp by them here? The guy with the hammer continued to announce, the current vacant position in the staff of the Bullying Council. You mean the election of representatives of Boare Midong? Is this election to represent the political community or something? These guys are crazy. Sidong immediately spoke up, yes, I have found the right person for that position, while he was still silently thinking, if I silently leave this place while they are talking, I will probably escape. Okay, right? While the host was still shouting loudly on the stage, I was speaking as a new representative of Boare Midong, when the do-man was immediately pulled back. She said loudly Haduquan. At this point, he quickly realized that he had actually become a candidate for the representative position of Boare Midong. The gossip continued, isn't that the person on the screen, is he worthy, crazy? The host also seemed happy. If he wasn't the one causing damage to our side, then he wouldn't be a problem. He's not the perfect candidate. After that eloquent declaration, Sidong continued to add, defeating 3 thugs in just one day, that was enough to prove his ability to become a representative. Unsong, why are you so quiet? She said that guy beat people to show his leadership ability. Not only was he not angry, but he also expressed sympathy. Well, it's not wrong to say that. In response to the Duquan's reprimands, what the hell are you talking about, Sidong? There's no way I'm joining a bullying council. What the hell is a representative for? She still calmly advised. Think carefully, what kind of situation are you stuck in? Second year of Haduquan High School. They quickly agreed to vote when they heard the order. Those who agreed to be eliminated raised their hands. With the consensus of everyone, from now on Haduquan is the target of the 497 council members bullying Kwane district. His eyes were so shocked that he wanted to say something but he couldn't. Seeing that Duquan was scared to death, Sidong immediately advised, if you become a member of the council they will not touch you anymore, there is no other choice or you can fight with 500 people. He suddenly understood the problem and quickly replied, you're right. Anyway, thank you for taking care of me, but, before he could finish speaking, Sidong interrupted, I'm not doing this for you. There's a bastard aiming for that representative position, would rather put you up instead of him. The Duquan suddenly felt curious about the so-called bastard. Suddenly, a tall guy walked up and stood right behind me. The curious Duquan looked up, and quickly recognized this guy, who was at the arcade earlier. Meanwhile, he seemed extremely happy. Sidong, why didn't you remind me that today is the annual meeting? Seeing that she was confused, she replied, Kong Se-hun, why are you, he continued, constantly teasing? I knew right away that my boyfriend was very shady. And this is what you're hiding, huh? Se-hun then turned to look at the Duquan. Even if you're not satisfied with my running for office, that's still a bit too much, don't you think? And you're trying to oppose me, by nominating this guy to be my representative, Sidong. Look, all he can do is just pat a few times. At this moment, Duquan is both in pain and confused. What is this? It feels like he's being grabbed by a rock. He breathes. I can't breathe. The person chairing the meeting couldn't help but speak up. Please don't cause any trouble in the middle of the meeting, senior. So the new representative of Boare Midong is Haduquan, right? Yes. Se-hun, of course, was unwilling and raised his voice. Why not me? Sidong immediately reminded, hey, stop acting like it can't be you. Everyone present was also interested in this funny story. What the hell were those people doing? But that Haduquan was weak, wasn't he? Oh my god, Sidong scolded him and still looked so charming. The host must ask again, with these 2 candidates for the representative position, I declare. We will do it. That statement made Duquan really confused. What did he mean? Thinking he couldn't stay silent anymore, he immediately corrected himself. Hey, I have no intention of being a representative. Before the Duquan could finish speaking, he was surprised. Why were these people suddenly like this? His eyes were extremely confused. When I saw them get up and move out to create a space. It turns out they are following the host's orders. The match will take place until one of them gives up or is defeated. If Haduquan wins, he will be given the position of Bo representative. Are Midong, while Se-hun is full of enthusiasm with a confident tone, why do you have to do these 3 things? You are quite timid, wait for these crazy people. A match, just 20 seconds ago I was reminded not to cause trouble in the middle of the meeting or something, but without thinking too much I surrendered. I will give up immediately. That was my intention, but the next sentence made him think again. however according to the first statement if Hadukwon is defeated, he will be eliminated. Seihan also eloquently declared, "Si Dong don't blame me, it was your fault for hiding your secrets." Dukwon also realized, "I really have no choice. If you're stuck in this kind of damn situation, standing in front of an enemy that still confidently asserts itself, leave Boare Midong to me." Then he loudly reminded the Dukwon, "Where are you looking?" when suddenly you saw him rushing down from above, causing him to just stand there silently and watch. At this time the Dukwon had also made up his mind, he must definitely win. From the air, he used the attack to deal with Seihan, making everyone watching admire. That's a move that everyone spreads by word of mouth, looks classy in real life, that's a famous move. Seihan also puts his hand out to shield himself with marble by Boaremi Kong. Seihan made the viewers admire him again, he is also really strong. Or is it because my penis just didn't have enough strength, is that so? Seihan was also a bit cautious, "You scared me," but Dukwon couldn't help but be surprised, he could block that shot. Even Dukmanchun fell in one kick. "I've run out of turns to use the skill, the system has now issued a warning, you don't have enough mana left." This makes the Dukwon worried knowing that without the skill I can't win. It means failure. Seihan also took offense at his indifferent attitude. "What are you thinking?" The Dukwon was still trying to find a way to escape when his neck was tightly clamped. The more you struggled, the more pleased he became. It was useless to pat. "I will clamp you until you lose consciousness." At that moment, the Dukwon suddenly remembered. "He looks very familiar, that's why I find him so familiar. He changed so much that I didn't recognize him." That summer, the weather was especially hot. "I can't breathe again." When a fat guy grabs your neck and says, "Patting is useless. As long as I can find a golden squirrel for me, I'll let it go." At that time, I often had to pretend to faint at school, before the confused looks of my classmates. "What's wrong with this guy? He passed out again." Even when eating a Dukwon, you have to endure his torture. "You eat all this and then I will let you go," even while going to the bathroom. Still have to endure the threats, "I won't let you go until you're gone." Because of him I've fainted countless times just because of his jokes. But what I'm most afraid of isn't fainting, but when you see your classmates surrounding you. The kind of situation I face every time I wake up. Endured enough ridicule, just because of him I had to go through so much humiliation. Since then I get nervous every time I stand in front of girls, and become a complete failure. The Dukwon was lying on the ground with a face full of indignation, suffering curses from those present. "People like you don't deserve to grow old, they should die." Seihan, in the mood of a triumphant winner, said, "I'm so happy, the result is so obvious but..." He lost weight again and changed his appearance. To be surrounded by girls? The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I become. I don't want to lose to a bastard like him, but how can I beat him? The talkative people continue to discuss, "This isn't even a match, of course, how do you think a no-name guy like him has a chance to beat Kong Se? Hun, yes, that's true. No chance, idiot." That sentence was like waking up Dukwon. "Do I have a chance to win this match? I used the last skill, and it was blocked from the first shot. To quickly counter his clamp attack, I can't do anything but pat like a useless person, I'm hopeless." Seihan eloquently declared, "From now on I will be the representative of Boare Midong, no one has any opinion." Dukwon also accepts, "This is my end." I almost thought so. Seeing him slowly stand up, he smirked, "Why do you want to eat again? You really endured the pain." The Dukwon was no less competitive and immediately responded, "Take care of yourself first. From now on I will tell you what hell is." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet. The Du Mandarin's coat lay sprawled on the ground. Everyone was shocked, really, I couldn't believe my eyes. I've never seen anyone who can throw so many punches. The most amazing thing is, it punches like a hen. Dukwon kept encouraging himself, he was almost there, just a little more. 7 hours ago, you were eagerly rummaging through your stuff, wondering where you put it. The reward I received from defeating Dukmanchun. The system has issued a notification, as a reward for the quest chain you have received a silver key. The silver key is a hero item that can open the character's sealed passive skills. He quickly held that key in his hand and tested it. In that list, defense skills are what makes Dukwon extremely interested, so it can unlock defense skills, right? He quickly chose to open it. With a feeling of suspense and anticipation. Confirmation system once again, exclusive defense skill profession unlocked. Critical strike defense skill, mana cost, you only have a 1% chance of triggering a critical strike when making continuous attacks. Dukwon observed and thought, a critical hit when continuously attacking, a defense skill that doesn't consume any mana, it's exactly what I need right now. 1% chance, but isn't this too stingy, meaning it takes 100 punches to get one to appear, right? Last time you gave me a skill that required more mana than I had available, now you gave me this damn skill. Because it seemed so useless, I ignored it. Now I have no choice but to use it. I've run out of options, I'll use the combo rake technique. Si Dong couldn't help but feel embarrassed by the jokes. That guy is really funny. But the Duquan doesn't care, if I keep punching him I'll be able to activate it. I had to take advantage of him while he was still surprised. You spoke up and distracted his attention. It was fast, wasn't it? It was too fast. Could you catch it in time? Sehun's eyes were full of confusion. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Even the Do-man must blame this skill, it's unbearably cruel. They really forced themselves to hit 100 times. The final blow was aimed straight at Sehun, but it still didn't seem to be effective, as he calmly wondered, what are you doing? In-game random algorithm is one of the irreplaceable factors. Random algorithm gives everyone a fair level up of equipment in having a chance of success. The players were often disappointed and exclaimed, I missed it again. A success that is not easy to achieve in real life. In order to satisfy all players, Duquan is really determined to conquer it, when reminded by his fellow players, hey, old man and woman. Did you know that you used the English tutoring fee to upgrade your equipment? He calmly replied, why should I care when I'm using the money to take extra math lessons? The guy even made a joke, or that random algorithm was rigged. The Duquan immediately dismissed it. Nonsense, I will achieve it this time because I have failed so many times. This time I will have it well. Test that ability every day. But be careful, your friend said with great confidence. One more time and it will win, are you sure? I said it will work this time. The reason you are so confident is because of the random algorithm. Also provide. After so many attempts, the system still announced that the upgrade had failed, causing the Duquan to exclaim angrily about this damn game, equal despair. So after that punch you gave Sehun. Yelling at him, my eyes were filled with confusion. Why didn't it activate? I put all my remaining strength into those 100 punches, theoretically one of them should have been. Sehun still calmly teased, what are you trying to do with those weak punches? If you want to win a match, must be dealt a cruel blow. Duquan was both in pain and despair as he lay on the ground. Faced with his insults, I thought I was hiding something really big, but it turned out I was just talking loudly. Even if you really had a plan to get rid of 130 kilograms of excess fat, I have worked hard and trained every day for all these years. You cannot cause even the smallest scratch on this body. Sehun suddenly stopped when he heard the weak voice, yes you were. Since middle school, you've been a fat, trashy bastard. That sentence made him wonder, do you know me, who are you? The official's tone was full of indignation. Of course you don't remember, so typical of miserable bullies like you. The victims must endure that pain forever. But for you guys, those things are just like the wind and the clouds drifting away. Seeing Sehun's troubled attitude, he suddenly stopped, accidentally saying too much. As he approached, he said, what have I ever done to you? I don't really remember, but your face was dirty and said loudly, don't come close to me. Stay away from me. Sehun quickly grabbed his leg and said provocatively, otherwise what? Then gave a sharp warning shot. Aren't you the same? You don't remember all the toys you used to play with as a child clearly, do you? Si Dong quickly spoke up, Haduquan. Immediately someone interrupted and gave up. Hanan Sung, representing Si Lim Dong, continued to speak, continuing like this would only be a waste of time. It's clear who wins and loses, right? In his heart, the Duquan silently blamed himself. I was such a fool to put my hope in that damn 1%, there was no way I could win against that monster. Sehun seemed quite pleased, he had just been fighting for a while and his shoulders were already tired, making him even more discouraged. There was no way to win against him. But if I give up now, I will be beaten to the ground by all of them. How can I get out of this situation? Unsung emphasized again, the match is over. The Duquan still tried to get up and loudly said, no, it's not over yet. Sehun ran out of patience and shouted loudly, you're really stubborn, do you still want to eat more? Sidong also feels sad right now, after being beaten so badly, he's still trying. The Duquan's eyes were full of determination. Slowly stood up, not forgetting to remind myself that I must get out of this place. Let's try distracting him a little. Speaking of which, when we were in middle school, you and I were very close. This is the only way we can do it, ignore the bullies or the pants. What? Sehun asked in surprise, why did he suddenly say that? Weren't you just cursing me for being a fat, trashy bastard? Hearing this, he suddenly thought, I'll ask my mother to let me move him to the island. This is a deserted island, but to do that, we need to find a way to get out of here first. The Duquan tried to keep calm and happily continued, close friends sometimes tease each other with a word or two, right? Realizing the opportunity has come, it was at this moment that he was about to run away. Then suddenly he found himself caught in his shirt on the ground. The Duquan just blamed himself for taking off his shirt, my dear, and then tried to hold on when he fell toward Sehun. An accidental touch hit him, immediately causing Sehun to be thrown away. His entire body was slammed against the door, then fell flat on the ground. Everyone was talking, did you see that owl? What the hell, did Kang Sehun just fly? Even Si Dong was surprised and speechless. The talkative people quickly turned around, really sick. What just happened? Damn, I knew it was like this. Compress the air into the palm of your hand and then push it to the opponent's body. The attack can destroy all of the opponent's bones and internal organs in the blink of an eye. Emperor Long Yen set his hand. The Duquan almost burst out laughing when he heard it. That's not it, that crazy idiot. The system quickly informs you that you have used a critical blow. Made the Duquan extremely happy, finally able to activate it, right in the middle of his chest. I didn't expect much because it was just a defense move, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. So he had won the match, and before he could feel satisfied, he noticed Sehun slowly standing up. You've been pretending to be weak all this time, even though you're this strong. Are you kidding me? Kill me and kill you. That fierceness made the Duquan extremely confused. Why was he even more aggressive after being beaten? The chatty guys were laughing out loud. Look at that guy shaking like a leaf. That guy is dead. There must be something wrong. It's smiling. Despair is distributed equally to each person. Almost every player has experienced it. Even so, I didn't stop trying. Seeing the absent-minded eyes of the Duquan friend next to me, I immediately became worried. Hey, are you okay? Maybe you were so shocked that you ascended to heaven. Let's go home, stop trying to punch and eat sticky rice and give up. You still haven't moved at all. Because the world has reported that the Holy Emperor has successfully upgraded to level 25, someone has done it. Success exists little by little. Witnessing the existence of success firsthand makes Duquan feel hopeful. Look, someone has done it, then I can do it too, right? I still have the literature tutor fee. Despair has turned into hope. It is for that reason that every player in the world abandon all hope in random algorithms. The male lead ran and shouted loudly. Another shot to the chest. Kang Sehun was now on the defensive. He exclaimed, I won't fall in the same place twice. Suddenly, a punch reached out in front of his eyes and directly stunned him. The length is 6.1 meter and the weight is up to 1,900 kilograms. Nearly 85% of the body mass is muscle, the most cruel predator in the ocean. Killer shark if you like. Two boys playing on the beach, but I think we swam a little too far from shore. It's okay. I'm already scared. Then the two accidentally encountered it at sea. Kick him in the nose. No matter how strong many creatures are, their nose is always their weak point. And the same goes for humans. No matter how strong they train their bodies, they still cannot train their noses. Just a thug's fist hit straight in the middle of his nose. That was also a fatal blow. After finishing speaking, Duquan punched his opponent hard in the nose and shouted loudly that it was fake, idiot. The boy who was hit in a weak spot held his nose in pain. The male protagonist kept telling himself that he needed one more finishing blow. After the attack just now, his hand was bruised and he scolded him, that's not enough. There's no way I'll bet on that 1% again. On the other side, streams of blood poured down onto the ground. Kang Sehun let out a pitiful cry. The dog killed you. I'll kill him. Before he could finish his sentence when a hand silently wrapped around his body. Duquan clenched his hands and threatened to shut up. You're the one who has to die, he said, then used his hand to hook up his opponent's nose. If you continue to tease me, I won't let you go until you give up. The man was extremely hurt and could only choke out the words, bastard. The people around witnessed this scene and couldn't stop exclaiming, I had goosebumps all over my tent. Wow, that kid is really barbaric. And Sidong froze when he saw that. She wondered what she was seeing. Kang Sehun was beaten until tears ran down his face and he tried very hard to say I. Giving up, the male lead let go of his hand and let him fall to the ground. He stood to one side, breathing heavily. You said you could do it. After the battle, the Duquan finally spoke to himself. Right now, the electric wire on the other side is broken and is getting stuck in the water. The male lead still didn't know that a fire was flickering behind him and excitedly said, we've won. When he turned back to look, his face showed fear. When the young people saw that, they were talking loudly. Suddenly they burst into flames. They look so cool. What kind of effect did he create? That's fire, you idiots, run quickly. Damn, the elevator can't open. Du Quan looked at the crowd of people running away but still looked stupid, wondering what's going on. Last time the police barged in at the coffee shop, now the group of people took turns saying they were running up the stairs to work. The male lead got stuck in the middle and had to scream in fear that he was being pushed away, and now he's being pushed away. Fire. After a while of running away, everyone was on the street. Du Quan thought to himself that he thought he was going to die. He gasped and hesitantly said, "Please let me breathe," but luckily he escaped safely. Suddenly, a voice rang out from around, "Oh, Senior Si Dong is nowhere to be found. Could it be that she's still stuck up there? There's no way she could be carrying Kong Esian, but they're both from Boare Midong." Han Sung pondered, quietly observed the surroundings. On the stairs inside the building just now, Du Quan hurriedly ran upstairs, thinking to himself that if there was a fire, he would have to run away immediately, but why were he still up there? Damn, why did I come back? I don't even know who she is, I only know her name. His mind suddenly flashed the image of that girl. Someone who isn't even important to me. Even so, you and Sidong used to go out together on the street, and one time the girl even asked you, "Didn't you promise to spend the whole day with me?" While he was lost in his thoughts, a moment later he arrived at the place where the boy opened the door and called Sidong's name. I came, and suddenly he was speechless when he saw that someone had come first and helped the girl put out the fire earlier. "The source of the fire is gone." The man quietly asked what he was doing. Du Quan replied blankly to ask if I could go home yet. On the outside he looked calm, but inside he was so humiliated he thought to himself that he didn't have a hole to crawl into anymore. In the middle of the dark night, the man helped Kong Si-hun away and said, "Because of the fire, the meeting will be postponed indefinitely. Details of the next meeting will be announced later." Dear new representative of Boare Midong, Senior Ha Du Quan. Upon hearing these words, the male protagonist realized that he had become part of the bullies. I must be dreaming. After a while the boy and Sidong went out for a walk and suddenly the girl spoke up. "I know this sounds selfish, but I didn't put you in that position based on emotion. I had it all planned out, so don't worry, and now you should be grateful to me for helping you escape being eliminated." Du Quan, who was next to him, listened and pondered. Yes, she was right. If I didn't become a representative, I would have to face even worse things. Luckily, it didn't go too far. While lost in thought, Sidong raised his voice and said he had come to my house. The man hesitantly replied okay and said goodbye. "That's right." He held the stuffed fish in front of him and said, "When I was at the amusement park, I saw that you wanted it, so I picked it up for you. Now I only have this one left." The girl looked at the stuffed animal in front of her and asked him Ha Du Quan in bewilderment. "What is this?" The male lead suddenly asked again. "Weren't you just staring at the fish-picking machine?" Did Sidong only realize it then? "I'm not looking at those cotton fish. I'm reading the wanted poster posted on that machine." When Du Quan heard these words, he could only sigh in exclamation. Then the woman said, "Thank you for that." What's the matter?" the young man wondered. Sidong hugged the stuffed fish and replied that he came back to save me. "So goodbye." Just those simple words made Ha Du Quan's face turn red and he shyly said, "Goodbye Sidong. Right now the system sends a notification. Let's complete the boy's mission to become a man." After reading it, the Du Quan whispered in admiration, finally completing it. "Man, what makes a bully, these bastards." Suddenly the system pops up a message saying you have completed a total of 8 missions and are calculating bonus points. The Du Quan's heart is now thinking that he has completed 8 missions, so what about those dating missions? That's bad. What key will I get this time? The system finally confirms that you have received the mission reward. After the system displayed the message, the male lead suddenly shouted loudly, "This is." The scene changes to an early morning. While the cleaners were still working hard, Ha Du Quan prepares a decent outfit because today is the first day of 12th grade. "I have to get to school earlier than anyone else to carry out this important task." And that was the guy silently thinking. Equipment to make a mess of clothes. Because I study in a new room, I have to come early to install them to where he looks at the classroom diagram and tells me where my place is. When he entered the classroom, he was startled and wondered if someone was there earlier than him. He moved to his desk and thought he needed to put all this equipment down here. "Oops, I made a noise and I'm sorry." He glanced at the man's student card and it said Hanansung Shinin High School. He muttered the name Han Sung. It sounded familiar and he suddenly remembered that Si Dong had reminded him to remember this from now on. Representative of Si Lim Dong Han Sung. As the most dangerous bully in the district's bully council, Du Quan now looked at the dangerous boy in the legend appearing in front of him again and was so scared that he trembled and suddenly Unsung asked, "You, don't be afraid, you are also one of the representatives now." Although the man reassured you, the Duquan still thought that so no matter what. Suddenly the man said, but thinking about it, dealing with you right here is still the best idea. Seeing this situation, Duquan is still alert enough to realize that you shouldn't mess with him. Then he tried to explain that now that I'm also on the council, we're on the same side, shouldn't we not fight? Han Sung heard that and nonchalantly replied that he's on the same side. You still think you won't be punished by the council, but now I'm the representative of Boare Midong, and that's what the male protagonist said. The young man coldly replied that there was such a rule that members of the council were allowed to collide with each other. In this world, ranking by strength is very important, so I can completely hit you. He then lifted the male lead up slightly, making him cry out in pain. Take revenge on the lobster liver eater who dares to touch Si Lim Dong. Just when Duquan thought he was about to die. Then the guy in front of me suddenly calmed down and said that I actually didn't care about that. Say it like him. It's true, we're on the same side. After Duquan heard these words, he could not believe his ears. Just then Han Sung walked towards the door and said, I will tell you guys so you can rest assured that from now on there won't be any members of Si Lim Dong. I won't touch you anymore. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. A moment later, the group of students began to enter the classroom and chatted loudly. Han Duquan leaned back in his chair and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that it was just the first day of second year and he had almost pooped all over his pants. Right now, he suddenly realized that Han Sung was not in my class, so why was he waiting for him here? He glanced at the scene and thought that it wasn't just that. After class, the second group of friends in the class still hadn't moved. They were still happily playing with each other. When the Duquan saw that, he wondered why. It's the same when going out for third period, so why? At lunchtime, the male lead was still sitting there in a daze, wondering if no one had ordered him to do all the work. Never before had anything like this happened, and the strangest thing was, friends in class still have fun with each other. The classroom is too peaceful. He started walking around the school and then immersed himself in the usual thoughts of the new school year starting. There will be fights between students like the case below, those bastards will cry out, choose this pig, draw a MCU on the table and then sing a Kimomochi. It is at this time that the bullies will gather to bully the weakest. And threatening the other students in the class like us will make you all like him at any moment. Just like in the case of these bullies who are making sarcastic comments in a year, your fate will be met, my child. Duquan looked at the chaotic scene inside each classroom when suddenly, a bang came from behind him, causing him to freeze on the spot. A person who was thrown out of the classroom was cowering in pain. The male protagonist witnessed this scene and thought that in case there was a competitor, they will use violence to solve the problem and gain power. Now the king of the fourth grade is the king of the fourth grade. In the classroom, the bullies still laugh out loud after beating people. Are you stupid? What, dogs? Han Duquan thinks that everyone strives to become king. Schools in this era apply the law of big fish eating small fish and natural selection. This is the wild world. The boy had just entered the men's restroom. Then I exclaimed, oh my god, those brutal people suddenly had someone around them calling Ha Duquan's name. Looking at the man in front of the male lead suddenly shouted Sin Chae-min. He remembered the last time he had a fight with Chae-min and thought he was crazy. He forgot he was also at this school. Maybe he was looking for him because of the incident at the cafe. At this time, the boy suddenly shouted Ha Duquan's name, making him scared. Suddenly Chae-min came forward and held Duquan's hand and said warmly, congratulating him on hearing that he had become the representative of Boare Midong. Hey Duquan, you're close to Unsung, aren't you close like you and me? Looking at the agitated appearance of the male lead, I can't help but wonder what's wrong with this crazy guy. Then he asked him why his attitude was different from that time. Chae-min heard that and avoided answering, oh my god, I was so careless, but it was time to self-study. After hearing that, the boy immediately exposed his hand. You don't have a watch. The man replied that I'm leaving first, please pass on my greetings to Unsung. After saying that, he quickly ran away, leaving the male lead alone wondering where he hit his head. When the male protagonist returned to class, the scene was still peaceful as before. He sat still and showed an unwilling expression, no one really touched him. Looking at Sin Chae-min's attitude, we can understand. Han Unsung's words are true. Having a peaceful life at school like this is something I've longed for a long time. Finally, you came to the conclusion that I don't need these things anymore. In a situation like this, I should be so happy that I could cry, but why do I feel so restless? At first I thought the quests would force me to fight delinquents but, recalling the moment the man solemnly said the new representative of Boare Midong Ha Duquan, he realized that in the end it turned him into an officer of the council. What is the real purpose of this system? Is it taking advantage of me to do something? Or was it because I was thinking too much? Maybe it was just because I thought my life was so miserable that I threw it away, and after saying that, a sweet voice rang out, making the boy surprised that he didn't play games today, right? A girl brought a gift box to the do man's place and softly asked him if he wanted to eat this. At this moment, he also thought that God thought he was so pitiful, so he brought a gift box. The male lead received the gift and shyly asked, Rin, are you here for something? Could this be, last time I didn't have time to thank you so I kept worrying about it? It's not something special, I just want thank you, the girl interrupted. Duquan happily opened the gift. He was extremely happy at this moment and thought, crazy, 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 I received a gift from Rin. This is not a dream, right? The object inside the box that seemed to be chocolate turned out to be this slimy octopus. After watching the boy, he was surprised and wondered if it was really a dream. Immediately after that, he softly asked if this was really a gift, Rin. The woman opposite him quickly replied, yes, that day he had a problem. The injury was very serious. I heard that live octopus is good for recovery, so I brought it there. Haduquan trembled as he picked up the gift box in front of him. He acted calmly and said that it was like that. If you look closely, you can see that his heart is still beating. What's so lucky? Rin replied, you should eat quickly because people say it's best to eat while you're alive. Hearing the girl's innocent words made the male lead even more surprised and asked, now? Suddenly a voice interrupted the two people's conversation, hey, play the game for me, please. After saying that, the boy coldly turned away and walked away. Seeing this, Rin curiously asked if he was his best friend. Duquan unconsciously looked at the back of his classmate from earlier and answered no. At the same time in the dark room, the crowd was talking excitedly about him shaking hands with someone. It was really strange. Unsung has never seen you do that before. After listening, the man just gently asked a question, are you curious? This guy is a Kim Ki-din in second year of Escalating. After looking at the photo, he immediately replied that no, he also has his own thoughts. Unsung fumbled with the photos in his hand and said, I thought about how he would act if he was threatened in a one-on-one situation. But instead of attacking or defending, he just cowered. After hearing that, Ki-din replied, then there will be two cases. One is him leaving it to fate, the other is pretending to make him forget to take precautions. The man in front of him objected to that idea, saying that both it wasn't obvious that his whole body was shaking with fear. His eyes he tried his best to stare at something. The boy gave his thoughts. If it's what you say, then maybe his recklessness is not simple. Yes, I can feel that war the president, but with Haduquan there is something very especially. Unsung continued. Ki-din continued to ask the question, so it was because of that special thing that you shook hands with him. The boy sitting on the chair on the other side faintly replied, no, you said you weren't curious. First of all, just knowing that would be more interesting than hearing me talk face to face with him. On the other hand, in the male protagonist's classroom, he suddenly stood up and ignored Rin who was calling the Duquan's name. He clenched his fists and thought this bastard had his fate. Then he came in front of the red-haired boy from before and seriously said hey and stood up. In his heart, he now extremely hated the guy in front of him and thought to himself, how dare you ruin my sweet moment with you, believe. On the other side, the tattooed boy suddenly spoke, but the third class was quiet today, right? Unsung held up the photo and said it must be because of this guy, right? After hearing that, the man laughed and said, oh crazy So Songgu, he's also in third grade, so he's in the same class as Haduquan and this is according to Unsung's words. So we have a good show to watch. Returning to the male lead's classroom, he held the phone in front of his face and said authoritatively, didn't you hear what Han Unsung said? I'm a Haduquan. A person like you who isn't very strong is doing it wrong, like that because he secretly thought he couldn't let Atin see his embarrassing appearance. If you want to play game, then go fuck yourself. If you don't want to be beaten, have you heard what Unsung said? Duquan said while relying on him anyway, those Escalating kids don't dare to touch me. At this time, So Gonggu, a second-year student in the district's bully council, suddenly cried out. Barking at something, the boy from the Bungcheon-dong gang said uncomfortably, hear the call, hey. Songgu immediately looked up with angry eyes, what did you just say? Duquan immediately tried to stay calm and said loudly, you don't have any hands or face, why should I play games for you? This brat, I'll tell you, Unsung. His killer eyes made him feel extremely scared. Then Songgu suddenly changed his expression. I'm happy to take your phone back, sorry. I heard that I could ask you to play games for me, but I didn't expect you to hate it so much. The Duquan immediately responded, of course I hate having to play games for others, I'll only forgive you this time. That's it, do you hear me clearly? Only now can you breathe a sigh of relief. I'm worried about whitening my teeth and from now on I have to often show Erin the manly side of this Haduquan. Before I could continue talking to the beauty, one of her friends came to urge her, why do you keep running around to other classes? Hurry up and get the seat first this time. Made the Duquan feel a bit regretful. The loudspeaker rang again, the second-year students paid attention, it was noontime for the second year. He suddenly stopped, wait, if I leave now, maybe I'll be able to sit with Erin, and now we're closer to each other. If I go looking for her, the Du-man is happily planning to leave but someone else will hold my hand. His surprised eyes when he discovered. A boy pulled his hand and said, wait a minute. Duquan asked confusedly, you are. Right now the school cafeteria is bustling with laughter and chatter. Songgu is also walking closer, then slowly entered the dining room like other students. Unfortunately, he hit someone else in the back. That strong male student immediately spoke up to remind him, hey, you're a second year, right? I'm a third year, so please let us eat first. For the second-year students up front, if our third year eats too much, please understand. Hello, where are you? I'm blocking the entrance so get here quickly, the teacher in charge of the students is eating so let's just cut in line. Duquan is still busy asking questions about the friend he just met. You are a wallet I mean Dihan, what are you doing in my class? That person still insists, I am also in third grade like you. Sitting right next to you. Anyway, it's very dangerous for you to act like that. Be more careful from now on. That warning made the Duquan confused and ask again, what are you careful about? Then what you just did in front of Sunggu, don't you know who Sunggu is? Duquan shook his head slightly, I don't know much about this school, from first year until now I've only been playing games all the time. That's it, but what's wrong with him? From the looks of it, he's not a bad boy. Sunggu is not like other bullies, he won't attack others for no reason, he also doesn't care about class hierarchy at all. Moreover, with his rather calm personality, he usually doesn't get bothered by things like his children. Hearing this, the Duquan is not surprised at all. So there's nothing wrong with him. Dihan continued to explain, but there was one thing that would make him change 180 degrees. That's when someone dares to get in his way. When that third-year male student was threatening, what was that eye-warming thing about? You don't like letting your seniors eat before you, huh? Dihan immediately shouted, this brat. Are you faster than me? He immediately raised his hand, hey, what about the senior? Of course my hand will be faster. Dihan, quick as lightning, attacked him, causing him great pain. Angrily, he shouted loudly, this guy's time has come. While the two were fighting, the third-year male student struggled to attack but it was ineffective. He was really confused, what the hell is going on, that bastard is so fast, I can't even put a finger on him. I'm asking you, are you faster than me? Dihan's loud screams also made the other male students blush. You can't even lay a finger on me, how dare you get in my way? Oh this bastard. The scream also startled the Duquan. At this time it was already late afternoon. As I walked out, Duquan thought, I understand that he is very confident about his speed, but just because he was in the way, is it worth beating someone to such an extent? I don't know anything else, but there are rumors that something bad happened when he was in the track and field club in middle school. Duquan, you should also be careful, he's normally very calm, but he changes 180 degrees when someone dares to block his way. Thinking for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, wouldn't that be better? As long as I don't block his path, it's fine, right? This school year will be peaceful. Before he could finish speaking, the system spoke up, the mission was to sprint, run fast and surpass Sunggu right now, 10-minute limit. The missions keep coming so fast that the Duquan can't control his anger, damn why do you keep haunting me, today is so peaceful. Have to pass through So Songgu again? This is clearly a mission that forces me to fight him, no it's not important, if I don't want to be punished by this system. Then I have to find Songgu as quickly as possible. Suddenly from afar there was a faint voice calling, can someone please save me? I'm sorry, I just ran because I was afraid I would be late for tutoring class. I didn't know you were standing right in front of me, I didn't dare bump into you like that. Songgu also growled, I was asking, are you faster than me? The poor male student's school bag is lying on the ground. Immediately caught Songgu's sight. He immediately went to take it, then turned around and left. The male student was lying curled up in fear. His face was swollen and puffy from being beaten. Choked sobs cried out from time to time. Suddenly someone came to comfort me. "You're a man, don't lie down like that and wipe it off." His voice trembled and he replied, "Thank you." Duquan immediately suggested, "Hey, do you want revenge?" The male student's voice suddenly hesitated. I wanted revenge but I wasn't strong enough to do it. Realizing there were only 2 minutes left, he lowered his voice. "It was this feeling again. It reminded me of the days when I was a loser like you. It felt like something was jumping up and down in my chest. Listen, you loser, now I feel like I can. From today on, he won't be allowed to behave like that anymore. Because I'll show him how to be polite." 6 days ago. After receiving the greeting, "Then go carefully," the Duquan also nodded back. "Go carefully si dong." You're breathing a sigh of relief. Now it's really over. Unexpectedly, the system announced, "The boy's task is to be a perfect man." This information makes the Duquan extremely angry. "What a man, you have turned me into a bully, system. Damned." It's also very comforting. You have completed a total of 8 missions, counting bonus points. Mission rewards. His eyes were extremely shocked. This is it. As a reward for completing the mission, you will receive a set of keys. The Duquan still couldn't help but wonder about the benefits this gift would bring. He was crazy. Is that okay? Even though the quest chain is really long. 1 golden key and 4 bronze keys. Should I start with the golden key? The system also does not forget to warn, pay attention when using the key chain. You must use all 4 keys continuously. After using the first key without using the remaining keys, the item will be destroyed. He immediately replied angrily, "Needless to say, I intend to use all 4 keys. Good products don't need to be used sparingly." Wait, using the golden key opens the random skill. The system also gives some suggestions including HP, attack power, MP, mental power, speed, defense, force and attack power. Part of the ability selected force will increase permanently. Unlike the golden key and bronze key, players can choose their own skills. While you are still quite similar to yourself, the system quickly urges, please choose one of the abilities mentioned above. You can use bronze key to unlock the skill you want. That is to say, I can improve my ability to match my opponent's characteristics in the next match. The Duquan's reason still keeps fighting. Calm down, right-hand man, save a little more. Until the next mission appears, remaining time is 2 minutes. That guy's weakness is crazy, it's okay. Pity. The street is peaceful. Suddenly disturbed by his hurried steps, the Duquan was now tired and out of breath. "My heart is broken, time is running out." Open the skill panel. I have to quickly use the key in a deserted place like this. Starting from the golden key, please come up with something useful. Stabbing into an opening requires 20 mana. A technique to attack with superhuman speed into an enemy's opening. Yes, it is a skill that requires little mana. I can avoid unfortunate situations like skills that can only be used once like before, but I'm busy and still lack a lot of mana. Use a bronze key to open the mana point. Ability unlocked, MP increased by 100. Next, hurry up, what should I open with the remaining 3 keys? What thoughts are there from the track and field club? Looking at the way he fights, I see he's really fast. So these 3 remaining keys, I'll put them all in here too. It's quite late now. The bus finally rolled off in a hurry. A female student was chasing and shouting loudly, the bus, because she could not control the speed. A collision occurred. She immediately ran away, not forgetting to say, "I'm sorry." The person who was hit was none other than Songgu. The female student breathed a sigh of relief when she caught the bus and was alive. "Thank you, driver." When Songgu was planning to attack the girl, luckily Duquan appeared and promptly stopped her. Mission completed at full speed. I heard him say it with a provocative attitude, and it hit me. Can I ask? Can you accept my apology? The system immediately committed a crime, switched to a series of quests to use all its strength to determine victory or defeat. Defeat the monster So Songgu. This situation was not beyond my expectations, if it was an inevitable battle. From crash into the gap. This is the first step under the border. It's great that he got hit. At this moment, Songgu seemed to have lost all composure and shouted, "Bastard." That scream scared the official and he immediately ran away. First, you have to distract him and then use the technique to hit him again in the back. At this time, it seemed that Songgu was about to catch up with Duquan. "I just caught up with you." He quickly let go of the strap of his bag, causing him to lose his momentum, causing the distance between the two of them to widen a bit. Unfortunately, the Duquan suddenly fell to his knees on the ground. He must have used one of his skills, but he was still able to move instantly. Is it because the skill of stabbing into gaps consumes little mana but in return the devastating effect is weak? Songgu also lost everything. Calmly call out, "Hey you bastard, you think faster," before he could finish speaking, he used the skill to stab the gap 3 times in a row. I just need to use it more than once. I thought so, Duquan confidently affirmed, but my punch was very fast. I felt like I had become a professional assassin. But this guy isn't as strong as I thought. If it's this big, it's worth a try. Song-gu began to decide to remove the backpack. You really make me crazy. The Duquan suddenly stopped and thought to himself, that crazy guy has finally given up. What's in the backpack? At this moment, he was still full of fighting spirit, but unfortunately was lifted by Song-gu. He just said it out loud, try repeating it again. The Duquan, in his pathetic appearance, was still wondering, what's wrong with this bastard? He was faster than before. It turns out it was because of that heavy backpack that he was so slow all this time. Song-gu emphasized again, I say you try barking again, you bastard. Just one of his fists was enough to knock him over. The rotation is a series of somersaults. Made him blush, he had to admit that he was too strong. How many times have I used the skill? Song-gu suddenly said slowly, I didn't recognize him when we met at school just now. It turns out you're that bastard. Duquan really wanted to turn on him. But I don't have enough courage. Before the mana decreases further, should I use the falcon? No, if it's this guy, the possibility of him avoiding it is very high. If I waste it like that, the game will really end. What method should I use to fight someone so fast? I have no experience in fighting. Song-gu immediately joked, being in a vegetative state and paralyzed in the lower half of the body, which one do you prefer between the two? Duquan was a bit confused, it's too dangerous at this rate, I don't know if it will be useful. He rushed forward and shouted loudly, I hate both of those stone-headed bastards. He could also judge in his heart, I have no other choice now. The skill of crashing into gaps 3 times in a row was activated again, making Song-gu smirk. What kind of game is this? I don't know what you're planning to do. But that trick for me. It's nothing, you idiot. The Duquan suddenly rose up strongly. Still confidently replied, why do you say no? The move just now was not a fast thrust. It's a slow hand wave, okay. In the fighting game genre, the most basic of the basics of winning. That's the painting. That's the fighting method I know, but it only exists in games, so I made a bet to try it, okay? At this moment, when I opened my ability, I thought that with the speed battle, I definitely had no chance of winning. So instead of choosing speed, I chose increased attack power. Currently my punch is 31, a little heavier. Yes, it's not difficult at all. From now on I will treat this battle as a game. I played the game myself. Assuming this battle is a game, the first thing I have to do is to grasp the opponent's tricks. His position until now, hitting the blind spot. As soon as you avoid an attack from behind, you must quickly attack with a punch immediately. First of all, be careful not to get hit in the face. Opportunity to counterattack. Even if the enemy kicks you away, fell prostrate to the ground. Song-gu's footsteps are getting closer and closer. Confidently assert, you can't win against me. Yes, he's on the track team. Compared to his fists, his legs are his strong point. Should have been hit on the forehead instead of hitting the face, and it would have almost broken open. The longer the argument lasted, the more disadvantageous I became, so the Duquan quickly chose to provoke me. My head is made of stone, you know that bastard, let's fight and win. Had to pretend to crash. Those loopholes. Absolutely no returns. While Song-gu was concentrating hard, while giving him a sky-shattering kick while cursing, what the hell are you doing? Seeing the Du Mandarin's naive eyes looking up to the sky, he then spoke sarcastically, the moves were so clearly visible. Do you think it works? You don't have anything to show off, little mouse. In that moment of lying on the ground filled with despair and pain, along with incessant coughing, his mood right now is quite confused. I was hit on the chin too hard, my body refused to listen at all. Something must be done quickly, something must be found. Duquan immediately looked up the system, status window, hit the skill window's blind spot. His attack method was already depleted, HP and MP only recovered when he slept, so I have to find another way to win. With the remaining MP I only have 2 shots left to hit the blind spot. To hit low RAM mana's blind spots, you need to use 20 attack techniques at high speed to hit your opponent's vulnerabilities. Wait, what is this? What is this? Song-gu continued to scream. The kick was huge, wasn't it? He started to gain momentum. Then swung his leg and kicked hard at the Du Mandarin's body. Just a second later, Song-gu hugged his leg and complained, his heel was so painful. The Duquan's face looked happy when he realized his success. Unlike the landing falcon, which is explained as landing the opponent with the feet, hitting this blind spot can be completely replaced by another part. This skill turns out not only the fingers can attack, now there is only one more time left to use the skill. I have already thought of my chance to win. To do that, I must first block my vision, then make a decision. Just now having that thought, Duquan Lin approached Songgu, then grabbed his collar, to be able to defeat him as quickly as possible. But the truth is not as expected, the Duquan just punched out. Then suddenly Songgu grabbed him and attacked him. He continued to move his legs towards him, causing the Duquan to collide with the fence to avoid the attack. Saw fragments of the wall fall to the ground. Songgu quickly picked it up and said loudly, knowing that I played like this from the beginning. A part of the memory of the track race was recreated. At that time his will was full of determination. I must be the fastest. When the official announced, next was the men's 100-meter running competition of the high school basic education. I told myself, by all means, to win first place, and in the end even if I received a medal from the organizers. But he couldn't do that and sadly stood at number 2. The feeling of disappointment and anger made Songgu clutch the trophy in his hand. After returning to the room, screams and curses started to ring out. Why did you let that kid steal first place? I had to endure being beaten by Dad all night long. When I was young, my father never missed that number 1 position once, so he couldn't control his anger and continued to curse. I told you if you don't get second place you have to be first place, but if you don't get first place then it's not. Doesn't mean anything. Dad was a promising athlete. After being in a traffic accident, his leg was damaged, so he kept using this weakness to torment himself. You look down on your father's leg. If it weren't for that accident, the doctor said there was no other way. Leaving the track team, he looked at his pile of medals and said, remember, Songgu, you must continue to fulfill the dream that your father could not fulfill. In the next competition, absolutely don't let me down. To meet the expectations of such a father, every day I struggled miserably. After training from the track team, I ran all night until I wanted to vomit. My pockets were always full. Sand. I tried to death like that, but nothing changed. That first place position is too high for me. Just give up. Every time I have such a thought, my father's words resound. If it weren't for that accident, at that moment I suddenly thought of a way. Late at night he arranged to meet the number 1 ranked person. He said in a gloating tone, Songgu, what's wrong? Why did you call me out here? Even if there's something to say. Songgu immediately turned around and gave the person who defeated him a good beating, thinking that those guys who were faster than me, those who passed me, just destroy them. So I'm the fastest. So while fighting with the Duquan, he suddenly said, I've turned a bastard into a vegetable before. Because of that guy, I was kicked out of the track team, abandoned by my father. It's all because of that bastard. It's just a way to feel the sense of touch. There's no problem at all. So what will it be like this time? He suddenly stopped for a moment because something on his head moved. One of the essential elements, to win the game. That is the item. The Duquan's heart was filled with joy. He was so lucky to have arrived at the right time. When I dragged you to the bus stop, I put a live octopus in my sweatshirt. Because there was no reaction, I thought it fell somewhere. Songgu immediately grabbed the octopus and threw it away because it was nothing special. I noticed something flowing from the top of my head to the corner of my eye. Songgu quickly wiped away in panic. What is this? Duquan calmly explained, you held the octopus like that, of course the ink must have come out, you bastard, you also completed the task of blocking the vision. Just punch the remaining blind spot. If used in the normal way, the damage is quite low, it is impossible to win, so you have to be sure to finish it all at once. Songgu is really panicking and screaming, I can't see anything. I saw the Duquan hit him hard with his head. In that moment, silently say thank you, Erin. To have this victory, I give it to you. Songgu was thrown far away, then fell to the ground, immediately lost consciousness. At this moment, the Duquan breathed a sigh of relief. I told you. My head is so hard. The system quickly notifies you that the strategic battle mission is completed, and as a reward for completing the mission, you will be given a set of keys. Watch items fall to the ground. Duquan was a bit disappointed. This time it's also a set of keys. This time will really be the hardest level. Will I get to the highest level? It's so tiring. Suddenly my body, my stamina is about to run out. It's gradually decreasing. That time I also used up all my physical strength and fainted. If I faint here, then if that guy wakes up, I don't know what he'll do to me. There must be some way. Thinking for a moment, he decided to use a key to release his physical strength. It worked very quickly. Your unlocked HP ability index has increased to 500. The current total HP is 501 out of 1500. The Duquan happily shouted loudly, I'm truly alive. This is also reluctant. I have to use the remaining keys. Maybe it's better. Of course I will use the metallic key first. Specialized skills have been opened, proactive protection, mana required 200, skill to swing fists continuously to cause damage to opponents. It's crazy, I've been waiting to receive this skill forever and finally. Although there is a downside, it takes 200 mana to use this skill, unlocking the MP ability index increases by 100, there is only one key left, just use it to increase mana, right? Now it's really over, without this living octopus we'd almost be lost. I can't eat this, so I have to bring it home because this is what Erin gave me. If you name it, it's a bit like calling it a candy worm. But where did it fall? The Duquan suddenly became angry when he saw the cat carrying it away. He immediately followed, just called out loud candy worms. After a while, it was already dark. Looking at the photo of the octopus, the Duquan could only feel pity. Sorry Erin. Sorry for not being able to protect you. The phone ringing interrupted this emotional circuit. Duquan quickly picked up the phone. Mom, the other end of the line immediately continued. Yes son, how was your first day of sophomore year? I thought I was really dead. When my son said that, she still seemed calm. I must have been very tired studying lately, right? I also had times like that. Duquan said in a pampering voice. Mom must be very tired from going on business all day, right? Where are you, right now, are you? In the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. The Duquan was suddenly startled when he realized, in that famous country, what does everyone call it in this world? In short, remember to eat well. Tomorrow is the anniversary of your father's death. Yes, do you remember? Hearing this, he suddenly felt choked in his heart. Then gently continued, yes of course I remember. The Duman's mother also had a few words of advice. She was too busy with work so she couldn't visit him, but my son had to visit him for me. I know then you can rest assured. Thank you son, so I have something to do so I'll hang up, try your best. Seeing a photo taken with my parents when I was a child. In the Ha-Din-Ho shelter. The corners of my eyes suddenly sting. The Duquan tried to overcome his sadness while stretching and saying loudly, let's just eat rice. Why do I suddenly crave stir-fried octopus today? At the construction site, voices were heard on a floor under construction, so in short, their blood boils all over. Then quarreled with the Boare Midong representative, in the end. No, you can't argue, right? The guy standing next to you nodded slightly. Yes, that's true. Grade 11 DBAC Chang, Deputy Representative Bung Cheon-dong, continued to speak. It seems like I said very clearly not to cause trouble there. This So-Song-gu bastard. Do you know how much trouble it would be if the delegate knew about Bung Cheon-dong and Boare Midong? I hate guys who like to show off the most. That kind of person who was abandoned by his father. I felt guilty so I took him in. But you repay me like that, huh? What's wrong with this jerk? Still regretting not being able to play athletics, huh? Or is he still attached to his father, who hates these obsessive habits the most? I am shocked. I'll handle it this time. So that Ha-Duquan guy or something, you go and drag him here to meet me. It's still a school morning like every other day. The Duquan's attention was caught by the call. So-Song-gu doesn't go to school today. The friend at the table below continued to talk. He didn't look like someone who would think about studying. Is something wrong? He shook his head slightly. I don't know if he was sick, even though I was wondering, it was because of the fight with me. His classmates were quite interested. If only that crazy guy didn't go to school anymore. There's no such thing. Duquan suddenly felt a bit guilty. After all, So-Song-gu had fainted. At least temporarily I can enjoy my school life in peace, right? Another male student quickly pushed open the door and called out, Ha-Duquan. There are some strange guys coming into our school, causing chaos and trying to find you. What exactly did you do? Before that male student could finish speaking, he heard their voices. He found them. This is grade 11, right? Don't answer, do you want to be beaten? The male student was frightened by eye shock and his voice trembled. Yes, that's right. The Duman was also casually saying loudly, who are they? I shockingly realized the target and immediately approached with a gentle voice, meeting Senior Ha-Duquan for the first time. His warm attitude made him wonder, it's not our school that calls him a senior, could it be that he's one of the bullies? That thought made him hesitate. Why are they looking for me? Why are they looking for me? It's looking for me again. What did I do wrong? I looked at the Duquan in shock. Senior, please come to Bung Cheon-dong with us, thinking that if I follow this now, I will definitely die. He immediately refused. Why don't I want to go? My 18-year veteran loser instinct was screaming. I shock eloquently declared, so I have to drag the senior there, but if the senior resists, I will ask a question. There are 10 people here, can you fight alone? He was dumbfounded and thought, if you're crazy, Fighting with 10 guys is of course impossible, is there no other way to escape? Suddenly someone else's voice appeared and interrupted the conversation between the two of them. Who are you? These Bung Cheondong guys. What the hell are you doing here? I was shocked to realize it was Han Unsung. Their accomplices also spoke up to show their authority. What else are you doing, you bastard? You don't know by looking. Unsung quickly took action to punish the supervisor who interrupted him. Then came the flock of musicians. Seeing them being deposed right in front of his eyes made the official stunned. That aggressive bastard was beaten and lay on the floor screaming miserably, my leg my leg. Even Aishok was warned, you can't drag Hadoukwon away, but if you still persist, I will ask you a question. There are only 10 people, but they still want to beat me, right? Looking at the troublemaker being beaten until he was disabled, the official couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on? With just one kick, people become like that. Another guy in the group also jumped up heroically, this bastard. He was also immediately taught with a punch. Mouth puffy like a dumpling. While Unsung had no scratches at all, he remained calm and leisurely. Another fat guy is holding up a chair. While hitting Unsung hard, he said loudly, go to hell. But he got out very quickly and was able to avoid it. Just using a slight force caused him to be thrown far away. The fat man's body slammed against the wall. His trembling appearance when Unsung glanced at him. Try to stand up and take steps back, don't come here. I told you not to come here. In this stupid narrow passage. You don't pay attention behind you. Stupid bastard. Unsung quickly avoided their siege. He quickly jumped from the table and kicked them both like crazy. I didn't forget to make fun of them, these guys are so annoying. Aishok stood from afar observing the incident. His eyes looked extremely angry. Unsung continues to make requests, like this going from now on. All of you go up. They also quickly rushed up. Unexpectedly, in just a second, they were all thrown away. This made the Dukwon even more surprised. He went crazy and beat 9 people at the same time. Selimdong representative Han Unsung said, this is the most dangerous exercise in the Aichin Association's military exercises. Noticing that Aishok was preparing the studio, Unsung immediately burst out laughing. If that's the case then from now on, that's all that's left to you. Are you right? Unsung suddenly turned to look at Dukwon and said loudly, you should handle those things. Remember to clean it up. Aishok is determined not to be humbled. Stop all that nonsense. Do you think we will just let this matter go in silence? I won't stay in Bungcheondong for long. Hearing that, Unsung still looked calm. Hadoukwon. Let's go to the cafeteria. Very soon both were there. Dukwon then hesitantly said, thank you for helping me just now, Han Unsung. Unsung also happily replied, don't worry, I'm just being convenient. Dukwon's heart couldn't help but be happy. Fortunately he was on my side. That's right. As soon as he finished speaking he said further than that. What is the reason? That question startled the Dukwon. He almost choked to death. He coughed and asked again, what? Such luck suddenly fell to the point of becoming a representative of the Aichin Association. Don't stop there, tell the reason that must definitely touch the Sosonggu of Bungcheondong. Faced with his questioning, the Dukwon still tried to remind himself to answer calmly, saying that it would be fine if he just answered randomly. Because I'm an Aichin hunter, apparently not this one. Come to think of it, this guy is also Aichin's person. It's not like he thought I was being sarcastic, right? I had to surrender every day. The Dukwon was suddenly bewildered when he saw Unsung laughing. Cheerful voice, this is really interesting. What does it do well? He immediately asked again, because he didn't know if the Bungcheondong guys would come again after that day, so I was extremely nervous. But as each day passed, luckily nothing happened. Of course there's no duty. It's been a long time since I've had a peaceful weekend like this. Of course I have to go to PC Bang to play a game. I hear players complaining, oh my god, it's been so long since I started playing Tunfa and I'm still using that equipment. Since I'm playing, I have to start properly. I used lucky money to top up. Dukwon smiled slightly when he realized, I used to be like that too. I'm so jealous of that equipment. If I recharge and get that, it would be more interesting. It would be faster to recharge than plowing myself. The Dukwon suddenly became confused. Why suddenly tears came to his eyes. I was trying to rub my eyes when I heard a voice. You ordered noodles, right? The girl exclaimed in surprise. Hadoukwon. He also replied in surprise. Rin. Do you work part-time there? She calmly replied, I don't, because my father is the director here, so I only come to help sometimes. The Dukwon's eyes suddenly flashed. His father is the director of this restaurant. It's so great. I really like it. I just want to be the future son-in-law of the owner of this restaurant, that's all. Rin's eyes suddenly panicked. It couldn't be. Did you ask for something else? Wait a minute. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly ran away so the Duquan couldn't stop her. That's not it. The conversation of the young man next to him caught the Duquan's attention. Damn, I didn't expect that there would be so many options in this topic to educate that arrogant guy. Hurry up, Dida, come here, Duquan suddenly discovered. That place is clearly. Everyone turned to look at the two boys playing the game just now. Hey, let me try that equipment once, let me take a look. Erin also enthusiastically said goodbye to the customers, thanking them for coming again next time. When the strange young men quickly left, the boy was suddenly shocked when he realized that someone had touched his computer. All the items are gone. Erin immediately expressed concern. What's going on, kid? I received an answer. We just went out for a little while, but it seems like someone stole all of my friend's items. Seeing that she was confused, oh my god, who would do that? The official quickly came to investigate. What did those guys just do? Could it be that they stole items? Duquan, did you see anyone doing this? Of course I didn't see anything. The boy's voice was extremely urgent. Please help me, please. Duquan suddenly realized, could it be? I knew right away, but the task appeared again. This time's mission is to destroy the thieves. After stealing all the items, the thieves have fled. Destroy all the thieves who destroyed the natural disaster, which is no more than 4, and the reward will be the key. Silver light lock. This time it's not one person but 4 people. I'm not Hanan-sung, how can I defeat 4 people? This is impossible. The system also adds that there are hidden rewards in this mission. They quickly appeared in a neighborhood. We all discussed together, we have to post it on Itembe immediately. That's okay, bro. If we sell all of this, it won't just be wine. Before he could finish speaking, he suffered a heavy blow. While they were panicking, what was that? To hear such teachings and trample on the dreams of a newbie like that, for a gamer, that was absolutely unforgivable. Seeing the main reward is going on a date with Erin. To make the Du Mandarin spirit even more excited, those thieves and robbers should come here quickly. In a certain shop, suddenly there was a voice calling for help. Help me. Erin brought along a boy about 7 years old. She called Duquan's name, and the boy also urgently called him. The notice board shows an additional reward, which is a date with Erin. Duquan patted that boy's head. Hey kid, don't worry, just play one gem game and wait here. Before the noodles finish blooming, he will come back, he said, quickly putting on his coat and leaving Erin and the 2 children alone. At the corner of the street, there was a voice coming from, what, this bastard? Hurry up, you bastards and robbers, it's Duquan, he's acting chivalrously, with unexpected success. If you don't come forward. Since I defeated one guy, things have been the same, what should I do from now on? One guy has collapsed. Suddenly the guy who just collapsed stood up and held his head. Damn it. He turned around and looked at Duquan with scary eyes. What, that guy wasn't even defeated. It looks like a high school student. It's the first time I've seen a high school student like that. At this moment, Duquan hesitated. Wait a minute. After a while, he quickly ran away. The other robbers saw that and immediately chased after him. Hey, catch that guy. They couldn't let him escape. They chased Duquan all the way down the street. He saw Duquan turn into a deserted alley and was immediately happy. Over there was a dead end, you idiot. After catching him, he chased him into the other alley. The result was not as expected. There was no one there. He was surprised. It was okay. Obviously this is a dead end. The accomplices behind also chased him. They asked him, isn't that bastard here too? No. Where has it gone? They began to suspect the box with its lid on the opposite side. I really didn't see it. I hid so well, I didn't leave any trace. I have to eat boiled duck tonight, really. Stupid. He smiled disdainfully but did not know that Duquan was above waiting for him. Hearing a noise, he looked up. Thanks to his strength, Duquan overcame them easily. The guy from earlier was lying on the ground. The notice board appears. The thief has defeated one. Okay, this time it's been knocked down. Is it okay? What? Suddenly like that? That bastard is probably not a normal high school student. They started to panic. Duquan started to get arrogant. You guys who don't have eyes, don't see who I am. It's so boring. So boring. These guys seem to be very scared of my bouncing kicks. If you knew who I was, you would regret what you said and did right now. I am. If that's the case, then first of all, Yuchin K, representative of Bomiare Dong, let these guys be scared first. Do you think we are idiots? Where in this world can you find Love Chin K? One of them rushed in. You die with me, aren't you fooled? Duquan punched right at that guy's throat, piercing through the gap. He was in pain and had difficulty coughing. Compared to So Sung-gu, you're just a shrinking turtle. Okay, I'm doing very well. just keep moving forward little by little. They reassured each other, no need to be afraid of it, after all it was alone. It's okay if both of them rush in at the same time. Having said that, those two guys rush in at the same time. Don't you know, he started making moves. In gems, quantity is not the most important thing. Duquan struck so that those two guys had no time to counterattack. Sure, you guys are just stupid trash, I'm more than capable of dealing with these middle school students. And most of all, these damn guys are incompetent. But I'm just a loser if I don't have skills, just one mistake and I'm dead. That's it, just like this, just a little bit more. Duquan walked towards them. Hey, why do you guys keep backing up? Damn, it's because that guy keeps walking back here. Calm down, I have an idea. I counted to 3, then we rushed up and surrounded that guy. 1, 2, 3, when faced with a group of trash, do you know what the most effective method is? He is confused and dumbfounded. What are you babbling about, you crazy person? Right now they were cornered. Duquan raised his fist and said, go hunting. Storm of punches, thousands of punches began to fall on them. The number of thieves killed is 2, the number of thieves killed is 3, the notice board appears continuously. All of them were defeated by Duquan. Having to fight against the odds made Duquan a bit exhausted. Whatever, it was the same when I fought So Sang-yu, it was the same when I fought those guys just now. This completely feels like playing gems. It can't be too dangerous, I can't lose my humanity like that. Help, a cry came from one of them. I will never steal again, I will return everything I stole. I never expected to hear a cry for help. Do I look like a bastard when I say that? Duquan spoke up, returned everyone from earlier in by shebang and apologized. Yes, of course. I'm not a crazy person. In the end the remaining humanity was not lost. Duquan put his coat back on. But if I forgive you, yes. Duquan looked at the notice board. The number of thieves destroyed so far was 3 out of 4. A kick that ripped through the wind. If he kicks the last guy out of the 4, I won't be able to get the quest's additional rewards. The other 4 guys were beaten to death by Duquan. Their bodies were full of wounds. The number of thieves was destroyed 4. The request to destroy the thief was completed. The key appeared. Duquan held it high with pride. Indeed, the highest reward. The reward was completed. The silver key was received. He turned his head towards Erin, now alone. At that Baishi store, additional rewards are waiting for you. The other thieves in turn bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. Once again, we will never steal again. Okay, this time forgive me. Thank you for forgiving. From today we will become different people. We will work hard and be better people. If you do it again I will beat you to death. Yes, I know, they were too scared. A call appeared. He asked confusedly, what's going on? Go quickly. Thank you Duquan. If you didn't catch those thieves today, Baishi Bang's business would have been suspended. Luckily you were there. It scared the hell out of me. So what, if there is a later date? If anything happens, just call me. Can you wait a bit? Now the other staff have arrived. Let me invite you to eat. Duquan blushed. So let's go change and come back soon. I've actually started dating Erin. He rolled his eyes, but still. Is it okay that my shirt is a little short? Right now his mind has become dazed. The scene changes to a certain school. A middle school girl was pushed down by someone. The 2 fat girls are the culprits who did this, their faces full of scowl, and said, have you told teacher Dung 81? I can't say anything. I don't know why I'm being isolated. I'm still. A foot appeared to protect the girl. Stop bullying the weak. These pigs. That boy is Duquan when he was young. At that time he was a first-year student at Tang Hoa Elementary School. Maybe Erin has forgotten the first time he and I met, because Erin was the first girl. You're interesting too. Another girl appeared and punched him straight in the stomach, punching him straight in the chest. Idiot, do you also want to be isolated? Chuarin is a first-year student at Duong Hoa Elementary School. He is indeed a big brother. Because Erin is a scary person, I always try to stay out of Erin's sight to have a normal school life. After that, she and I didn't have any special contact. Neither Erin nor I went to the same high school. I thought I would never see him again. When he entered high school, the two met again. He dropped this. Is yours right? I met Erin back in high school. He looks completely different from before, even though I don't remember it clearly, but, thank you, this is so strange, my chest is once again. Looks so interesting, woken up. Back to reality, in Bai Shibang's place. I'll go change and come back right away. That figure made Duquan tremble. Is it okay if my shirt is a little short? The additional reward is truly different. He sat down and enjoyed it, the ultimate reward, come to think of it. There was also this. He looked down at the silver key and was satisfied. Before Erin comes back, I have to try it out. Please, no more probabilistic skills. He started inserting the key into the skill table, opening the passive skill specialized for the profession. Weapon Master, passive skill, the amount of mana needed, the ability to use weapons increased dramatically, only effective when facing enemies with weapons, so now, weapons, he experienced surprisingly, if you hit someone with a weapon, isn't it intentional murder? No, if the skill only works on enemies holding weapons, then that's still legitimate defense. Duquan, what are you doing there? He started to feel confused. His face was still red with embarrassment. The reason is because Erin is wearing a hot, body-hugging dress. Erin, you change into that outfit, doesn't it suit you? No, that outfit was made for you. Really, how lucky, life is so beautiful. What do you want to eat? Since I'm the one inviting you, just say what you like. I know this restaurant is delicious. There's a dish called gump bap with beef head, so let me decide. There is a spicy rice cake shop that I often go to. None of my friends can eat that dish. I really like spicy rice cakes. It's very spicy. For him, it might be a bit spicy. It's okay, can't miss the opportunity. He immediately replied, no problem. What, I can still eat spicy chicken noodle soup, then rice cakes are probably okay. A plate of spicy rice cakes was brought out. He was extremely surprised by that plate of food. Erin, this is mint chocolate rice cake. This is my forte, but none of my friends can eat it, not is Erin standard for people with similar interests. How can this be eaten? Maybe you don't like it either, she asked him in a slightly disappointed voice. Determined not to make her sad, he crammed the entire plate into his mouth in just one bite. It's so delicious I can't stop eating it. It's great, really, she was happy to see Duquan eating that. It's really delicious, I can just go to sleep without brushing my teeth today. I'm so happy though, but why aren't you chewing? I'm dating Erin. Thinking back, this was the second time I dated a girl. Memories of the previous girl began to appear in his mind. That time, because of his request, I had to force him to do so, but why use dating as a reward? Could there be another purpose? Today, Erin, you took me to such a strange place. She looked at him in surprise without saying anything. Actually, she said hesitantly, there is a place I want to go with you. Where is it? Duquan, there, her voice was indescribably hesitant. Maybe I'm too strange, I'll pull it out, sweating like lava is erupting. Okay, both of them are excited about the wooden drawing game, it's so cool, how did you do that? Passionate enthusiasm. Then it's my turn, but Erin you're really good at it. She stacked a towering block of wood, not only that, but each level only has 2 to 3 wooden bars. She said proudly, that's right, I don't know about the other games but I'm very proud of these wooden puzzle games, so I really want to come here with you once. If I play gems then Duquan is the best. As soon as he finished speaking, the block of wood fell down. Erin was in tears. Seeing that, he immediately said, let's play another game now, so cute. A lie detector is placed right on the table. Duquan is the previous player, I think I'm very beautiful. Erin immediately replied, yes. Her hand was placed on the other device, even the strap was locked. I think I'm very handsome. The machine started checking, after a while it emitted a signal. The question this time is, Duquan, what are you doing? This wonderful opportunity will probably never come again. Now, I currently have a boyfriend. He gave me a test and was very scared. It's time to ask the most important thing. Erin was silent for a while, time passed making Duquan constantly nervous. Yes, she answered firmly. So, Duquan's insides were turned to stone, he sadly accepted the truth, so that's how it was. It's true that someone like Erin can't not have a boyfriend, the added bonus is crazy. What is this? Is this fake? Don't just keep telling the truth, try lying once. I see, that's it, that's lucky, he was happy that what he said just now was just a lie. Erin smiled gently and said, as expected, he had already set his sights on this fake machine. Lucky me, thanks for the extra bonus. Let's try my game this time, okay. Dusk fell, the street was already crowded with people. This damn guy, I don't know where he disappeared to. Are you sure he's going this way? Yes boss, I saw him going with the girl who works part-time there. I just didn't pay attention for a bit. The thief from earlier came back to report to my boss. Him. Girl, if that's the case, she's probably nearby. Damn it, look at you shaking. That boss laughed at him. His body was shaking. Don't be so angry. That bastard made my junior's adorable face look like that. Today I will definitely find it and smash its face. The other bully rubbed his junior's head. As for Erin and Duquan, we keep playing without knowing how much time passes, that's right. The atmosphere is really good now, I feel like I'm already very close to Erin. Du-Quan, let's try this, what? She pointed at something. A stall full of teddy bears appeared. Come on, this is a childhood crucifixion game. The game boss started introducing his stall's game, 1 time 3,000 Quinn, 3 times 9,000 Quinn, helps relieve stress, try it once. Knock the hammer once, use the hammer and bring back a big doll. The sounds of hammering began to sound. I didn't win even once, I wanted a doll, leave it to me. They started trying again and again. It's okay, this young man seems to have a little more strength, no problem, this crucifixion is because I have the strength. After stretching his hand to a straight line, he adjusted the distance between his hand and the nail accurately. He just needed to rotate along the axis and strike straight at the determined point. After calculating, he determined the method. To win this game, I will use this doll as a gift for Erin. This will be the highlight of this sweet date, he said while holding up the hammer. Suddenly something made him stumble. Erin also saw something unusual and looked at him. I used all my strength, maybe? Du-Quan observed the bulletin board. It was not. Another request appears. The hammer is here. Use all your strength to hit the top of Chuerin's head. The reward is the Dungeo map. The time limit is 5 minutes. Erin looked at him in confusion. What's wrong, Du-Quan? Du-Quan was stunned when he saw the quest on the notice board. What, this? A new request has appeared. It's called the hammer. The content is to use all your strength to hit the top of Chuerin's head. The reward is the Dungeo map. The time limit is 5 minutes, several missions. Don't this kind of thing only happen when you arrest bastards? Erin was looking at me and I had to do this, pointing the hammer at her, his face full of panic. What's wrong, Du-Quan? She asked sincerely, doing the same with Erin. If I can't fulfill this request, I will. He hesitated. Alone, my hand holding the hammer was shaking so much that I couldn't hold it steady. He had to tap hard on the nail on the table, unable to do so. Whatever the punishment, just let it happen. There are still 2 more chances. Okay, I accept this request. Before I could finish my sentence, someone shouted, Hello everyone, we plan to build a high-end building. The building will be built according to the new model, with a more premium royal design. We held a party to celebrate this event. This time it was a plastic hammer game. Quickly participate to receive attractive gifts. Plastic hammer. Du-Quan immediately turned his head when he heard that. Here it is, Erin, let's try this game. Hey, you two still have 2 more tries. Who wants to participate in this game? Du-Quan ran from the crowd. Me, my friend and I wanted to participate, a student full of energy. Let's use rock, paper, scissors to decide. The winner will use a plastic hammer to attack, the loser will use a pot to block. You understand the rules, right? The 2 of them stood facing each other. Du-Quan, you really can't help but just seeing the game. What, that's right, he said and laughed it off. We have to hurry up. The remaining time is only 3 minutes and 17 seconds, as this is a time limit request. The 2 started rock, paper, and scissors. Hammer. Du-Quan won her over. He took the opportunity to wield a plastic hammer. Okay. Sorry Erin, you delivered a powerful fatal blow. However, things are not as he thought. She quickly took the pot to cover it, so nervous, it couldn't be. The second round of rock paper scissors begins. This time the winner is still him. Like last time, Erin quickly covered her head with a pot. What? The 2 of you have fallen deeply into this game. Why? So good at this game. You 2 are really good at this game, Erin said. Du-Quan, it seems like I've found another game that I'm good at. Really good. Why now? There are only 11 seconds remaining. Just the last 10 seconds. The countdown only has 9 seconds left. This request has failed. Bag, pull. They start a new round of play. Suddenly Du-Quan grabbed the hammer, his hand pointing towards Erin. Hammer, he shouted while hitting the top of her head. This time it broke the bucket. The action just now made everyone freeze. Everyone gasped. Even the hammer and nail game boss is the same. That plastic hammer was deformed under the force of his impact. This seems to be the case. There is another meaning. The atmosphere is stuffy. No one says a word to anyone. The other request has been completed. Congratulations student, here is the gift, additional reward, get it now. You held up that plastic hammer. This hammer is broken, just take that hammer away. The sky was dark, the road was less crowded. He walked with her. In his heart, Du-Quan was very restless about what happened earlier. His eyes full of guilt only dared to glance lightly at her. Erin now looked down, knowing that she should slowly give up the request and accept the punishment. Du-Quan asked about the situation. Erin, you are very angry. Before she finished speaking, she sighed. Then Erin laughed loudly. Why is she suddenly like that? is she not normal? You immediately care about her situation, Rin, she said while smiling, just thinking about it makes me unable to stop laughing. Since I was born, this is the first time I've laughed out loud like that. I'm sorry. Even if I hit you, you shouldn't feel so comfortable. No, it doesn't hurt at all. The phone ringing interrupted their conversation. My dad called. I have to go back to Bai Shibang. I have to go back to my workplace, so I say goodbye to you. Thanks to you I had a very interesting day. Duquan, me too Rin. She leaned into his ear, let's go out together next time. This request made him feel embarrassed. See you again at school, the two said goodbye to each other here. His face clearly expressed happiness. From behind the scarred man approached his shoulder, his voice full of cunning asked, what gems did you two play? Duquan was startled and immediately pushed his hand away. What is that? That's right, I found the idiot wearing a white life jacket. Everything ended quickly. Duquan was surprised and didn't understand what was going on or why he was looking for me. What's wrong with me? Why are you looking for me? I heard you beat up my junior today, so I came looking for you to talk a bit. What about my junior? Could he be talking about those thieves? If it's revenge, then isn't he coming to fight me? Before fighting with those guys, I used my skills indiscriminately. My current fading score is 0 out of 400, so I probably don't have any mana left. If we fight now we will definitely lose, but I have no intention of taking revenge anymore, he said arrogantly. What does that mean? I have something more urgent to do. You are indeed lucky. Yes, you go. He left in front of your confusion, already alive. The person who was with you just now went to Bai Shibang, right? Yes, how do you know what's going on? There's nothing wrong. He said in a scary voice, I also want to play a gem game, a hot gem game. The scar-faced guy walked away and said in a rude voice, if I see you bastard again, I won't let you go so easily. You look so disgusting. Duquan grabbed his shirt from behind. His face changed color. Shut your mouth and follow me you damn son of a bitch. Right now the name and face follow the exclamation, that's great. This guy is fearless. A new request appeared. Due to the player's provocation, Sun Mindu was very angry and immediately started fighting. The sky was gradually getting darker, the lights were only in a few places. Duquan rushed in first and attacked him. What? He responded by punching him in the chest. I heard that you defeated 4 people at the same time. I thought you were very formidable. Isn't he just a brat with a cocky head? He smiled sarcastically. This time I have to deal a fatal blow to defeat him. The guy with the face approached Duquan, because there was no mana, so now there was only one way. I will try until I can. Duquan started to provoke. You absolutely cannot go. You cannot let this bastard go to Rin's Bai Shibang. Can't touch your girlfriend. What's with that look? I can't stand you anymore, he said and put on the iron bear bracelet. When Duquan saw this, he was confused. Is that a bare fist? Isn't that a very dangerous weapon? Right now, he rubbed his 2 bare fists together, the metal screeching unpleasantly. Next he comes and I'll knock out all your teeth. As soon as he got close to Duquan, out of nowhere he pulled out a stick and hit it upside down towards the scarred man's chin, followed by a series of other punches all over his body. His last blow sent him flying far away, blood also splashing. The recent attacks caused him to kneel on the ground, panting. He started to get mad. This damn guy. He suddenly pulled out a steel bar. What that is? He put that gift bag away. Let's try it once. Notice board appears. Weapon master, passive. The amount of mana needed is -. The ability to use weapons is increased infinitely, effective when facing enemies that use weapons. My head and your head. His hand was holding the plastic hammer from before, Duquan added, to see which one would be smashed first. That guy with the scar face was beaten to a pulp. My face must be very funny right now. What he used to hit me just now, was that a toy hammer? Duquan carried the plastic hammer on his shoulder and stared at him. Thinking about it, he shouted, you bastard, what the hell, what tricks did you use, if there were any tricks? Are you talking about this toy hammer? He tapped the hammer on his head while giggling. Once again he rushed forward with that weapon. You bastard, stop talking nonsense. Duquan swung his hand and knocked his hand away. His other hand was paralyzed, causing him to lose concentration. Was no nonsense, a stance similar to playing a volleyball was displayed by Duquan, activating the weapon master skill. While being beaten, Duquan swung his hammer and sent him flying again. However, at this moment, he took the opportunity and gave him a painful blow. The advantage was in his favor. He was starting to enjoy himself. You bastard, if it's this close, you won't be able to swing the hammer. Just when the situation was critical, Duquan's hand adjusted the hammer. He pinned the handle of the hammer straight into his body, making him gag. The pain was so painful that his strength was gone. The scarred man gradually let go of Duquan's body. At this moment, Duquan raised his hammer high and said, "Accept the judgment of justice. You damn pervert." Unfortunately, the hammer head was broken and thrown away to one side. He looked at the remaining handle in surprise. This hammer is hollow plastic, so its durability has been reduced. Even so, it's okay if I use this to attack like before. Surely that's enough. The notice board appears. The weapon is broken. The weapon master's effect cannot be used. It's crazy. Dead. He raised his face to look at the other guy. If I didn't have a weapon, I wouldn't have any way to defeat him, right? There's nothing around here to pick up as a weapon. This place is so bad that I can't. There's no trash at all. Scarface guy stood up. Your face looks really bad. He swung a powerful punch at Duquan's face. Blood spread all over the ground. If you don't have that toy, can't you do anything? A ferocious smile appeared on his face. Duquan knelt to the ground in pain. What is this power? Completely different from his bare hands, another punch came flying from the left. He punched him again, followed by another blow, culminating in a blow to the stomach. He grabbed Duquan's collar when he was tattered. I have an idea. He threw him away and said, I will beat you until you almost die, then I will drag you to that girl. Then I will have fun with it in front of you. Helping my juniors get revenge while satisfying themselves, killing two birds with one stone, right? He said, smiling proudly. Third-rate thugs like you have to go to some school to study, right? He stood up. Why do bastards like you like to call themselves thugs? Why do you like to do bad things? Duquan asked. A lot of blood was flowing down his face. What, now you're wondering that? It's simple. Because living like that would bring more benefits. He approached Duquan intending to deliver the finishing blow. Something hit the scarred man's head. The speed was so fast that he didn't have time to recognize what it was. The wound left behind was not small. Damn. What was that? He stared wide-eyed at the object that did this. That is the head of the belt. Star belt. On the opposite side is Duquan holding the belt in his hand, using the weapon master. Seeing that guy rushed over and was about to hit him a few more times. Take this. Duquan struck at the speed of light. He whipped his belt at him. Is it more beneficial? After all, you have such things in your head. So of course you can only say such words. The other bear's arm was beaten and thrown away. He began to laugh inexplicably again. You're right, it's the opposite. If you live a gentle life, you will have to suffer, you know that too. Pretend it's not like that. Where do such hypocritical bastards come from? He rushed at him quickly. Duquan gritted his teeth when he heard those unpleasant words. The other belt tightly tied the scar-faced man's remaining arm. A satisfying spin sent him flying into the air. With his strength, Duquan made him lie down on the ground. That strength made him defeat that guy. The scarred man now had no will left at all. The unexpected request has finally been completed. Heavy breathing gradually appeared on Duquan's body. He stood motionless in front of his body. The night scene in that street has become quiet. Erin's father told her, my daughter has studied hard but still helps her father work. I feel so sorry. She replied, no problem, can I buy you something delicious instead? Of course, what do you want to eat? Fried chicken and mint chocolate. Okay, they don't know that the person behind them fought to the death to protect Erin. His father is a good person. Luckily nothing happened. On his way home, he had returned to his room. Duquan dragged his injured body to sit down. I thought I was going to see my grandparents today. He sat idly about something. Duquan remembered what the scar-faced guy said earlier, because if you live like that, you will gain more benefits, but if you live gently, you will have to suffer losses. I absolutely don't know how to answer that question. If it was my father who lived like that his whole life, how would he answer? Duquan sat thoughtfully looking at the photo. I don't know, let's see the reward first. A set of keys, reward for completing the request, 5 bronze keys. I just realized it today. I can't know when or where a fight will suddenly arise, so saving the key is a risky thought. Since I previously focused on increasing attack power, this time I will invest in other things. Unlock ability index, speed increased by 10. Increases agility, increases by 10, increases defense, increases by 10. Finally, the stats have improved, attack 31, defense 21, agility 31, mental power 1, I don't know what the effect of this mental power is. Also, I received another reward for playing the plastic hammer game. Is the Dungeo map. No matter how patient I am 100 times, the system notification window keeps popping up. This is not a gem but more like a real-life content. He rummaged around. Today the door appeared. It probably wasn't this one. He saw something. It couldn't be. This is it. In the slightly dark corner of Duquan's room. Here it was, sweat already breaking out all over his body. the Dungyo map. A bulletin board appeared, a map recording Dungyo's location. The photo of the towering building held in Duquan's hand, the high life, the royal castle, isn't it just an apartment advertisement? Holding it in his hand, Duquan still couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be a map? He looked at it, giving directions. It turned out to be an apartment map. There is still an estimated completion date. This apartment is still in the construction phase. The construction site is Dungyo. Open Dungyo D5. With this Dungyo, it is recommended to form a team of 2 or more people, 5 days after opening. Like Dungyo in the gem, you have to form a team before entering. If you borrow 65, this Dungyo has quite a high difficulty level. After reading it, he threw the map aside, so he left. It was too scary. The other system displays a notification that if you cancel the mission to Dungyo, you will be punished. Now there's nothing surprising anymore. Duquan blankly looked at the notice. It's okay, if it's a team member, there's already one person. At school, a young man with dark gray hair said no. What, aren't we both friends? Duquan asked with urgency. I have an appointment that day. And don't be mistaken, I'm not a chess piece that you can control at will, understand? Hanansung flatly refused and failed. During mealtime, Duquan could only sigh. Who should I ask to go with me? What's wrong, Duquan? The person across from him asked him. That's right, there's also Dihan. Dihan, I probably do. Dihan's bad memories appeared in Duquan's eyes. No matter what, it's okay, today's food is really delicious. You looked at Duquan in confusion. I can't take Dihan to such a dangerous and random place like that. It was time to end school. Many students left, including Duquan. There was no one to go there with. Where are you going? The voice came from a short-haired girl. Her name was Sidong. Duquan was surprised to see her. What is it, Sidong? Why are you suddenly here? Is your hobby to appear without making any noise? She replied. Until now I still don't have your phone number, that's why I came here. What happened this time? Nothing special. You've been a representative for a while now, but until now you haven't officially greeted anyone else. You guys at Bomiaredong. A street crowded with passers-by. You and I are going to a place called Bomiaredong. Sidong, can't I come? Why, no, I'm just a representative, but I'm not doing anything special. What are you looking at? A junior bowed his head to Duquan. This is my first time here, sir. We're not thugs, we're called representatives. Let's all eat a lot, Duquan said, then picked up a big chopstick of noodles. Wishing a good appetite, the whole table bowed to each other before enjoying the meal. Representative Ha Duquan. Just thinking about it made Duquan sweat profusely, his lips pursed and he looked very pitiful. I don't know if there's any pressure on this position. Anyway, I'm here, at least I have to take a look before going. The door has been opened. I came to say hello for the first time, boss. I knew it right away, he said clearly. What are these guys talking about? I'm so shy saying that so suddenly. Representative, he rolled his eyes. In front of him was a bearded guy wearing glasses. His outfit was flashy like no other. He said to Duquan, here is the big brother, the other person is tattooed, his strong body looks very dangerous. As soon as he heard the words big brother, the boy was very surprised and turned his head to look back. Duquan recognized him. What? Why is this guy here? Kang Se-hun, that's right, this guy also belongs to Bomiaredong, right? What's the matter? Representative Bomiaredong, Se-hun stood up and pointed at Duquan. Isn't that guy just a puppet? Where does he come from? They started fighting. What did you say? You didn't feel embarrassed when I beat you up like that? Coward, do you believe I broke your nose? The battle hasn't stopped yet. Do you want to be beaten again? Your eyes look at me as if you want to be punched in the nose again. Sidong heard them arguing and immediately rescued them. Don't you two feel embarrassed? Then she rolled her eyes and said in a scary voice, closed her mouth and sat down. Duquan and the other boy immediately sat down. The guy wearing glasses next to him immediately flattered him. It was indeed the aura of big sister Sidong. A group of people who were supposed to be high school students. They were discussing something. The other girl spoke up. At least we have to gather once, so I called her over. Let's exchange phone numbers. The person next to me also chimed in. I also want to meet big brother Duquan once. Who is that uncle talking about just now? On the other side is Duquan. He seems quite confused, but it seems like the rest of Boarimidong didn't come. What are you talking about? On that round table there are Duquan and 3 other people. They all look like famous characters. These are all members of Boarimidong. No, at that time at the Great Council, weren't there hundreds of people belonging to Yuchiuhoi? At that time, it was like that, big brother. But now something has happened. Not long ago Boarimidong's previous representative left. Okay, why do I have to explain everything to that guy? The girl spoke up, that's right, today is to say hello, keep things simple. She started introducing the members to Duquan. This is Sensei Hai, I can't believe this person's name and age. Of course you already know that this is Kong Se-hun, Boare Midong's deputy representative. That boy raised his voice, it's not just you, I'm also the representative, this trash. Finally, Duquan, he was introduced that although Duquan is the representative of Boare Midong, in the future he just needs to maintain the same position as now. Sensei Hai started to speak up, like I said, there hasn't been any cases in the past, right? Duquan asked confusedly, which case is what? Ignore my warning and have relations with Hanan-sung, causing trouble with the demons. Because of those things, big things almost happened, a series of events were recalled by them. At this moment Sidong spoke up, things like that, of course it's nothing, it's a joke, you already know everything so why are you still asking? So what about the injuries on his face? This is just a fall. Duquan laughed it off and avoided answering that question. I was very worried about a guy like that, looking at him trembling like a small dog. Se-hun turned towards Duquan and said in a sarcastic voice, what did you say? He replied angrily. This is for everyone present, Bo Miaredong is weakening and now has to bow before others. In name Bo Miaredong is still there but I won't leave Bo Miaredong alone. Se-hun countered, I think on the contrary, I alone can defeat the other guys. Duquan chuckled. Hearing the disdain, Se-hun immediately turned and shouted, why are you smiling? Do you have any idea? No. I clearly saw you smiling, no. The old man wearing glasses turned to Sidong and said, can I order shrimp with chili sauce? At this time, she put her face down on the table and looked bored. On 4 days, there was some kind of construction incident. At a construction site, that evening a voice rang out, I sent money, please confirm. If you sent it a little earlier, it would be better for both directors, there is no need to waste time and manpower in vain. Those words came from a guy busy with green clothes sitting with his feet up on the chair. Besides, there are also juniors next to him. The person sitting opposite him was an old man with a cane, he said, because of a thug like you. Do you know how long the project has been delayed, because you can't do the construction? How many people do you have? Starved to death? Above all, stop disturbing everyone's work, leave here quickly, just a little more, he said to the old man, making him a bit confused. The last one was money put into our boss's pocket. There should be some pocket money for the kids who work hard day and night here. The director has a lot of money. He asked for more money before leaving. You don't have any ethics in business at all. It seems that the old director was very angry when he was asked for money. He did not respect him and added, I hate those damn life lessons so much. After saying that, he ordered the subordinate next to him, Love Seosi, until the director opens his wallet, please give the director a little massage. He started rolling up his sleeves to look like a gangster, yes I know. In the quiet space of the construction site, the other subordinate's hands were stained with blood, he used a towel to wipe away those disgusting things. Anyway, I still have to give the money, the green suit guy said with a proud voice. Are you guys ready? I'm waiting on the first floor. Haduquan, Hanan-sung, those bastards who call themselves representatives, even though they are my juniors, they look like trash, but thanks to them, I have a good reason to take revenge. Already, the cigarette in his mouth was on fire. He continued to brag, first swallow Bo Miaredong's weakest area and then begin. Someone took orders over the phone, yes, let's leave right now. Everyone prepare to go, those subordinates all hold heavy weapons in their hands, ready to wait for orders, to Bo Miaredong. If I can help with this matter, I can sit in the representative position, right? Okay, I know, 2 subordinates are talking to each other about the succession position, one of them sees something, what is it? If you don't keep your word, be careful behind you. There's a group of people in front of you. I know you're crazy, how many times do you want to say it? The other 2 guys saw it and wondered what those bastards were doing here. No wonder the address in Bungcheon-dong is so suspicious. A familiar voice rang out, you guys are the guys who entered the school at that time, right? This time, the war at the construction site is about to break out. All the bastards go away, Duquan and Se-hun come full of belligerence. A notice board appears, Dunjio has entered the royal castle. Kang Se-hun is surprised. This guy is really crazy, why should I help you? He silently listened to the other end of the line. Then speak up, are you telling the truth? Give me the address and I'll come right away. You have to give up your representative seat to me. Duquan interrupted and said he already knew, please shut your mouth and help me. Excited Se-hun, don't cling to the hem of my pants. Suddenly someone attacks you from behind, take care of your body first, idiot. The log that hit his back broke in half. What's wrong? You laughed out loud, thinking you could eat me with that. Then grabbed the other guy's neck. I'm Boare mi dong's marble kong esihun. Another guy rushed in and removed your hand from the other guy. He threw the other guy towards him. Throw in all the losers bung cheon dong. Du Quan looked at him in surprise. Because I've won against him once, I've always looked down on him. Is this Kong Esihun already this strong? It's true that he was able to stop the Fakon too. If he hadn't taken the fatal blow because he underestimated his defense ability at that time, I probably would have lost too. Indeed, taking him with me was an option. Make the right choice, fight to kill them and I will stand here cheering for you. The system suddenly sent a notification. New recruit mission in Dungeon. Defeat 5 low-level monsters in Dungeon, golden key reward. The other side also started attacking us, yeah. Du Quan suddenly appeared behind him, even though I hate fighting. But since it's the golden key, how can you resist it? The system reports that it has defeated a low-level monster. The remaining guy died in the same place. Then also rushed towards him. Du Quan used his feet to block the guys holding iron pipes. Then we have to play the rules of the jungle. Blood was all over his face. Du Quan put all his strength into the red sword. Then stabbed straight into that guy's body. Notice that 2 low-level monsters have been defeated. My performance is also quite good, it's so dramatic. Se-hun is looking at this kid. It's okay, are you really the guy I know? 2 other men were about to attack him. He quickly dodged the attack. Then he responded with a punch to the face. But he wasn't careful and the other guy secretly hit him on the shoulder. He immediately turned to give him a blow. Seeing another guy standing there, he didn't dare to move. That guy, I asked you a question. That guy is also here. DBAC Chang represents your Bung Cheon Dong. At this time, Bak Chang also spoke up. What's wrong? Those guys haven't left yet. The subordinates replied that they did not answer the phone. I became unhappy. I hate people the most who don't answer the phone. Stand up and I'll go check right away. The screams from outside were over. 3 low-level monsters have been defeated. Next was the announcement that a low-level 4 monster had been defeated. Du Quan stood breathing heavily, just needing to take down one more guy. Is that the last name on the other side? I'm calling out loud, Kong Esihun, stop. Pass that guy over to me. You laugh and say something, I don't like it. I will take down one more person than you. Suddenly that guy pulled out a knife. Du Quan shouted it was mine. He immediately took out his weapon, then threw it straight towards that guy. He flew out of Se-hun's hands. The knife also fell to the ground. The system immediately reported that it had defeated a 5th-level monster. New soldier event quest in Dungeon completed, you receive the golden key. Du Quan's face was radiant. Se-hun stood there looking at the knife that almost took his life. Damn, I never asked you to help me, I didn't hear you clearly. He didn't say another word and left. Then he turned around and asked what else he was doing without following me. Are you scared? Du Quan, immediately chase your dream. Have to go through a lot of stairs. He complained that he was so tired. Se-hun wondered if he was telling the truth. A strange voice rang out, this was beyond my expectations. I didn't expect our seniors to visit us like this. Du Quan remembered that guy was the same as the guys he fought on the first floor just now. Wasn't he also one of the guys from Bung Cheon Dong who came to his school? Se-hun happily replied that looking at your presence here, perhaps DBAC Chang is also here, right? I went up first. Where did he stop you? He didn't say much but gave him a stab into the gap. Your opponent is me. Quickly take your weapons and let's fight a real battle. Bak Chang was bored at the base alone. Se-hun came to see me after a long time. I feel so excited. The ragged scab tried to take the chairman's position but ended up being stuffed into Kong Esihun's throat. He asked in a low voice, what about you, a guy who always plays bad things behind other people's backs? But in front of the representative, he did not dare to bark a word at Bak Chang. You stand up. I hate the guys the most who don't know what's going on and keep moving their mouths like they're real. The two rushed into each other, facing each other head-on, Se-hun excitedly waving his mouth or something else. Just check it out and you'll know. At another corner, Du Quan's weapons were rolling on the ground. His face was captured completely. Elite monster Duaishok is cold and I can take you down with my bare hands, senior. The situation this time is completely different from before. Since it has come to this point, I will just finish you off. Du Quan suddenly attacked him in a dangerous place. He painfully released his hand. Calm down, you can stop it, right? This time I'm not like last time. The system appears after clearing Dungeon, you will receive a huge reward. This place will become your grave, we must wipe this place clean. At the construction site, a dramatic battle will take place. Duaishok speaks up because this is our grave. I don't think the seniors can do it, right? Du Quan used his technique to attack the gap. He thought to himself that through the battle up until now, he had understood one thing. Compared to attacking directly, taking advantage of loopholes to counterattack would be much more effective. The gap is larger, the stronger the fist. He was happy to have done it. The other guy felt a bit nervous. Du Quan took this opportunity to attack, that was it. This is the real war. Ishak also began to respond. He punched him straight in the face. He muttered that he was very afraid of him, a quite strong opponent. You are also quite strong. Today I will solve everything here, don't run away from these scoundrels. He despised it and seemed to shout loudly. Lately I've been a little suspicious of my seniors. There was a very interesting episode in there. Why did he suddenly feel confused? He continued talking about the Sun Shelter. Young delinquents wandering around helping people are often called Ayudin, a non-profit organization that aims to guide young people on the right path. This organization was founded by Senior Haddon's father. Well, from now on, he is no longer in this world, he must be called the late Haddon, he said. Don't touch my parents. At this time upstairs, a fierce battle also took place here. The two sides are struggling with each other. Bakchong said that today I was planning to change the whole of Boare Midong anyway. Where did you smell that smell? Sehun asked again. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just following my damn agent. He's starting to feel unsteady. So is Boare Midong's representative here too? That's good. He pretended to lie down on the ground, then threw a kick to his stomach. Because the prey knows itself and goes into the trap. Why? Sehun didn't care and held his leg. You smirk, I'm a hunter. Then immediately threw him away. I've already cleaned up all the brats on the first floor, and the bastards I met in the middle have also been dealt with by my representative. Of course you'll finish it right away too. The two punched each other in the face. He spoke up just like this. Before he could finish his sentence, the other guy continued to attack. His knee attacked his face. Sehun took a few painful steps back. Damn, using that dangerous technique almost hit me right on the nose. Is this an advanced technique? Bakchong is talking about something else, but you seem to be misunderstanding something. The game ended the moment you left your agent behind. What can I say? No matter how bad my agent is, he can't be beaten by a scoundrel like that. If you knew Ishak well, you wouldn't say that. He continued to talk to him. No matter how much you get beaten. Right now Du Quan is continuously attacking him. No matter how hard you get hit. No matter how long we fight. His physical strength seemed limitless. He continuously stood up like a giant. Do you understand what I'm saying? I still don't. Never seen him fall. Du Quan breathed heavily. What the hell, that bastard, I put all my strength into that shot. But in the end, why is there still nothing happening? Now there's only enough mana left to use one more critical hit. And with this one shot, the skill activation warning system has been cancelled. I am shocked to speak up now, you seem tired. At this time, Du Quan continued to attack the gap. He easily avoided it and his speed slowed down a lot. Because sending a message to your deceased father must be very exciting. But do you know why I suddenly mentioned that? He continuously attacked him fiercely. Because the senior's father is very pitiful. He died with a sense of accomplishment because he had educated the thugs properly. In fact, his children belonged to the Ayudin society. Du Quan tried to stand up and stop. He still continued talking, and when the image of the senior called us rags, acting as if he was different from us. He will be very hurt in heaven, so hesitatingly stop. I'm really shocked to look at this calmly. It seems the senior has lived a meaningless life. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched him hard in the head. Suddenly Ishak felt something was wrong. Du Quan did not dodge that punch. He slowly spoke up. It turns out that the dungeon beginner side quest completes and receives the golden key. By the time Sehun left, it has expanded skills to operate according to specialized jobs. You grabbed his shirt, I told you clearly. Don't touch my parents. Du Quan remembers when I was very young. I used to play a very old gem machine that belonged to my father. Its name is Tunlam. My dad is very excited, right? Du Quan just a little bit more. A knight in a certain kingdom. To save the princess who is being captured by the army of the immortal demon king, knock out her enemies with a Tunmat attack and climb to the top of the demon king's tower. That's such a strange plot. But no matter how much he was attacked, the demon king was absolutely not defeated. And the poor knight, who had been killed more times than he could count, died again. Du Quan wondered if this gem couldn't be cleared. Dad could only laugh at his question. Tunmat requires 90 mana. This is a technique to powerfully defeat the enemy. Du Quan grabbed his shirt as I said earlier. Don't drag my parents into this. He used specialized skills to knock him down. Smoke and dust everywhere. I'm panting, you should know your limits, man. Suddenly his leg was grabbed. Before he could react, he was attacked. He was thrown to the ground by him. Du Quan was surprised that this guy could still move. In the end, what is its body made of? I shockingly asked if he had finished talking. How can Bakchang laugh so gleefully? Your representative is probably crushed to pieces by now. Se-hun, calm down, what should I do? Then punch him in the face. Now is not the time to worry about others. Besides, I don't care whether that guy gets punished or not. Bakchang screamed a few times and then jumped up. What I hate most are ungrateful people. After all, it's your representative. You should at least pretend to care. Se-hun gritted his teeth. Have you ever worried about your representative? He calmly asked again why I had to do that. My representative is different from your representative. My representative is extremely strong. Even Selim Dong's Hanansung can't compare. The sound of fighting sounded non-stop. Ishak reminded him to stop those tasteless games. Looks like he's done his best. Resilient Du Quan, you think you're the only one who can continue to stand up. I can also stand up as many times as I want. He rushed straight towards him. Then he threw a punch that almost cleared the dust. He commented that the senior seemed like his father. Neither of them knew what they were doing. How useless. He punched him back. Du Quan began to stand unsteadily. Blood flowed down his face. He gasped for breath. He remembered the past, unable to defeat the Demon King. The last door was really difficult. It was a futile effort. Dad was silent for a moment and then spoke up. It's not like there's definitely a way to defeat the Demon King. Are you still planning to give up here? Du Quan can take back the gem machine and I'll try until I can. I'm so happy my son is so cool. Returning to reality, Ishak's advice to him was useless. How many punches do you have? Du Quan used a fatal blow to send him flying away. The system shows that it has hit the critical point. Ishak tried to stay. I slowly walk towards you. Even if you don't fall, you're still human. There's no way to defeat you. He was confused. Did you keep that ultimate move? But that trick is useless. Although this is just a hunch. But seniors can't defeat me. Du Quan replied, but in that gem, Ishak didn't understand what he was saying. There is no such thing as an invincible Demon King. He rushed forward and attacked with all his might. Like in memory, this skill has a secret. Du Quan was surprised when he was young. Gem has been conquered. He shouted happily. You did it, you won. Dad was surprised. He only went to the bathroom for a bit, but how could you do that? I'm excited to defeat this Demon King. It's easier than you think. There was always a thought in his mind that he could just knock him down. If so, then how can we defeat the Demon King? It's the Tunlam starter. The amount of mana needed is 90. This is a powerful technique to defeat the enemy. The move is enhanced into Tunlam when launched in the falling state. The name Ishak felt disbelief in what was happening. Dad praised his son for being so good. Remember this day carefully, Du Quan. After trying dozens or hundreds of times, I finally found a way to defeat the Demon King who seemed impossible to defeat. No matter what happens in the future, remember that everything has meaning. Because nothing in this world is useless. Du Quan sat in a corner panting, okay? The elite monster Du Ishak has been defeated. Now I can't fight anymore. Outside the construction site, Dong Shokdang has arrived. The brat named Ha Du Quan came here. Truly a person who knows no fear. Di Bakchang is extremely enthusiastic, different from your representative and our representative. Extremely strong. Even Hanansung can't beat him. Se-hun suddenly counterattacked. You're strangling him, you're making too much noise. Representative of Bungcheon Dong. Selim Dong's representative brought it all up to see. I will beat all of them to death. Bakchang gritted his teeth so terribly. He laughed indifferently and deceitfully. But before you say that, please dress properly, you show-off freak. At the dark stairs, Du Quan climbed each step with difficulty. He walked while panting. When arriving at Se-hun's place, he saw him slumped in a corner, exhausted. Bakchang came closer. I like guys who relax their guard a lot. You think just one choke like that can knock me out? This is the reason. You really have to be prepared. Du Quan suddenly rushed forward and pushed him away. Hey Kong Se-hun, you still have the strength to get up, right? You're very tough. You hesitated so suddenly. I was ready. I dragged you into this. I bought you time so you could run away. Bakchang's contempt for close friendship is disgusting. You're Ha Du Quan, right? I'm not sure you're the one who beat Ishak. I'm surprised he's a bitch. Why does he look so good? Compared to him I'm out of health and mana, and because Kong Se-hun was defeated. He shouted and rushed into the dike or Bungcheon Dong wood. Just swallow Borumdong today, he thought to himself, not to mention fighting and running away. Dong Shokdang appeared right when you swallowed something. I've never heard anything like that. He turned back to look at Shock Dang. Brother, why didn't you tell me what was going on? If you had called, I would have come right away. Duquan was confused. Who was that guy and why was he so threatened? I couldn't say much about this guy, but he looked. He attentively observed Shock Dang without blinking. Then I was surprised how small I was. Bakchang quickly explained that nothing was wrong, it was just that Boromidong suddenly invaded. He interrupted what Bakchang said. That you ordered the invasion of Sinan first. He hesitated, but after continuing, you pocketed some more money. Bakchang was sweating. No matter what. You're angry, you're wrong. Take this one shot. His teeth flew out everywhere. The whole person flew a long distance. Duquan couldn't believe his eyes. What he had just seen, he was killed in just one blow. But the current situation, Shock Dang continued, well, now that I think about it, I see. Should it be? Boare Midong, he thought to himself, it's gotten a lot worse recently. Han Unsung suddenly appeared. Stop playing around. Not happy, Duquan was surprised to see Unsung. Why don't you know? Shocked asked again, why don't you know yet? This guy told me to come here and even gave me the address. He was confused about the address. Duquan found it unbelievable. Unsung told the truth. Duquan's request isn't much, it's just that you have to come here with me this Friday. Since if something happens we might have to fight. Unsung immediately refused. Why are you confused? Aren't we on the same side? You used the excuse that I was busy that day. Duquan wondered if he had memorized the address at that time and came here. Unsung spoke up, let's put that aside. What did you tell me to come here to talk about? Shock Dang replied yes, after all, Boromidong told me what my people did that day. You will forget everything, right? You're cold, otherwise you would have died in my hands. Next time, don't mess with me anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he left. Duquan quickly said be careful, Unsung, thank you. Look at Bakchang lying on the ground. Are you really upset that it's all over? Before I could get outside, I heard him complaining. This cow is so heavy, Sehun said I'm fine and let me go. What do you mean by Han Unsung? He explained that he wasn't exactly a friend, just an ally. Sehun doubts that he approached you without any purpose, he must have some motive. Taking advantage of the fact that you are a representative of Boare Midong, I interfere, now you don't have to worry about that anymore, right? As I promised, you are now the representative of Boare Midong, Kang Sehun. He was surprised to hear him say these words. Then I suddenly remembered the times he saved my life. From the guy with the knife attacking. The name Bakchang prepares him to meet the angel of death. Duquan always stood up to protect his life. Sehun turn around this guy we are in a bullying council. Do you think it's that easy to resign as a representative? Are you surprised or what? He continued to say that we just came to fight the Bungcheon Dong. He was devastated. There was no way he was planning to get out of this mess. Next time I'll take the delegate position later. Remember not to die somewhere. I'm leaving. What kind of tone are you mocking? The Royal Palace dungeon has been cleared, and contributions to the dungeon attack are being calculated. Duquan is extremely looking forward to it. It says it's a huge reward, right? The system notifies that 0% of the reward contribution will be deducted from the reward. The reward for clearing the dungeon is 12 bronze keys. I'm happy. Which parameter should I raise this time? Early the next morning, Duquan dressed politely today. The weather is so beautiful. It's finally spring. If it weren't for today, things would be much better. He walked inside the Seolim Memorial House. I'm here, Dad. He looked attentively at the photo of the family of 3. Painful memories appeared in his mind. One evening at the hospital, police speculated that it appeared to be a collision due to brake failure. To avoid a pedestrian crossing the street, he drove past an electric pole. The doctor informed us that there was no other way, so we suggested it. Everyone, please prepare for the worst-case scenario. Duquan thought for a long time. Then he suddenly discovered it. What is this flower? Has anyone visited him before? Unsung's voice rang out that he was a good person. Ignoring saving my own life to save someone else's life, the moment he had to die from that accident, I was surprised why I. But if I told you, it was not an accident but a pre-planned crime. That person walked closer to the culprit. As someone close to you, what will you do? Duquan was bewildered. What did he suddenly say? But let's not talk about that. Why did you come here and why do you know my father? Unsung told everything he knew. When he was young, he was playing in the park. My dad saw you drinking coffee and ordered it, kid. Even though you're young, if you drink that stuff, you won't grow taller. Here it is for you. He wondered who he was. He looked so suspicious. He explained that he was just coming here to see if there were any kids secretly smoking, but it seemed like those devils already knew. Should run away. Unsung wondered why he did that, so he sat down on the swing next to him for him. It's a bear hunter. The boy realized that he was unemployed. He was not panicked. Unsung says it doesn't matter now. Your father, Duquan, suddenly waited. Now I'm very confused. He said it was not an accident but a crime planned in advance. There is no way on a day like this that you would intentionally come here to toy with me. But obviously at that time the police said it was an accident, he interrupted. There was evidence. I'm talking about evidence that the police didn't discover at the time. It has turned dark. Unsung asked what was wrong that he had to come here to say so directly. It turned out that Shok Dang came to him and told him about the boy named Ha Duquan from earlier. He is the son of Mr. Ha Dino from the Starlight Shelter. You also have a close relationship with him. Unsung, I was wondering why you were hanging out with that guy, but I didn't expect there to be such a story behind it. Anyway, I have something very interesting in my hands. At that wonderful moment, unexpectedly looking at Unsung's phone, this is it. On the day you went to Bungcheon-dong in the video Dong Shok Dang showed me, there was a recording of the crime on that day 3 years ago. Believe it or not, it depends. It's best for you to consider it yourself. Duquan is trying to reconsider everything. He looked at the picture of the family of 3. His father is smiling brightly, and he made a decision. As soon as he returned home, he immediately went to take a shower. He accidentally looked outside. Since when has it been raining? I wonder if it's spring rain. Then suddenly he remembered Unsung's words with evidence. I'm talking about evidence that the police didn't discover at that time. On the day you went to Bungcheon-dong in the video Dong Shok Dang showed me, there was a recording of the crime on that day 3 years ago. He was frozen in place. There was no way it could be like that. There's no reason. It rained harder and harder. Unsung stood by the door. He silently watched the rain. Suddenly there was a notification from the phone. There were 2 messages sent from Ha Duquan. He felt very surprised. The shock has already subsided while walking on that new road, the bodyguard replied, probably so. He accidentally discovered that side. Ha Duquan's clothes were soaked. He waited for him for a while. Shocked, he immediately guessed that it seemed like we didn't meet by chance. What are you doing here? I asked him again and said he had proof, right? He immediately understood. Then he took out a memory card from his pocket. Is this what you're talking about? I ordered it to be brought here. Shocked by his frankness. I don't like that. If you aim to get it then go ahead. Duquan is confident without you saying anything. Well, I already had that idea. He rushed to rob but was stopped by the bodyguard. Duquan took a few steps back. When I stood up, that guy was right in front of me. Senior, if you act freely in someone else's area like this, that would make us feel very awkward. The reward for clearing Dungeon is 12 bronze keys. Duquan wondered if he should boldly choose the highest quality slap this time. Unlock power increased by 100. And many more unlocks to follow. The total MP increased from 400 to 1600. He used the attack to stab the gap, and continuously attack him. That guy surprised this guy. He rushed forward and pressed his head down, and deliver the killing blow. Duquan breathed a sigh of relief. Shok Dang slowly walked forward. At that time, I clearly warned you not to touch my juniors, because you made a mistake first, so you have to eat it. Suddenly his figure disappeared without a trace. Turns out he jumped high, then hit the Fakon Ro pit. It can't be solved with one shot, right? This situation is completely different from the matches I have participated in so far. Now I have used up all the mana activation keys. The Han Duquan is rushing forward at full speed. In order to be able to use my skills freely at this level, I can still win. Han Duquan turned around and threw a powerful kick towards Dong Shok Dang as if he wanted to kick him out of the cage. Chicken like that. Fakon Rop Han Duquan's kick was as fast as tearing the wind and aimed straight at Dong Shok Dang's itchy face. Faced with his kick, Dong Shok Dang leaned back and dodged gently, making Han Duquan very surprised. He thought that using the same move twice would be effective. His trajectory was also too strong to simply say, and then Dong Shok Dang threw a punch at him. As soon as his punch was launched, Han Duquan took advantage of that moment to launch another skill to stab into gaps to defeat him. Even if he was suddenly attacked, Dong Shok Dang still had time to use his other hand to block his attack. His sleeve had the mark of the Han Duquan's shoe. The problem is that this time the opponent's level is too different. After launching the skill, Han Duquan's feet finally touched the ground. His face clearly showed his fear of the opponent in front of him. Before he could fully grasp his skills and let the Han Duquan stabilize, a hand reached out to attack him. Luckily, thanks to his quick reflexes, Han Duquan caught Dong Shok Dang's hand and performed a super nice over-the-shoulder tackle. I have to use all my strength to unleash another skill that Han Duquan unleashed once more in an attempt to knock down my opponent. But it surprised him. After that attack, the boy was still safe and sound. He even cried out to express his surprise in a very calm way. "That's really magical," Dong Shokdang said while smiling savagely in an upside-down position. Han Duquan immediately realized something was wrong and quickly jumped back to get away from him. When I confronted him directly, I realized that his movements were a bit Handu Mandarin. Listening to Dong Shokdang's words, I was worried and sweated all over my face. Somewhat unrealistic, Dong Shokdang's sharp eyes looked towards Han Duquan as if he had seen something. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Han Duquan immediately got startled. "I made up my mind." Dong Shokdang continued to talk. "From now on, I'll only hit you twice," as he said, rushing right in front of the Han Duquan before he even realized it. "So show me more of your ability," he said, then he threw a hook at the Han Duquan. This is me not being able to react. Even though I saw Dong Shokdang Han Duquan's attack, I still couldn't react to his attack and took a straight blow to the jaw, sending his head flying back. The first blow after giving Han Duquan a punch, Dong Shokdang said. Han Duquan's life points immediately decreased from 1,500 to 231 after taking the last punch. What the hell is this? The pain came so much that Han Duquan couldn't help but scream out loud and spit out a mouthful of blood. Han Duquan's legs couldn't even support his body and he fell to the ground. Dong Shokdang slightly raised one eyebrow and looked at Han Duquan in a slightly disinterested way and said, Compared to your attacks, it seems like you have no defense ability at all." From above, you look down at the Han Duquan who is kneeling on the ground, no different from a superior person, and the Han Duquan can only kneeling on the ground trying to digest the intense pain. "I can't confront him," that was the first thought that appeared in Han Duquan's mind amidst the intense pain. "This guy is on a completely different level no matter how many skills I use. Also, you can't win against him. I thought you also had something." I was wrong. Hearing Dong Shokdang's contemptuous and taunting words made Han Duquan's tightly clenched hand immediately tremble and the blue veins stand out up as if wanting to destroy the upper layer of skin and crawl out. He thought to himself, but so what? Now I only have this option. Han Duquan used all his strength to quickly grab Dong Shokdang's leg with the skill of stabbing into gaps. "What are you doing?" Dong Shokdang felt confused by Han Duquan's actions. "Are you planning on punching me or are you planning on using that method to push me down?" He kept making guesses. The two hands holding the Han Duquan's ankles gently squeezed him to answer him yes today. "The floor was quite slippery," he said, then he yanked his leg to the side, causing Dong Dang to lose his balance and fall to one side. Dong Shokdang fell hard to the ground. Han Duquan immediately climbed on top of him and said, "You should." Closing his mouth tightly, he clenched one hand tightly and raised it high as if preparing to deliver a earth-shattering punch. Using the brutal destructive skill, Han Duquan threw each punch like heaven, straight towards Dong Shokdang's evocative face. After punching for a while, he stopped to breathe for a moment and then continued to use the brutally destructive skill. The second consecutive attack, each punch like heaven, once again landed straight on Dong Shokdang's face. After resting a bit, the Han Duquan continued to use his brutal destructive skills. Han Duquan's fists did not have time to cool down before they continued to strike one after another on Dong Shokdang's face. After a period of time, Han Duquan finally let his fists rest. He breathed heavily and looked down at the Dong Dang. What is this? Did he avoid everything? Even though he had received many of Han Duquan's stormy attacks, Dong Shokdang still appeared very calm and even asked Han Duquan if he was done. Once again, just as Han Duquan was about to raise his hand to continue using the skill, Dong Shokdang continued to say that you probably don't know, that's why I said it. His words made you a little nervous. Paused for a moment in doubt. His punches all missed and the Han Duquan's knuckles were now full of scratches, making his fists covered in his own blood, and it was only now that he realized it. One of Dong Shokdang's hands clenched into a fist and pressed tightly on Han Duquan's thigh, causing him to scream in pain. He continued to mock you. What can I expect from someone like you? But, Han Duquan was still trying to fight the pain coming from his thigh. Looking at Dong Shokdang's grimacing face, he said, "It seemed like he had nothing left to show me now, right? Take it," he suddenly said and opened the hand that was still tightly clenched to reveal a memory card that had been there for some time. This directly shocked Han Duquan and he didn't understand why he had to do that. Even though he still felt vague, the Han Duquan still reached out to grab it. But before he could reach the memory card, he was suddenly and easily thrown away by a Dong Dong with just a wave of his hand, making the already shocked Han Duquan even more shocked. Han Duquan was thrown hard into a nearby wall. Thinking I was telling the truth, I was so shocked that I stood up, holding the memory card dangling between my fingers and looking at the Han Duquan sarcastically. Ah, that was the second hit. Han Duquan at this time his eyes were white and his mind also became blank. Dong Shokdang held the memory card in his hand and said, if you want this, just come to me anytime. Change it next time. I will beat you to death. He looked at the Han Duquan with a threatening expression. But the Han Duquan was now unable to react to him anymore. His field of vision gradually narrowed, leaving only the image of Dong Shokdang standing up and saying the same thing. I had just felt a little excited. It was really bland as he said it, then he left, and that was also the last image that Han Duquan saw. Little drops of rain fell on the Han Duquan's face full of wounds. The coldness coming from them made him wake up. Han Duquan is still sitting on the street corner where the battle between him and Dong Shokdang took place, not knowing how long he passed out. Now what remains in Han Duquan is only shock when he remembers what he went through and lost. He reminisced from the moment he met Han Unsung that day when he told him the day he came to Bungcheon-dong in the video Dong Shokdang showed me. Did you record the crime scene on that day 3 years ago until you met Dong Shokdang and he showed you the memory card you were looking for? Is this what you're talking about? If you aim to get it, go ahead. Han Duquan hugged his shoulder with a hand covered with scratches overlapping each other. In his mind, a photo of him and his father appeared before him. I'm sorry, I'm so scared. In the quiet street crying in the middle of the dark night, the silhouette of a lonely teenager sitting huddled in the heavy rain makes people sob to the core. I don't think I can win if I fight him. Open your hands and look at us. What should I do? The Han Duquan just sat there in silence. His tears mixed with the raindrops falling from the sky that day. On the night of torrential spring rain, suddenly from mid-air an electronic screen appeared with the words mission appearing. Since the day I realized my own weakness. On the electronic screen appears the words reward after completing the corresponding task along with many accompanying items. Do you accept the quest? On the screen appeared a question I was starting to become stronger than ever. Accepted, the Han Duquan answered with a look filled with determination. Sun Rest Station is a non-profit organization established with the desire to lead teenagers in the right direction. My father is the president of the association. Other people, every time they look at their father, never hesitate to praise him. I don't feel happy at all. Dad, are you out so early? Han Duquan, still sleepy, asked his father. His father didn't even turn his head to look at his son and replied, Hey, son, I have a lot of work to do today, so I'll probably have to go out soon. Pak Dong-soo of the Sun Rest Stop is a student at your school, you know, right now I think he's smoking like crazy. So this brat has told him countless times, but he said banning smoking is not easy, and the Han Duquan even told his father that he didn't have any big reaction. Lately, there are people who are fighting all the time, and they say that this time, the Sun Rest Station took the scholarship money to buy a motorbike. The response to the Han Duquan's complaints was just a superficial response from them. Your father. Because his father still had many shortcomings, he couldn't believe that his father would put all the responsibility for that problem on himself, which made the Han Duquan angry and shouted, Dad. Dad probably doesn't believe that it's possible to change them, so he's acting like that. Is it right? I only intend to use that aid money to earn my own resources, right? I'd rather believe that Han Duquan is disgruntled. Spoke up but was interrupted by his father, Duquan. His father turned and gave him a big smile. I'm going. I was angry with my kind father for going to help those poor people. This weekend we will have a fun camping trip together, so don't be jealous. That day. I didn't know that was the last time I talked to my dad. Han Duquan jumped up and shouted loudly, his face drenched in sweat. He is currently in his bed, constantly adjusting his breathing. Suspecting that he might be sick because he had been exposed to the rain the day before, Han Duquan took out a thermometer to check, holding the thermometer in his mouth and muttering to himself, whenever comes, you brat is good at pretending, flag. He admitted that it was really strong. His body suddenly trembled when thinking back to that day, but Han Duquan still remained speechless and said that he was caught in the rain, so why did he keep shaking? Suddenly he stopped for a moment to deepen the chain of thoughts in his head 3 years ago when his father's car got into trouble. It was a crime planned by someone in advance, and that day Han Unsung also hinted to him about the culprit. If he was close to him, what would he do? The memory card contains evidence of why that guy carried that thing with him. Does this appearance that won't be easily let go have anything to do with him? No, it's the first time I've met this type of person in life, not in the near future. I've already said everywhere that if I win, give me the memory card. If I'm the person involved, I should hide the evidence from the beginning. Right. Why do I feel a pain in my head? And Han Duquan holds his head and grimaces. He suddenly turned to look at the mission screen floating nearby. On the screen appeared the content of a new mission that required the Han Duquan to train physically for the important mission later, making him wonder what mission was next. After revealing the content of the mission, the image continues to display a list of rewards after completing the mission, which means your stats will increase significantly. What I need to do now is quickly become stronger. Wait, I'll have to find evidence of that. Let's do the mission, the Han Duquan shouted excitedly. The first task given is to use the dragon position to walk to the school. The screen displays the remaining distance of 49,869 meters. At the same time, on the road everyone around is confused. His eyes were wide open as he witnessed the Han Duquan moving in a strange position while he was still using all his strength to go to class. Two girls passing by saw Han Duquan and started teasing each other. Your lover is crawling KKK. The other girl heard that and immediately said, oh you crazy, go away Han Du. When the Mandarin heard what the two girls said, he just wanted to immediately put his head down on the ground and hide his face. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. Is this true? Isn't it true that the so-called body training is something like doing sit-ups, push-ups, and all kinds of things like that? One of the two girls just didn't forget to take it before leaving. His phone took out a photo of this scene while the other person continued to urge his friend to move on quickly. KKK. How can you do this? To improve your health, do this exercise. No matter how much, I will perform Han Duquan and immediately use my strength to speed up, causing the two girls just now to be scared and run away. The second task given was to sit in a chair for the remaining time of 10,768. The third task is to catch pigeons with your bare hands. The remaining number that needs to be caught is 100. The fourth mission is to float under the slide with 78 hours left. The fifth mission is to complete the hell level difficulty of the current progress fee, which is 0.3%. The mission screen was still floating in the air nearby with a list of missions being given, and there was also the groan of Han Duquan de-stopping. And just like that a week of hell passed. Han Duquan was lying on his back on the ground, his face pale and mouth mumbling apologies to his father. In any case, this seems a bit too much for me. In front of the Han Duquan is a screen showing the current progress of the physical training mission as 2%. Dusk gradually falls in the quiet amusement park. Han Duquan sat up after being in despair, but if he thought about it carefully, the evidence from Dong Soc Dang could also be fake, so why would a piece of evidence that has never existed before come out of nowhere? Maybe it's because Unsung was wrong, but that person is still more trustworthy. This mission has no time limit, so there's probably no chance of failure. If we stop here, then suddenly a voice interrupted the Han Duquan, who was sitting alone muttering something. Kang Si-hun something, since when have you been here? Han Duquan turned around and saw that Kang Si-hun was shirtless, revealing his inked arms and muscular muscles, swinging on the crossbar. To your question, Kang Si-hun calmly replied, I'm your neighbor, so what's the problem? Why does your crazy guy keep clinging to the slide like that? You know you should respect your preferences, but KKK. Kang Si-hun gave him a sarcastic smile, seeing that Han Duquan responded confusedly, this is training. So why did you leave your pinning practice and go to the children's play area to practice? Surely you know that in high school I had a period of extreme obesity. That dangling body is really shy about going to the gym, so at night when there's no one around, she runs out here to practice. It's almost like he hasn't missed a single session in almost 2 years. Han Duquan is surprised that Kang Si-hun has only gently replied that he's tired all these 2 years. The first year, it was okay and I always just wanted to beat myself up. KKK. It turned out he used to be like that, Han Duquan silently exclaimed. Nowadays, sometimes when I remember the old days, I come here to practice a bit and continue to confide in what Kang Si-hun said. Han Duquan can't help but think about him. As a child, every time he went to school and had to compete for food, his mind echoed the voice of his old self, Mom, I want to practice Western Kondu. Han Duquan. I also said that there was a time when I was very determined to practice sports. But that determination, it's always easy to give up. Another time I said my mother wanted to learn Aikido. Always the same. I give up on things too easily. You're so amazing. Kang Si-hun's unexpected compliment made Han Duquan feel surprised. Huh? Then you said you were training something or something else. What's so strange about that? Kang Si-hun was doing pull-ups while talking to you. Han Duquan turned to look at the 2 mission screens floating in front of him. That's right, a bastard like him still tries like that. In his mind, his father's smiling face appeared the last time they met, apologizing to him for being weak. Han Duquan once again hugged the slide this time. It took until the last minute for his face to be filled with determination. AAA Han Duquan shouted loudly to cheer himself up, causing Kang Se-han on the side to complain that it was too noisy, and then time passed very quickly. Just like that, 2 months had passed. Dong Shokdang was sitting alone in the office. A loud noise caught his attention. I didn't see any news, so I thought you gave up and came looking for me yourself. Han Duquan appeared from outside the door. Dong Shokdang held up the memory card and said, I know you want this. Do you remember what I said? Next time, I'll take the beating until I die before I stop talking. That's no joke. Dong Shokdang's eyes suddenly changed. They were now filled with murderous intent. Responding to his threat, the Han Duquan just gently closed the door and told him to figure out where to deploy it. Because this time, when he looked closely, he suddenly showed surprise. I have changed a lot. Han Duquan rolled up his sleeves and prepared for work. In just 2 months, his temperament has completely changed. He now looks much more mature and solid than before. Yours is also superior to the previous Han Duquan. Now he can definitely beat Dong Shokdang up and down the field. Back 2 months ago, Han Duquan was sweating profusely, breathing rapidly, his mouth softly muttering BB. Once he caught it, he shouted loudly with joy and at the same time excitedly lifted the pigeon he had just caught up high. The screen displayed the task of catching pigeons with his bare hands. There were 97 left. This damn bird is normally not afraid of people. He's really hard to catch. Everyone around him looks at Han Duquan like he's crazy. I just want to give up immediately. He immediately turned to find the next target. This time, even if he died, he would not give up. The remaining time for the task of swinging on the slide is 6,398 minutes, but even so, I can feel the task progressing faster and faster. The Body Strengthening Quest series progresses 9%. The remaining time for the Invisible Chair mission is 7,402 minutes if you keep speeding up the mission with this momentum. 21% progress in the Body Strengthening Quest series. The task of completing the Hell level difficulty level of Rin Fit with 47% completion progress may end faster than I thought. The Body Strengthening Quest series progresses 58% at the end. After many days of trying, the mission screen in front of the Han Duquan finally displayed the progress of the Body Strengthening mission series, reaching the 100% mark. All mission items have been completed. The screen continues to display the progress of completing the Body Strengthening Target mission. Additional rewards for completing increased capacity quest chains. Han Duquan's body was suddenly covered by a blue light. Several screens appeared in mid-air showing that his stats had increased dramatically. The Han Duquan just stared silently. Why is there no change at all? I can't feel it at all. He opened the information screen and looked at it, only to be surprised and say, wait, what have the stats increased to this level? On the day my father passed away, it seemed like he said something that I had to check directly to be sure to clarify. Returning to the present, Dong Shokdang noticed a significant change in Han Duquan and said that in the past time, I don't know where he has been and what he has been doing. Do you think you can beat me in just 2 months? He raised one eyebrow and said mockingly. In response to his ridicule, the Han Duquan still maintained a very calm attitude. This story is related to my father's death, so of course I have to take the risk. Dong Shokdang said for him as he stood up. In just a moment, he quickly jumped towards Han Duquan. If he wanted to die like that, then I will send you to your father right now. He swung his leg and kicked in the direction of the Han Duquan. Before we start, I have a question that Han Duquan is now willing to answer, making Dong Shokdang surprised. But you were able to easily block his kick. Where did you get the evidence? Han Soquan looked directly at him and asked a question. Was able to block the Dong Shokdang and immediately backed away from the Han Duquan. Seems like it's a bit off. Why should I tell you? As he spoke, he rushed forward and prepared to punch you. A powerful punch was thrown by Dong Shokdang, aiming straight at the Han Duquan's face. Unexpectedly, his attack was once again easily blocked by you. Now you can't help but answer my question. Anyway, I will know the answer through evidence. Because you will have to vomit it all up now. Times have changed. Han Duquan is now the one threatening the opponent. Dong Shokdang's eyes clearly showed his surprise at the current situation. Dong Shokdang remembers the time he met Han Unsung that day. How did Unsung see this? The culprit who filmed this video is right. Han Unsung was just staring at the phone. That's right, he answered. Sure enough, I should have shown it to you sooner so it could be used later. This was not intended to be given to that Han Duquan, but Han Unsung asked him. Shocked, while drinking wine, he answered very fatherly, why do I have this precious evidence? What does that guy's father's death have to do with me? If you are interested, please let me know the identity of that murderer. Han Unsung looked at the recording and said with a worried expression. If he didn't see it directly, he probably wouldn't be able to convince him. He put the phone on the table and said, "Just say who the culprit is and someone will immediately come here to look for this recording." Shakdang shrugged his shoulders and turned around to focus his attention on a small memory card sitting on a nearby table. "Anyway, I don't think you should keep it. It has nothing to do with that guy coming directly to us. Chief. In any case, he would never get it, but the reality did not seem to be what he had predicted. The fact that the Duquan could use one hand to block one of his punches shocked him. I'm so surprised. What is this? Duquan now seems to have returned and is much more powerful than before. This terrifying appearance makes the opponent look at him with different eyes. He really. At that time, he was just a weak kid, but in just 2 months, he had grown to this level. Impossible, I thought in shock, then tried again with the next attacks but was stopped by Duquan with just one hand. It seemed like all this time he had only improved his ability to withstand attacks. How long do you think you can last this way? Having said that, he used a strong force move to finish off Duquan. But what he didn't expect was this. Duquan was very agile in avoiding that attack. But just now I almost knew how much the defense had increased. He then continued to dodge a spinning kick that seemed to flatten his face parallel to the wall coming from the Shock's position. He continued to raise his knee high, kicked straight into the Duquan but still missed. He seemed to have realized something, so he told the Duquan, "This guy now. Intentionally not attack." Duquan still asked permission to look at the enemy with half an eye because after spending days practicing catching birds and practicing physical strength, his level was at a new level. Shockingly, on the contrary, he seemed so interested and agile. Shocked, I remembered the time when I talked to Unsung and he told me absolutely not to let the officer take the memory card away. But at that time, the shock was still very subjective, so I still calmly said, "I know that he has been moving around often recently. No matter what, he's just a kid. So do you think you can keep that person a secret from him?" Han Unsung immediately said that he couldn't face it. Shocked Dang seemed impatient but said of course it was. However, Unsung blocked his throat and repeated that it was not possible now. Shocked and surprised, he asked what Unsung meant by that. Han Unsung stood up and said, "Let's see, I don't know anymore and can't say anything, so. Because he is a very special person." Unsung's words before leaving that day were shocking, as if this interesting knowledge had been acquired. "Do you mean this?" The feeling that that day was not wrong also means that the Duquan's movements during the fight were a bit unusual. But I don't understand why the shock after that incident suddenly became strangely exciting. What did you say that was so unreasonable? If it's impossible according to common sense, could this be due to the strength of the family? Shock Dang's gesture made the Duquan a bit nervous, as he had shown such a perverted look before. The atmosphere suddenly changed. "Hey, if that's the case then I have to thank my dead father," he said, then shocked and continued to give brotherly kisses to the Duquan. But before that, the Duquan was able to make a move that made the Shock Dang's face rise parallel to the ceiling. He was so dizzy that he felt like he was going to the altar to look at the naked cock. Before he could regain his balance, the Duquan continued to gradually beat him to death. This time, it was a shocking surprise that he knocked out the entire team. Now he's had enough of playing alone. From now on, it won't be interesting anymore. Duquan used his contemptuous eyes to scan the ground. Just like the criteria before his fist, all living beings are equal. After giving his opponent a face spinning like a record, the Duquan asked for permission to look at life with half his eyes and said he looked like he was boring. But from now on, it won't be fun anymore. But after all, winning makes the king lose, so whatever the Mandarin says is the truth. Dung Shock Dang was beaten to a pulp, but it seemed like there was blood on it, so he still laughed excitedly and admitted that this was beyond my expectations. It's really been a long time ago. His ill appearance made the Du-man question it. "Who knows, this guy is actually crazier than you think," smiling like he just finished inhaling bubbles and saying, "It's been a long time since I had a worthy opponent like you." At the same time, on a building that seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, there was a person wearing a jacket standing with a very fatherly appearance. Suddenly, someone called out his name, causing Di Bakchong to turn around and look back. That person came to report that the security system of the Bangchedong Human Resources Office kept sending notifications. Di Bakchong looked at him with a puzzled look. "Isn't it shocking that I'm in the office right now?" The fat employee immediately replied to his boss that it was true, so at first I thought it was probably nothing special, but the announcement wouldn't stop. Otherwise, what should I do? When Di Bakchong asked what those announcements were like, the fat guy looked a bit confused. Since a few minutes ago, it had been continuously. The screams are getting louder and louder. However, the announcement rang out like a trance, but it was not as tense as the Duquan's current tense situation. Dung Shokdang is similar to a diagonal kick, wanting to make the opponent's face land on the floor, but without success. He also has to admit that after only 2 months, he could become like this. You are truly admirable. As he spoke, he launched a series of punches straight at the Duquan's face, but you were able to put your hands up in defense to block him. Unexpectedly, the more this guy fights, the more perverted he becomes, but it seems like time has passed. At an important moment, the official tripped over the edge of the leather chair behind him. It seems like your actual combat ability still hasn't improved. When the Dongquan fell back on the back seat, the Dongdang quickly approached and tried to pin him down. It's just a pity that there wasn't that spring because the official was flexible enough to kick the opponent's jaws. And he turned over and landed safely on the chair. Duquan breathed a sigh of relief after howling to escape death. He thought that the last shot almost put him in danger. But before I could even breathe, the Dong Shokdang rushed at lightning speed towards the direction my ancestors said, not bad. The Duquan looked at him cautiously, probably because he did not expect that one day he would be pursued by someone so enthusiastically. In a moment of lack of vigilance, he was sent flying by his opponent, then rubbed his face against the wall in the room. He quickly took a stance to avoid the next attacks. Duquan contemptuously spat out a bit of blood from his mouth while looking unflinchingly at his enemy and said that he was originally such a talkative person. Dung Shokdang replied that because I met a worthy opponent, I was unconscious. Became so excited, he probably didn't expect to bet too much and become addicted, so he stuck to Duquan like coffee and milk. Dung Shokdang said while moving closer to Duquan and said, this is the first time I heard this from a guy, so I was also unconscious. Because his face looked exactly like the delusional perverts in the story, the Duquan also asked for permission to give him loving strokes on his cheek and corn fell in his mouth, just swinging his fist. With one shot, his brother swung his body and spun it like in a textbook. Kicked the Duquan as if he wanted to throw his stains out. The official was so shocked that he couldn't stand it, so what was he thinking about this bad boy? Dung Shokdang took the opportunity to give him a blow that literally knocked him to the gut. What are you doing? Immediately after that, there was a series of non-stop hair grabs and slaps coming from Dung Shokdang's position. The Duquan was also extremely surprised to see that he was moving faster and faster. In fact, all along while he was still stunned, his opponent was preparing to strike the decisive blow. If this continues, he will absolutely. I can't take my memory card with me anywhere. I was shocked and decided to let the official lie on the floor after a loving head hug and a pillow on my face. But in the middle of his high, he suddenly stopped smiling. Duquan thought to himself that by saying that, he still hadn't really fought yet. And me too. I don't know when the Mandarin got the aura of being a very alert and handsome main character and was about to fill the other guy's mouth with onions. No, if you're going to take me down with force then stop, and instead of creating a breakthrough, the situation turned into a stroke when the Duquan hit me so hard that it seemed like I could see it. Both grandparents. Shocked, I quickly retreated to the back and took a defensive stance. I did not tremble in front of a strong opponent, and even in a situation where I was beaten to the point of not having time to rest, I can still calmly think about the next move. Is this the effect that mental power brings? At this time the system has announced that the Duquan's mental power has increased rapidly and he also regaining form against a strong enemy. Thanks to you I learned about that. While still in shock, this time it was the official's turn to rush forward and shout, quickly hand over that thing. The review of the energy indicators is roughly done, now I should finish the match. I'm shocked and don't understand what's going on, I'll be beaten upside down. He has now lost his smile and said that you are still hiding your cards. The Duquan still treats the opponent like a punching bag to exchange loving moves. Fighting again is just a waste of time. Shokdang also shows that I'm not that good when I quickly regain my spirit and fight back fiercely. Is it a waste of time? The match had just started, but the more they fought, the more enthusiastic they were, rolling around and sticking to each other. But the most shocking thing was that Duquan didn't even bother to dodge the attack but let Shokdang's fist stick to his face. It's not just coming here, it's the Du Mandarin who has rolled up his sleeves and then put his passion to the maximum in preparation to fire straight at the enemy's strikers. Shocked, just a moment ago he was still smiling, but now he was ready to receive his boxed lunch early. Duquan delivered a direct blow to Shokdang's body. The moment Shokdang's face raised parallel to the sky, he immediately flew several meters away with all his previous arrogant confidence. An amazing wall dive. The Duquan withdrew his fist and thought that he had hit the fatal point. I should have asked you where you got that evidence. But maybe you can't say anything anymore. Duquan standing in front of the scene of the pervert SOC Dang being miserable beyond words. But now that doesn't matter anymore, I'll take this anyway, and after you get what you need, you can brush your butt off and leave right away. Sometime later. It seemed like he sensed something unusual, so D Bakchong's brother immediately prepared to go check, but shocked he still didn't pick up the phone. Could something have happened? My brother immediately dragged the entire back office team in uniform to look for the junior reporter. I kept worrying about that, so in the end we all pulled together to the office. I hate the feeling of being sick the most. Weasel. Before arriving at the office, he immediately sent a junior to the front to monitor the situation. Hurry up and see what's going on, you bastards. When the junior ran up, suddenly on the stairs he saw his shirt so white that he couldn't see it. Seeing a handsome man suddenly fall on the stairs like that, the other guy ran away screaming, "Big brother." D Bakchong stared at the other person and asked Han-sung, "What are you doing here?" Han-sung sat with his legs perpendicular and replied, "I'm sitting here to prevent anyone from getting on top." Bakchi-chong glared and started to act like a gangster, talking in someone else's territory, but it was so arrogant. I kept wondering why the security system kept ringing like that. Turns out it was because something happened above. Looking at you sitting here leisurely, it seems like you're shocked to be gone, right? Well, I don't care anyway, it's certain that your fate will come. At this time, Bak Di-chong still hasn't anticipated that his teammates will die so soon, so he plans to drag his juniors to fight the council. Because just now, to prevent anything from happening, I called all of Bang Chandong's staff back. Bak Di-chong showed off his abs in front of the other person and even said, "I asked you what you were doing here last time." Han-sung remained calm and didn't let those abs make him flinch. "I told you what, I'm sitting here to prevent anyone from going up." When he heard the answer he went north. Di-chong, I can't help but admire this guy who doesn't know how to judge the situation at all. "Okay, you bastards broke in here, including you, just beat us all and you'll know the reason right away." Han-sung finally stood up and spoke defiantly, telling them to try. "It's fine with me, but you guys will be okay. Because from now on you guys will have to stop me." It turned out that way. Han-sung remembered when he stood next to the Duquan and told him the story. He revealed a sad face and said he didn't expect that he knew my father. Han-sung asked, "More importantly, what are you going to do from now on?" "I will definitely go back to find that memory card containing evidence, even though I have been beaten to pieces by Dongdang before, but this time I have found a way to win." The Duquan said with confidence that it wouldn't take long. "After I finished preparing, I would go find him right away because I wanted to check the evidence with my own eyes." I remember that evening again. Han-sung received a phone call from the Du man and he announced that he would go there today. "Please tell me the address of Bang Chandong Human Resources Office." That's also the reason why he came to this place to guard, so that no one could bother him. Standing in front of the arrogant gang leader, Han-sung calmly said that today I broke into this place. First, I'll give you two choices. Now you can choose to step back or jump right in. He didn't forget to add a sentence that said, "Of course. I'm talking about all of you. I hate wasting my time so much." That arrogant statement of yours made the muzzled gangsters behind you speechless. Bak Di-chong looked at the other person's expressionless face and hesitated. "What is this?" I know Han-sung is not a person with ordinary temperament, but so what's the matter? After all, our side also has up to 40 people. There was such a large group of people, but for some reason, they kept standing together and didn't see the boss instructing them to rush into a fight, but in reality, Bak Di-chong was still busy calculating. There was no way I was going to lose alone. It is. But he didn't understand why his neck was so stiff but his whole body was so tense that he didn't dare to cough. Damn, why am I hesitant? What kind of oppressive feeling is this? All I know is that Han-sung just needs to scowl and he'll kill them all, let alone fight. At this moment, the Duquan poked his head down from the stairs. "Unsung, why are you here? Isn't this the boss of the dungeon?" What shocked him the most? That's right in front of the yard, there's a whole bunch of funny guys standing there. What are these people? When Bak Di-chong saw the boy, he gritted his teeth and cried out, "What are you doing up there?" Han-sung stopped talking around and raised his voice to say, "I told you so. I hate wasting my time so much." Bak Di-chong is very spicy, but there's nothing you can do about it. Han-sung led his bewildered younger brother straight, but no one dared to stop them. Everyone quickly got out of the way. There were loud noises outside the office door. Finally, Bak Di-chong's group of people aggressively rushed into the office while walking and scolding, "You bastards, first we have to assess the situation, then I will make you all pay." But when I first walked in, I was surprised. "Shockdong, are you here?" That guy was just knocked down and spread out, but now he can stand up again. Bak Di-chong looked around and asked in bewilderment, but why did the office and you also end up like this? What did the do-man do here? Shakdong just said that he came here to make a fuss. Don't worry, it's okay. As soon as I heard that you had brought the kids here, I told them to clean up. Haduquan was clearly hiding something very special, but his subordinates were so sneaky that their faces were bloodless. That's because of Shakdang's face that looks like he just played with this toy. Next time I see you, I will definitely bring your identity to light. As for Duquan and Han Unsung, the two of them led each other to a park bench to talk to each other. But why are you there? Is it because of me? Han Unsung told you to check the recording first, then I will explain it to you. Duquan accepted, and then he opened the video evidence in a very nervous state. He thought he could finally know what happened on the day of the accident. The video has a picture of a car that turns out to be the do-man's father's car. The length of this video is very short, but it is enough to make his heart beat faster. The picture showed a person in the back of the car, but that person's face was very blurry even though he couldn't make out who it was. But you know one thing for sure. Suspicious man wearing a mask and hat did something with his father's car. The official said the cause of the accident was believed to be due to the car's broken brakes. Could it be that it was done by the man in this video? But with this video alone, it's impossible to know who this person is. Suddenly the words that Han Unsung said before gave him an important hint. If he was living in a place very close to him, what would he do? If he thought about it, it seemed reasonable. Duquan immediately turned to ask Unsung, if you said the culprit lived in a place very close to me, right? Han Unsung, do you know who he is? Han Unsung immediately told him to look closely. The shirt the person in the video was wearing. The do-man followed with a worried look, thinking there was nothing to see about his shirt. But indeed, behind the shirt the signer was wearing, there was a logo of some sort. The Duquan was surprised and asked if this was possible. It turns out that a long time ago, the Duquan's father showed him a black shirt with the exact same logo like this in a very cheerful tone. Duquan, what do you think of this shirt? This is his uniform. That sunny house is beautiful, isn't it? It's just that he didn't seem to care and said, but, there's no way these delinquents would wear that shirt. Dad, why are you doing such a useless thing? His father at that time only said it was due to a feeling of attachment. Most of the children in the sunshine shelter were people who felt lost. Neither their body nor their heart had a place to rely on. However, through something as small as this shirt, they will feel attached. And thanks to that, the children at the shelter will rely on each other to positively influence each other and change little by little. It was in that moment that Duquan felt all the effort and enthusiasm that his father put in. He has always cherished. I think its design looks normal, but it's still a great shirt, right? But he couldn't have imagined that all the love he had saved up in his life would lead to pain. He was extremely shocked and said that the culprit was a person from the sunny home. Han Unsung said, of course, just by wearing a uniform, we cannot conclude with certainty that this is a person from the sunshine home. But it seems very likely that this is the case. The Duquan's hand was clenched so tightly that blue veins appeared. In the end, nothing changes. No matter what they do, they definitely won't change. Dad tried so hard and ended up like this. All the anger and resentment poured in, causing the Duquan to become depressed. Han Unsung said, but even if we find out that there is a culprit behind this incident, it's probably useless to report it to the police. Because the incident ended so soon, with just this video recording, we cannot clearly determine who the culprit is, and the source of the evidence is still ambiguous. Deng Shakdang said that he got this recording through an anonymous message from someone. Can't you guess anything about the culprit? Unfortunately, the Duquan replied that he really didn't have any further clues. After my father passed away, the Sunshine Shelter disbanded. Information about the people at the Sunshine Shelter at that time also. Suddenly a stream of ideas flashed into his mind. Duquan turned to tell Han Unsung that the building used to make the Sunshine Shelter was still there, not knowing that there were some documents left there. Thank you Unsung, thanks to you I was able to arrange everything so quickly. Han Unsung thought for a moment and asked Duquan if he found the culprit, what he was going to do. Duquan took a long breath and thought in his heart, Dad, please watch over me. I don't know how long this will take, but I will definitely find the culprit. Then he replied to Han Unsung with determination that of course he would crush him, and make him pay for his crimes. However, his words didn't last long before he had to face another tragedy right in class when he heard the teacher repeat the schedule to prepare for the midterm exam next week. This time I'll only focus on the difficult questions, so you guys should worry about studying hard. As soon as Duquan heard it, he was scared because he was so busy with his duties that he couldn't study or research anything. If this keeps up, my life will be crushed. Seeing that the Duquan was panicking and sending the "oh" signal, the classmate sitting behind him tried to ask him what was wrong. The Duquan cautiously replied that the reason he was like that was actually because the water reached his butt and he still hadn't jumped this time and hadn't learned any words in his head. When he heard it, he breathed a sigh of relief and said he thought something was wrong. "I can help you." That made Duquan suddenly pay attention. Dihan continued to say, "If you think it's okay then. Do you want to come to my house to study after school?" The school day finally ended. The Duquan seemed thoughtful, until now there was something that he had not realized. Since the first time we met Dihan, even though we became friends in the same class and ate in the same cafeteria, but unexpected events kept happening continuously, keeping me so busy that I didn't even notice. Is this friendship? Being able to come home with my friend to help like this unintentionally makes Duquan feel much warmer. The new Du man turned to ask the Dihan where his house was. Then suddenly a new mission board appeared. This time the mission is to protect and keep the Dihan safe during the exam. This makes the Duquan extremely surprised, thinking why there is a mission at this time. I have a feeling this is an unlucky mission, protecting Dihan. What does that mean? He will be in danger. In a small alley on the way home, two hoodlums suddenly appeared chatting with each other. "Oh my god, who said there are so many beautiful girls in this district?" The other guy replied that it was you, right? "I only have Mindang." Suddenly one of the two guys suddenly looked outside at the street with an attentive look. His accomplices asked him what he was looking at and he replied that he saw a familiar face. "I didn't expect to meet him in a place like this. An old friend who was once very close to me, and the old friend he is talking about here is Dihan." A notice board appears with a new mission. This time the mission is to protect, during the exam, please protect Du Dihan's safety. The reward is a hidden item. During the fourth midterm exam, Duquan was really surprised by what he was seeing. This place was really. Your house is Dihan. Both of them are standing in front of a majestic mansion. Dihan honestly, that's right, come inside. When the two entered the house, a woman's voice rang out, Dihan is back. Is that Dihan's friend? Duquan was confused. Hello, I'm Dihan's friend Duquan. She smiled and replied, I'm just a maid here. You guys, just relax, I'll bring you some fruit, she said and left, leaving the Duquan admiring. Thank you, she said, then he turned to admire, great, help her if your housework is already like that. Dihan can only laugh. Next, you both went upstairs. Go upstairs, your house looks like something out of a movie. The two stopped in front of a room. Dihan introduced, this is my room, so you are the young master. Why do you suddenly say that? It's so magical. I just came to the house to play, but already I feel closer to Dihan. Dihan over there is preparing a study place for both of us. Is it okay to study at this table? When was the last time I went to my friend's house to play? At this time, the maid brought some snacks, she said in a gentle voice. It's been a long time since Dihan brought friends home. She put that plate of food on the table and left, not forgetting to tell her, don't pay any attention to me, just go ahead, if you need anything, just call me. They both replied, thank you, we will eat all of this. Thinking back, I've never seen Dihan with other friends. The only time I saw Dihan was when she was bullied by others in the cafeteria. Both of us are sitting neatly at the desk, so let's start right away. What? There's no need to ask these questions, right? It's finally sunset. Thank you so much today, Dihan. We'll continue like this throughout the semester exam period. The two said goodbye to each other, so see you at school tomorrow. Be careful, the day passes quickly. Because when I arrived at Dihan's house, nothing dangerous had happened yet. Duty to protect Dihan's safety, he stared at the notice board from earlier. Suddenly he noticed something. He looked very uneasy. What? I was so shocked that I didn't pay attention. What is the hidden item? So far the reward is just a key. Since it's hidden, I hope it's something a little bit better. This also makes me very excited. It's time for the third midterm exam. Dihan happily told him that my Duquan had solved everything. Duquan, he walked in and saw Duquan lying glaring on the tile floor. Maybe I've studied too hard, Duquan started complaining. My brain can't receive any more information. If there's anything more, my brain will stop working. So let's take a break, Dihan said while smiling. In Dihan's large room, both were standing in front of a door. Duquan's face suddenly became tense. Dihan, this place is just a gem room. It's crazy, I'm so jealous. I dream of having a room like this. This is on my list of things I want to do before I die. So what? I don't particularly care about gems, so The Duquan suddenly asked why I had this room. Last year my parents gave it to me for my birthday. I'm the only one using this second floor, but there are many empty rooms. Birthday gift, what's wrong? It's not just a bit, it's definitely not on the same level. Duquan started to notice something. The two looked towards the white door. Dihan, so what room is that? It's just a warehouse, no need to pay attention, that's how it is. There is also wind in the sky, it's amazing. The time is getting closer, right now it is the midterm exam too, there are not many days left for this exam. The two were walking home after school when the Duquan opened his mouth. I've been bothering you a lot lately. No, I was also planning to review, there's nothing dangerous about this request. I also find this Duquan studying with you very interesting. Studying is also interesting, I don't know if I'm worrying in vain or not. Come to think of it, Dihan, you can't take extra classes or go to the center. Right now that's the case, but in the past I studied a lot. About 20 centers, that number surprised the Duquan. It's not just about studying, there are also many other things. A voice came from in front of the two of them. It's been a while since we last saw each other, Dihan. It's the first time we've met since high school. You and Dihan seem very uneasy when you see that person. Li Gumin, what are you doing here? He explained his reason for appearing. I had something to do nearby, then I happened to see you passing by. At that time, because I had an appointment, I pretended not to see you, but in my heart I missed you, so I came here to look for you. It's nice to meet you again. He is a high school friend of Du Dihan. I was wondering where you were hiding, so you came here? At this moment, Dihan's body was shaking. He continued to say, next to you is your friend. Duquan's eyes focused on Dihan. Are you shaking? Who is that person? Duquan moves forward but is stopped by Dihan. Don't attack Duquan. Dihan told him, I don't want to see you again, so don't appear in front of me again. Let's go, Duquan. I don't understand what happened to the two of them, so Duquan just followed Dihan. The Gumin watched the two of them leave, his eyes were a bit unusual. After walking for a while, the Duquan turned around and asked, Dihan, who was that guy just now? He doesn't look like your friend. Dihan's voice was low. Duquan, I'm sorry, I probably can't study with you today, are you okay? I could do it myself yesterday. I'll go first. Sorry, there's no other way. The Duquan said goodbye to him. Go carefully. Why did it suddenly happen like that? Who was that guy just now? Could this matter? The official opened the notice board with suspicion. Be related to the mission? Dihan walked away in a bad mood. His face fell as if he had just witnessed something terrible. Do rich people lick the lid of a yogurt box? Dihan, that must be it. The memory of the old bullying incident rushed back into Dihan's memory. Then lick it. The person who bullied him gave Dihan the lid of the yogurt box. He's that Gumin. He made you lick the moldy yogurt lid clean. Lick it, right? It's really licking. It's moldy. It's crazy. The more she thought about the previous incidents, the more Dihan trembled in panic. From behind, the Duquan saw everything, but he chose to keep silent. Even though it's a request, you can't force him if he doesn't like it. Anyway, he's already home, so it's probably okay. Dihan went into the house and politely greeted the maid. I'm back, but I didn't see the Du-man come in with me, so she wondered. Dihan, my friend. Duquan, I'm coming home alone today. No, I won't say Duquan, I don't know their names. Anyway, a long time ago, I went out to pick them up. Those kids are waiting for me in the room. When I heard this bad news, Dihan couldn't help but tremble in fear. What happened in the room? He quickly ran to his room. Why did his friend come over often? It seemed like he was studying with him. He quickly opened the door. What was waiting for Dihan in that room were 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. They were sitting on the sofa waiting for him. A woman inside said, Du Dihan, I didn't expect you to have a room like this after moving house. You seem to be living well these days. The rest of the people also started asking suspiciously, can I have Nin 10 Du tangerines? The maid has already put it all in her pocket, right? Why are you guys? Dihan's face is pale. Why are you back so late? I found your house and came here, but why aren't you home? Since you haven't come back, Gominli brought us there. The sound of footsteps came from behind Dihan. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. He slowly turned around to look. A familiar voice rang out at school. why did you leave first, Dihan? It's been a long time since his friend came to visit, that chilling voice approached him. He said in a sinister tone to Dihan, let's have fun today, I'll make you remember what happened before the Dihan's throne. Because he was worried about his safety, the Dukwon came back, no matter what he thought. The official has already pressed the doorbell. If he leaves like that, it seems impossible. His eyes were so determined, I had a very strange feeling. After ringing Dihan's doorbell many times, finally, there was a sound coming from the bell. The maid asked from inside the bell. Someone, Dikwon, also answered her, hello, I'm Dukwon. Knowing that person was Dukwon, she couldn't help but be surprised. Dukwon, I heard you weren't coming today. He scratched his head and laughed it off. I was planning on doing the same, but what should I do? Dihan is not at home now. This sentence makes Dukwon stunned. Are you not at home? Dihan just went out to play a while ago, with his middle school classmates, I don't know where I'm going. If there's an emergency, I'll try to call, I know, I'll stop by next time. He started to reason. Dihan said he'd be back today. The prior house. Could it be that he has a date with other friends? If so, then it's lucky, but suddenly the notice board appears again. The name of the request this time is the Guardian Mission. You have abandoned the Guardian. Because of not completing the request, the difficulty increased this time. This made the Dukwon confused. What, increased the difficulty of the request? This is the first time something like this has happened. Another request comes, rescue mission, please rescue Dihan. The reward is a hidden item. The content of this request has changed from protection to rescue. Maybe it wasn't Dihan who was playing with his friends. His hunch this time was very strong. Dukwon turned around with a serious expression, but being forced to follow them. At a certain billiards table, the powerful sound of kicking the ball resounded, the voice of a person speaking, no. It was the gang of thugs at Dihan's house earlier. They were shooting billiards together. A guy with bangs complimented the girl in front of him. She was very good at clearing the ball. It seemed like the ball wasn't what she intended, so angry. Gumin sat to the side looking at them with half an eye. He looked like a real thug. He turned his gaze to Dihan next to him. With his sarcastic voice, he began to interrogate Duhan. It's been a long time since he returned to the secret base, when he was in middle school. We often play here. In that place called the secret base there are many types of scum. They all have the same purpose, which is to bully Dihan. The black-haired guy was cuddling with the girl next to him. He was holding a glass of wine and saying, why hasn't Dihan changed a bit compared to that time? All bookworms are like that. The big guys next to him also started to surround Dihan and ask, but who are you? This guy was born with this docile appearance. Gumin spoke up, Dihan, many people meet you for the first time. The last time you came here was 2 years ago. Look at this guy, he's shaking. Don't be nervous. They're teasing Dihan uncontrollably. So boring, Dihan, because you don't know how to drink alcohol. The atmosphere is so boring. Why did you bring him here? Your friends poured you wine but you didn't even sip your lips. Damn, is your friendship only that much? That's right, I've been a bit sad just now. By the way, as I said, let's try that too. That, what is it? Testing their friendship, Gumin begins a terrifying plan. From now on I will slap your cheek, Dihan. Hearing that, old obsessions have begun to appear and spread terror in the past. He continued to say, out of all the people present here, there only needs to be one person. If that person receives a slap on your behalf, it will be considered passing the test. After saying that, he grabbed Dihan's collar. Don't be afraid, you are very confused right now. Wait, could it be that there was no one to help him? Gumin raised his hand high and was ready to slap him. The whole basement fell into silence. That terrifying sound was about to ring out. They all had no intention of helping him, but instead mocked him, to see if anyone would be willing to give him a slap, because he was avoiding us. If you're stupid, you have to endure it. He slapped Dihan so painfully that he collapsed on the floor. Blood began to flow. At this moment he was proud. He should have been kinder to his friends, right? Isn't that hitting too hard? What should I do if he reports it? That girl is a bit worried about him. Dihan, aren't you having fun playing with us? Surely you won't think of reporting it to anyone, right? Normally, how you are treated, your mother will know. I'm worried she will be shocked if she finds out about this. After that day, you suddenly disappeared, making me extremely surprised, you know. If I had known you were moving to the next street, would have called you to come hang out with us." His voice started to sound strange. Dehan tried to get up and sit back on the chair. His voice weakly asked him, "What is your reason for doing that?" The orange-haired guy next to him immediately said to him, "Hey Gu-min, it seems like there's a lack of alcohol." Gu-min took out Dehan's bank card and gave it to the orange-haired guy. "Take it and buy alcohol and cigarettes for everyone. You're truly a rich man, go and come back soon." Suddenly he stood up. "Anyway Dehan, it's been a long time since your friends poured it for you, why don't you drink it?" Dehan is now stiff and doesn't dare to move because he's scared. Next he yelled, "Damn you, trying to make me angry again." In a bustling city scene at dusk, the sound of the Duquan's hasty running echoed throughout the entire street. Where was it? He ran to the bathroom to look for it but couldn't find it anywhere. In an electronics shop, he searched every corner but couldn't find it. In the end, where can it be? Duquan kept calling "Hi Dan," but there was no response from the other end of the line and still no answer. After the calls, the other end of the line picked up. The Duquan happily started asking about the situation. "Hello Dehan, where are you now?" This sound, the Gu-min sound, is coming from the other side. "Are you the one who went with Dehan today?" "Are not. If it was this morning," Duquan began to remember. "Are you the guy standing in front of the school gate this morning?" he asked back. "Where is Dehan now?" "What, if I told you, would you come here?" "It's okay if you don't come. Your friend might also be in danger. Dehan's condition is very bad right now, his body is tattered after Gu-min's punches and kicks. I'll send you the address now, run here quickly." The Gu-min is starting again. After sending the address to the Duquan, he started to show a scary smile, testing the friendship. Then he hung up, making the Duquan even more anxious. "I'm very curious, he's actually Dehan's friend." On this side, Dehan tried to stop Gu-min and Duquan from touching him. The guys next to me started teasing, "Damn how strong you son of a bitch are," the feelings of some cowards. Gu-min pressed Dehan's head firmly to the ground, he rubbed his face roughly and screamed, "Are you asking me why I did that? Your hypocritical attitude annoys me. Shut your mouth and look what your friends will become because of you." The sky was starting to get dark. The sound of two Gu-min disciples complaining, "Those guys with a lot of money really like it, of course, I will entrust my life to Gu-min. But who was that guy just now?" When I asked, they said he was originally Gu-min's best friend, but it seems like he's no longer close friends. Are they really friends? What happened between the two of them that made them like this? Do you think I know? That's not the important thing right now. That nerd looked like he had money. I was planning to steal his wallet later. I was planning on doing the same. Right now the Mandarin from behind heard everything. Back to Dehan's place. "Hey, it's not like those two guys went all the way to the winery. They must have lost their way. I want to drink wine so much." The door in the distance was ajar. They thought the two men who had gone shopping had returned and said, as soon as they finished speaking, they left, "Hey, tell the truth. What were you guys doing just now?" Suddenly one of them was thrown into the room to everyone's surprise. Everyone was very panicked because of the situation in front of them. "What?" All eyes turned towards the other door. The Duquan dragged the remaining guy straight into their lair. Gu-min was a bit surprised at the Duquan's strength at this time. "A bit different from my imagination." Duquan turned his eyes towards Dehan and said, "Dehan, sorry for being late." He was very surprised after hearing that. "Duquan, why are you?" After saying that, the Du-man threw the other guy aside and said in a clear voice, "I don't know the situation here, but first I'll beat you all to pieces, okay?" Dehan remembers his middle school days, when he studied with Gu-min. At that time, we were both very close. "Dehan, I'm going to the hospital today." "I'll go too, of course. It's so magical, isn't it?" "What?" At that time I thought that he and I could become close friends. Both arrived at the Korean hospital. In room number 3, the high school uniform really suits our Dehan. The voice of a female patient said, "How's it going? You've made a lot of new friends." "About friends, today is the first day of school, Mom." "So what about the girlfriend?" "Mom, I'm just kidding." "So that's Deha's mother, she probably has an unspeakable disease. I just hope my son has a close friend. It's because I look so sick like you. Please find a strong friend to protect me. I'm no longer sick, Mom." After talking for a long time, it was time for Dihan to go home. When he left the room, he immediately met Gu Min, he said, wearing his school uniform. New uniform, maybe you're in first year. That's the first time I met Gu Min. We were in the same class, my mother and your mother were in the same hospital. It's amazing, and our families are both rich. It's quite a coincidence. Is that so? Probably due to sympathy. He said to Dihan, that's what I said, kid, don't do it. They both laughed and talked happily. My mother is the same, your mother is the same. If they can leave the hospital quickly it would be better, isn't that right? We have become friends who understand each other better than anyone else. So I thought our friendship would last forever. Days later, when the two were talking to the doctor, what happened to the doctor just now? Gu Min's mother was just transferred to the emergency room, but from that moment we gradually lost our sympathy. In any case, it's hard for my mother to survive this month. Those words awakened the Gu Min's cruel nature, and our relationship began to fall apart little by little. Returning to reality, the Duquan is ready to rush in. I don't know exactly what the situation is here, but first I can defeat all of you, okay? Those guys were provoked by the officer. Who the hell are you? What do you hear? We'll be beaten. Li Gumin on this side also burst into laughter. Dihan, your friend is coming to save you. The story was so touching that it brought tears to my eyes. The Dihan lying below was trying to stop him. Duquan, run away now. A blonde guy rushed towards the Duquan without knowing his strength. It was too late, you idiot. Damn guy. As soon as he finished his sentence, the Duquan's fist was right next to his jaw. Duquan used the skill to penetrate gaps and punched the other man in the head, causing him to collapse in an instant. Compared to the enemies I often fight, there are more of them. After they saw their comrades being defeated, they immediately became suspicious. What was that just now? Did they knock them out with just one blow? Besides, I don't know these guys' fighting ability, so they just kept fighting. Just random. Duquan tightened his grip. It seemed like a pointless waste of mana. His gaze became determined, to end it all in one go with minimal attacks. As soon as he finished thinking, he rushed towards the other two men with incredible speed, leaving them unable to react. That fat guy was about to swing his fist at you, this bastard. He was punched right in the chin, sending him flying straight into the sky. No matter what, just aim for the chin. Well, next, with just one blow he was defeated like the guy from before. The other guy from behind took the opportunity to grab a bottle of wine and intend to hit the Duquan's head. Sure of victory, he swung the bottle of wine down and the meathead took it. Another blow through the chin was delivered by the Duquan. Both body and wine bottle were shattered. He fell to the ground. These guys helped the Du-man prove his strength. Hey, I thought something big had happened. Dihan's tattered face was worried about the Duquan. Noticing that one by one they were defeated after fighting with the Duquan, they were starting to worry. What the hell is that? Why can he take down everyone in the room? Damn it, he purposely aimed for the chin. You seem competent, the fat guy also spoke up. I also want to try to fight you once, you bastard. That fat guy rushed straight towards the Duquan. Duquan decisively threw a punch. You don't even have to open your mouth to get it done. That's a really fast fist, the fat man praised, startling the Duquan. His punch resistance is so strong that your fist doesn't do any damage, anyway it has no effect on me. After speaking, he grabbed his collar. The situation gradually became more unfavorable for the Duquan. Just one throw from him sent you flying away. I don't know how to be gentle. Luckily he was able to keep his balance so there wasn't much damage to himself. The fat guy said to Gu Min, it's been a while since I used any strength so I'm a bit dizzy. Gu Min, can you order delivery for me? Just order whatever you want, he replied with a smile. Finally the fat guy came towards him. First I'll just beat this bastard and think later. Suddenly the Duquan grabbed his shirt, making him confused. The fat guy started to despise his strength. Are you planning on imitating me, you think? Can you throw me away? At this moment, the Duquan's hand was glowing with blue electricity. He used to penetrate the gap with 5 consecutive attacks and punch him hard on the chin, at one point. Because he was so reckless, he mixed his teeth and lips, and he was the next person to be defeated. Even that fat guy was lying on the ground. They couldn't keep calm anymore. The Duquan affirmed, I will give you a portion of pork rice, you bastards. Li Gumin still sat there observing everything. Two of them sighed. that's why they shouldn't order more of that dish. We should have acted sooner. Those two guys are respectively Quan Seonquan with fighting ability in the number 2 Lee Gu-min clique and Chang Min-yu with fighting ability. In the group of Lee Gu-min with number 3, this guy looks really annoying. From now on, the game officially begins, the other Seonquan said in a provocative voice. The Duquan looked at them with a serious face. In just a moment, those two guys also joined the Losers Club. The enemy now only left the Gu-min sitting over there. Duquan took steps towards Gu-man. Those girls started to panic. Don't come here, crazy guy. His eyes looked at him without any sympathy. Duquan changed the direction of the light towards Di-han, making him confused. He held Di-han and asked, Di-han, are you okay? Can you stand up? I'm fine. That look has changed to Gu-min. You ask him, and you are the main culprit who did something like this to Di-han. He still has no defense and ignores the Du Mandarin's question. He spoke up, Di-han, your abilities are very good, you have such a valuable friend by your side. How much did you pay to seduce him? Tell me, what? Just recently, me too. I also have such a valuable friend. From the side of the bed, a muscular curly-haired guy sat up. The Duquan immediately got ready to fight. Is there still one more guy left? It was so noisy. The curly-haired guy threw the blanket at the Duquan. Wait a minute, take this attack. From behind the blanket he threw a series of punches at the Duquan. Break your face, you bastard. A familiar fist shot out from under the blanket, aiming straight at the curly-haired man, piercing through the gap. Duquan punched his left arm. However, it didn't have any effect. He took a look and said, counterattack while being attacked, pretty good. Just receiving one blow from him makes me feel pain all over my body. Can you even block my punch, this bamboo-haired guy? He yawned and said, I haven't woken up yet, so I haven't done my best yet. This bamboo-haired guy is Kim Kang-chae, a second-year high school fighter with fighting ability in the number clique of Lee Gu-min. One was overwhelming. He was on a completely different level than the guys from before. If that's the case, should I be beaten until I go to the hospital? With this guy, that blue lightning covered his hand. The two stood there glaring at each other. He said, don't you kneel down and apologize, you'll die, kid. If you use a stronger skill, nothing will happen, right? Peaceful scene in front of Di-han's villa. The maid is busy with her work. This steamer has great features, but it's too big, so I don't like it very much. Just put it in the storage room for now. Then she walked towards that white door. As she walked, she looked at Di-han's room. The light in the room was turned off. Di-han was planning to have dinner before returning. It was during exam time. Anyway, I'm quite happy because lately Di-han often goes out with friends. She's also very happy. I wonder what they are doing now. Back to Di-han's place. The battle is still very intense. Why are you guys lacking sleep? I just slept for a while. Why, besides me, all of you fell to the ground, your hair covered with bamboo roots, while kicking and talking. Did you defeat them all? Duquan silently thought, I caused quite a large amount of damage. Each hit was not a normal attack. It was all the power that came from his muscles. He simply exchanged fists to his disadvantage. He can simply prevent the attack from penetrating his gap. At this moment he is still snoring. There are many people who cannot be defeated with normal techniques. In the end the official decides to take action. The attack is quick. There's no need to hesitate anymore. Just use a stronger skill. However, he was able to block the attack easily, something like a fatal blow. So if I make it impossible for you to attack, Kang-chae will grab your wrist and block your attack. A very satisfying swing was unleashed by the Duquan. This is the landing of the eagle. The kick is aimed directly at his head, causing him to plant his head on the ground. The swing is every bit perfect with great power. This attack was quite effective but only hit his shoulder blade. His left shoulder was clearly injured after receiving the kick just now. He began to grind his teeth. I aimed for his head, but due to my posture, the attack was deflected. The accomplices behind were worried. What's going on? Could it be that even he was defeated? Kang-chae was angry. Damn it, shut up. He came like an arrow. I still haven't woken up, so that's why. Suddenly from the left wing, the Du Mandarin's hand was waiting there. Then me. Help you wake up a bit. Another great technique was launched, causing him to be smashed into the pillar next to him. He collapsed below. The Duquan immediately said, hey, you seem to have an opinion. Di-han, after seeing the Duquan's talent, immediately admired it. It was so great. On the other hand, Gu-min is very angry because Kang-chae is weak. He glanced aside. The arrows on the launch board had entered his sights. A crazy idea came up. Kang-chae on this side was bleeding. He held his wound and had difficulty speaking. He thought his head was broken. You think there's no problem, what? Later, you will wish you had just stayed there. As soon as you finished speaking, the official decided to end the match. Let's end it with this. Suddenly his words made him stop. Over there. Di-han is being threatened by a Gu-min with an arrow. If you don't want me to punch a hole in his neck and take his life then. From now on, don't resist anymore. His face can't be more rude. The Dukwon worriedly shouted Di-han's name. The Gu-min turned and said to the bamboo-haired guy, "Hey Lee Kang-chae, do you think I paid you to do this now? Do your business properly, you bastard. What are you planning to do now?" The impatient Dukwon didn't pay attention to the bamboo-haired guy who returned his punch to you. This punch sent the Dukwon flying a few meters away. You couldn't see it but didn't know it. He said, "We are trying to give you a beating. Let's do it like before, you bastard." Kang-chae started throwing punches like he was letting out his anger from a while ago. On the contrary, Dukwon couldn't do anything, the moment you fought back. If you don't care what your friend turns out to be, then fight back. A direct punch to the lung will make you dizzy. Di-han saw that and immediately felt guilty and called his name, Dukwon. "Lee Gu-min, you dare, better not think about nonsense. You understand, all the videos and pictures of you being bullied, I still keep them all. If your mother sees it, I wonder what will happen. She is already sick. If she gets shocked and faints, it will probably be a big problem, right? Why, you should take care of yourself first." He smiled and threatened him. "That's enough, don't get carried away and end it quickly, I feel so tired." Upon hearing that, Kang-chae immediately used both hands to strangle the Dukwon. He said, "Even if I don't say it, I still want to end it here." This strangulation makes Dukwon remember the past. "I've had it happen before so I know clearly, soon I won't be sane anymore. But if I attack him now, Di-han will be in danger. First, we have to deal with that guy with parted hair over there. Now he has a weapon in his hand. If I activate the weapon master skill, no matter how far away I am." Kang-chae has lost patience. This guy is still too stubborn. Like this, he is not aware of anything yet. Di-han on the other side shouted, "No way." Suddenly he remembered something. Di-han remembers when he was studying with Gu-min, in that class. "You told Gu-min, 'Gu-min, what are you doing without your bag? Let's go together. Aren't you going to the hospital today?' That's true, but Gu-min's attitude is extremely unusual. Suddenly he replied, 'You're lucky, aren't you? Because your mother is still alive.'" He looked at Di-han with the eyes of a murderer. After his mother died, Gu-min changed completely. "Before we left, we quickly became distant. Gu-min started hanging out with bad friends. Because he was worried, Di-han asked Gu-min, 'Why are you like this lately? Gu-min, you weren't originally that kind of person.' Damn it, I tried to stop it, but are you pitying me now? The situation is getting worse and worse. In the end, I ran away." Back to reality, Gu-min said in Kang-chae's direction, "After dealing with that guy, it's your turn, Di-han. Do you think you'll run away like before?" Suddenly Di-han replied, "I know. At that time, because I was so scared, even though I knew you were going the wrong way, I ran away. If I hadn't given up on you in the end, maybe things wouldn't have turned out like this." "You said it so well, it touched me so much," Di-han continued to say, "so now I won't run away anymore." The sound of the maid's footsteps walking in the storeroom. "There's so much dust here, I have to clean this place once a day." By accident, she dropped the small jar. Fortunately, she caught it in time. "This one, I don't know who put this on top of the box." This is the first award that Di-han received at the academy. That trophy is the prospective award at the Belt Promotion Conference at the Tae-Win-Do Martial Arts Academy. Seeing this brings back memories. At that time, because his wife was in the hospital, Di-han always wanted to try to practice so as not to make his mother worry. I thought Di-han was very extreme because she had gone to study at so many centers. Di-han was originally a good child, but if until now Di-han continues like that, I wonder what kind of person he became. A box full of medals thrown together. Return to the scene filled with darkness. The girls on Gu-min's side were very surprised when they saw something. Even Kang-chae looked at him with eyes full of surprise. The scene of Di-han decisively punching Gu-min, causing him to fall to the ground, surprised everyone. Perhaps this is the first time Di-han used martial arts for defense. That action surprised the Dukwon, a Di-han different from the Di-han of the remaining days. His hand tightly grasped the arrow and pointed it at Gu-min. Suddenly he said, "Sorry. I'm okay now," Kang-chae said in a worried voice. That guy too. Being too focused on Di-han made the Dukwon's attack easily reach him. By the time he turned around, it was too late. What? Destructive skills are deployed. It's over. Dukwon, aim straight at Kang-chae. Once again return to the past, back to the school where Di-han and Gu-min once studied together. From today, will Gu-min return to school? I can't contact him. I don't know if his mother's funeral will go smoothly. Another friend asked him, "Di-han, are you still learning how to be pretty these days?" "I still am." "How do you know that?" "Yesterday when I went to the gym I saw you." "Really? You learned jiu-jitsu before, you're much stronger than you look." "It's just a hobby." At the same time Gu-min walked in from the door. "Lately, I've been planning to learn martial arts but I'm a bit scared." Gu-min's face is very unusual right now. While I was extremely tired, when the other person had things that I didn't have, the feelings at that time. He was sitting there laughing with his friend again. That was the moment. When it was time for school to end. That moment happened again. Di-han walked towards Gu-min and asked, "Gu-min, why don't you bring your backpack? Let's go together. Today is not the day you come to the hospital. It's true but, and those things sometimes. Lucky, right?" Gu-min asked him in a confusing way, creating hatred for others, without even knowing it himself. The voice is full of fear, because your mother is still alive, that is the seed of resentment. When Gu-min was awake and looked around, all his accomplices were lying on the ground. What is it all about? Why don't you guys stand up and leave? What are you doing lying there? Everywhere in the corner of the room were bodies filled with wounds, no one could move anymore. He was mad, damn it. Gu-min started screaming, "Stand up you bastards." Kang-chae was already in tatters having to fight with an opponent of master level like Dukwon. "I paid you guys a bunch of money. How come even one of you can't handle it? You guys are more useless than cockroaches," he screamed helplessly. Then he ran away and disappeared before the two of them. Di-han spoke up, "What are you doing?" Gu-min grabbed the hair of the other two girls and said, "You guys should at least go there and fight a few times." "I said fight, you guys. Get your hands off this crazy guy, these dogs. You don't fight. Do you have bangs on your head? What is it? Looking at you, you probably aren't very good at fighting, right?" The Dukwon mocked him from behind. Gu-min knocked the other two to the floor. Damn it. Now that he knew there was no chance left for him, he decided to use money to bribe the Dukwon. "How much?" "Whatever that Dudiha bitch pays you, I can pay you." Dukwon replied, "How can I receive money from him? This crazy guy, you talk so funny, damn it." He turned to Di-han and roared, "Dudihan, you dare to hit me, you, him and even your umbrella. If I let your mother see the whole place, it would be okay, right? Even if it's like that day, it probably won't matter." He started using those dirty things to threaten him. That day, Di-han's eyes wavered a bit. Was the day my relationship with Gu-min completely changed? "Why have you been like this lately? You're not that kind of person, damn it. Now you think I'm hurting you. That's the day I regret the most in my whole life. There's no way this is happening." "Calm down and listen to me, Gu-min. The kids he's been hanging out with lately, they're all just hanging out with him for money. What kind of friends are those kids? I understand that because of your mother's problems, you are extremely tired, so from now on, what do you understand? We are both standing on opposite sides, unable to have a common voice. You've never been through it before, so how can you understand what I'm like? You don't know anything about that, so you just say it casually. No, there is a way for you to understand." "Mother," the words that followed made Di-han speechless when she heard those words. "I shouldn't have let go of my reason." He was provoked by what I said earlier and gave Gu-min a good beating. In that room, the two were called in by the school to understand the situation. Gu-min's father started preaching, hitting someone else's precious face like this, thinking that just apologizing would be the end of the matter. Why don't his parents come? What is this? Both of their teachers are very impatient, trying to calm him down. Hey Gu-min's dad, that's not the case. Di-han's dad is on an unexpected business trip. Her mother is in the hospital, so it's difficult to come at this hour. The weaker the patient, the more she needs emotional stability. For such a mother, when she heard her child fighting, the figure of a woman ran towards her with an excited look on her face. "That's Dehan's mother, she left the hospital to come here. I'm really sorry, because I'm late." It was a huge shock. "No, Dehan's mother's body is okay," the teacher worriedly asked her. "Of course it's okay, I came all the way here, I'm Dehan's mother," she gasped and said. Dehan immediately approached. "How could mom leave the hospital, Dehan? My son made a big mistake." Those coughs made him even more worried. "I'm sorry." As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed before Dehan's eyes. The whole room was scared. "Why, Dehan, my mother," even though I found out the truth quite late. That day, my mother was said to have fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. And Gumin's opportunity came, he took advantage of it. He took advantage of Dehan's pain to bully you. "What, you don't lick? This guy really licks, he's really a crazy guy who eats moldy food." Dehan's emotions were no longer stable after receiving that shocking news. He was bullied by them and didn't dare to resist. "Oh, I must take a photo, maybe I can use it later." Gumin along with his followers, started to isolate himself in his own way. "How's it going, Dehan? I heard you stopped practicing in all martial arts classes. Why, seeing your mother faint, you were scared, right? Don't worry, from now on we can become friends that way," he said, holding her hair. But if this time she found out that her son was being bullied and treated like trash, she would probably be very shocked, wondering if she would be able to wake up again. "It sounds so exciting. Before that, he told you guys that he approached me because of money. What kind of friends are you guys? I was afraid of hurting my mother again, so other than enduring it, I couldn't do anything. So you, from then on, among the people standing here, is there someone who is really your friend?" He pulled your head towards the crowd and asked. "I'm alone." He just picked up the phone and scrolled through the box with the picture and then smirked. "If you don't answer, are you scared? I'll send it to your mother too. Now kneel down." Suddenly Duquan suddenly jumped up and grabbed that phone. "Because of this, Dehan was manipulated by you? Because I can't find each one to delete, I'll delete them all." "Do you use cloud software?" He's confident. "You idiot, even if you delete that, of course I have another phone hidden somewhere else, and of course both my cell phone and you are saved in there. But you must remember this, I don't know what happened before but now I'm by your side, Dehan." Duquan approached Gumin and said, "If you ever do nonsense like this again, I will smash you to pieces. Even though I want to do that right away. How to deal with you guys today will all be decided by Dehan." After saying that, he threw him towards Dehan. "Because he is the one who has to suffer everything you caused." Gumin tried to sit up. Damn it, he had no chance to resist. That's right, I lost. Since my relationship with Dehan broke down, I've always been alone. But now that I think about it, I just need to delete all the photos and videos I have, right? He's just like me. Anyway, I left my old friend alone and ran away, and from now on I will never appear in front of Dehan again, and I don't know if I did the right thing anymore. I must take a photo, maybe I can use it later. Gumin along with his followers, began to isolate himself in his own way. Seizing the opportunity, he stabbed that sharp blade towards Dehan. "Damn you bastard, dare to threaten me." All in all, a kick flew straight to Gumin's face, using this to hit him. The Du Mandarin added another surprise. A spinning kick sent the Gumin flying straight to the side. He immediately asked Duquan, "Are you injured anywhere?" "I'm okay. But Dehan, I'm a little curious about just now, what's the point? Why did you play so well? So this mission is over." On the way home, I heard Dehan tell about all the things he went through. Probably because I went through so many things, my personality became more timid. Even in high school, I was still bullied. The two of them recounted old stories on the way home. The Duquan continued to say that in the past, he had also been beaten like that in the Caok room. In that situation, I really wanted to run away. I didn't know if I would cause any injury to the person I was going to confront, so I couldn't do anything. I'm so pitiful, right? That question made the Duquan hesitate a bit. Today, because of me, you were dragged into this matter, Dehan. You were very trustworthy just now. Your eyes looked at Duquan with confusion. Duquan continued, especially when he swung the wine bottle at me at the end. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to stop no 63U4 and would have been seriously injured. That bottle was sharp. He looked at the Duquan without saying anything. The image of you appears in Dehan's head. I hope you can have a friend who is a strong support for you. You look like your mother, so you're quite weak. I hope you will have a strong friend by my side to protect you. Now you don't look so weak anymore. So on the contrary, Dehan too, please become a friend and a strong fulcrum for others. Would you understand that, my son, if you had a friend that you could rely on like that? No matter how difficult and sad the situation you fall into, you will have so much courage that you will never run away again. That sounds a bit goosebumps, Mom. Those are words from people who have gone through that half of their lives. But he said he would take revenge. If he sent a letter to your mother, what should I do? Even though I warned him, let me try to think about what to do. We're both very confused. In conversation, I don't know how much time it will take, but I plan to tell my mother little by little. In the past I always ran away, but now I can't continue living like that anymore. At the moment the Do man grabbed his shirt to warn him, but you must remember this, I don't know what it was like before, but now I'm with the Dehan. A smile that has never appeared before has now bloomed on Dehan's lips. Duquan, thanks to you being by my side, I have the courage to do so, thank you. The Duquan also gave him a satisfied smile. This is so cheesy, what the heck. The rescue mission was finally completed. In the park, the official will open the system to the car, so let's try to see the reward. As a reward for completing the mission, you get a hidden item. What is a hidden item? A stream of black smoke flew out in front of the Duquan's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he stabbed that sharp blade in the direction of the Duquan. Damn you bastard who dared to threaten me. The system announces a reward after completing the task, which is a hidden identity. Black smoke appeared in front of him, making him extremely surprised. What is this that looks so unlucky? Observe that strange thing attentively for a moment. Duquan suddenly discovered this. It's a lock, right? After the key, there's a lock. At this rate, I might even get an automatic lock. It's really strange. Let's look at the item information first. The system quickly provided that it was a dark key, a hidden item, making him exclaim in surprise, a dark lock, what is its effect? What is it? Can this return to the present? If it's true, isn't it dark? But isn't this a bit dangerous? The school scene is now late in the afternoon. Duquan lay on the table and lamented, finally finished. It turned out he had just finished the midterm exam. Then quickly turned around and went down to the table below. Dehan, there were many parts you showed me that appeared in the exam, thanks to you I'm alive. Dehan then smiled humbly and replied, it's all because of your hard work. It seems like you can't sleep, you're too hardworking. Duquan still keeps complaining, I'll never die. I won't review like this anymore. From now on I will study hard on weekdays too. Are you going to the hospital today? Ha-din nodded slightly. Yes, because I'm busy with school these days, I can't go to the hospital to visit my mother. Next week, I'll go on a picnic with the school. I'll probably be at the hospital with my mom all week. Duquan, what are you planning to do this week? Duquan hesitantly remembered, I also have a place to go. After arriving at the meeting place, Unsung immediately asked, do you have any guesses about the culprit? Duquan shook his head tiredly, absolutely not. Right after my father passed away, that center completely disappeared, and no information about the people at that center either. Thinking for a moment, his eyes suddenly flashed. The building that center used to use is still there, maybe there are some documents left there? It's been a while since I've been to this area so I don't remember very well. That's right, it seems like it's cheap so that's where I'll go, right? 3 years ago Sunshine Shelter was dissolved but, inside the building, if so, that place is the place the center used as a resting place, maybe there are still some clues left. I'll spend the whole week searching this place. He suddenly felt curious when he saw something. It's so strange. This is the right place. The building, has it been destroyed? He suddenly heard a voice protesting right next to him. What's the point of breaking it? It's just being reused. It was a middle-aged man continuing to say, it's just new milk coming back to the old house. Because this building is so old, for 3 years no one has intended to rent this place again. Do you understand the suffering of the building owner? Duquan emphasized again in surprise. The building owner. Grandpa, was there ever a sunshine shelter center over there? The old man immediately lowered his voice. Oh, how do you know that? Are you from that center? No, I'm the son of Ha-Dingu who used to represent that center. Hearing you say that, he was silent for a while, then cautiously continued, so what are you doing here? Duquan hesitated for a while and decided to speak frankly. That thing, I think there might be some objects related to the center there, old man. Quickly emphasized again, are there any remaining objects? No, when the center closed, the place had been cleaned so clean that there wasn't even a speck of dust. Hearing that affirmation, the Duquan suddenly felt hopeless. Could it be that there was no more chaos here? Any clue? After walking a while, the old man suddenly stopped. Oh right, wait here for a moment. After waiting for a while, the Duquan was personally given a box by the old man, took it. He suddenly asked again, what is this? He quickly added, it was clear that there was nothing left there, and no one had ever moved there to live. But before the building was repaired, while rechecking the inside of the building, I found this neatly placed on the floor. That place was the place his father had previously used as his office. At first I wanted to throw it away, but there was something that made me uncomfortable, so I preserved it until now. Throwing it away at random didn't make sense, so I just saved. Second, this thing suddenly appeared there, which is not very normal. Preserving a broken glass in a box, this is probably not a coincidence. The officer also figured out, did someone intentionally leave the broken glass there? The old man also added, I don't know how to handle it. If you take it away I will see much better. He silently remembered, my father has never worn glasses. These glasses are, after all, who knows, maybe this thing has nothing to do with the center of the sunshine home. He affirmed once again, this is all that is left in that place. The Duquan bowed his head slightly. Thank you, I'll go first. I thought, I'll just bring this back anyway. First. While the Du-man turned to leave, the old man suddenly asked curiously, but why did you suddenly come here today to look for something? In your heart you were a bit hesitant, not necessarily tell him the truth, right, until everything is cleared up. He stopped and said sadly, I just miss my dad, we have to keep it a secret from everyone. He didn't have any doubts at all, he even let out teasing words, oh my god, what a cheesy boy, if it's over then go quickly. The Duquan immediately bowed to say goodbye, yes you go carefully. The old man walked away with tears in his eyes. This kid makes me so emotional. In that luxurious building there is a man's voice, yes. What are you doing here? The person greeting me is Cha Din-ho, a consultant at the secret detective agency. The tattooed man immediately hit the table. Du Dihan and Ha Duquan. Lee Gu-min angrily continued, those two trash guys. Being a Din-ho is also a bit curious and listens attentively. Yes, but you came by a few days ago. I would like to confirm your request, which is to ask the third-year seniors to maintain discipline. If you want to entrust another request, the cost. As soon as he heard this, he threw a bunch of money on the table. Damn, do you think I don't have money? Just do exactly what I ask. Din-ho then silently observed his surroundings, seeing two more tattooed guys also looking intently at him, then slammed the glass of water on the table as a warning. Made him feel quite annoying, so he let out a sigh. I think as long as I have money, everything will be resolved quickly. Please control your mood, young master. Then he immediately changed his attitude and continued to warmly say, you are truly a wonderful person, so we would like to immediately comply with your request. Please say the subject's name and school again. Gu-min is also more gentle than before. Du Dihan and Ha Duquan Sinan High School. Din-ho repeat these two names one time. Immediately surprised and asked again, did you just say Ha Duquan? Yes, is there a problem? Hearing his unpleasant attitude, he immediately calmed down, no, absolutely no problem. Although Din-ho was a little surprised at the information from the subject, who was a representative of Boare Midong, the special information said that there was a rumor that he had defeated Sek-young, the representative of Boare Midong. Bong Cheon-dong. Gu-min also carefully repeated, like I said, those guys fought very well. If they sent some random guys, they probably wouldn't have any good bones left. Din-ho immediately smiled, yes, thank you for your advice, but there's no need to worry too much, because we have experts who are perfectly suited to this sort of thing. There's no doubt about their abilities, these kids just got out of the orphanage not long ago. The body is full of vitality. The most prominent is the crazy younger brother named Ohyesio, who was on a mission and immediately called to ask for instructions. What about the first part? I was informed very quickly, everything was cleaned up. The person who is reminding, little brother, you must respect your seniors, is the crazy brother named Ohyesio. The crazy little brother laughed loudly, what's the respect for twins? The crazy brother was just as cruel as his younger brother. He threw the victim upside down into the river and warned him, if I let go, you'll fall right into it. Dinho just described his experts and emphasized once again, so there is no need to worry about anything, please trust and entrust us, ladies and gentlemen. The second-year students' picnic had also arrived, everyone began to gather according to the command, the second-year students were in number 3 cars, that scene made the Duquan feel nervous, time passed so quickly. Everyone looks excited. I've never had so much fun going on a picnic with the school before, I really didn't expect it at all. Knowing that, he was at home playing games. As he was muttering those words, he heard someone calling, Duquan, that person was none other than Erin. The two happily approached to say hello. You're also looking forward to this picnic, right? When the Duquan heard that, he immediately shouted, of course, this might be the most fun picnic of my life, because this time there were both Dihan and Erin. Also, if that's the case then this picnic won't be so bad, right? The secret assassin group has also begun their mission, keeping in contact with each other at all times, everyone has remembered the customer's request, after all, they are going out to work so everyone should not I'm too worried, just do it as usual. Turn them into cripples. The two twin assassins also infiltrated the car carrying students on a field trip. The Duquan is still excited because he thinks this is a picnic, worth looking forward to. The convoy has also arrived at the stop. The teacher immediately urged us to get there, please get off the bus in order. Erin's friend seemed quite tired after a long sleep. Her eyes were full of wonder. What is this? She immediately complained. What should I do if I'm still sleeping? This is where we went for a picnic at the end of the year. Is Gyeongdu? The air here is quite fresh and clear. The Duquan's heart was a bit disappointed, the year-end picnic, this was really making pottery, yes the first day of the picnic, is the experience of making pottery. Don't be afraid to complain to Dihan, we're not elementary school students, he quickly comforted, wouldn't it be great if we could take it home as a souvenir? Duquan quickly emphasized again, as a souvenir. Thinking like that, it's not so bad, every time I see it I remember the school picnic, I did it quite beautifully. Suddenly someone came and destroyed his work. That person is the ceramic artist Mr. Choitadin, who is angrily saying, I cannot put this trash into the sacred fire of the pottery kiln, even if the Duquan tries to respond, that's it. It's my pottery. My memories, the teacher's students immediately advised me, my teacher told me not to go to the students' experience place, why did he come there? Tadin still refused. Left, but I'm looking for an heir. That thing. Could it be that you did it? The Duquan glanced at him sadly and replied, yes it was you that did it. Tadin immediately exclaimed, oh my god that's not national treasure number 91, ceramics of people riding horses. I didn't expect this thing to be recreated so perfectly. Who are you, this kid? He confusedly explained, it's just that when I was a child, I went to study at a pottery center. Hearing that, he suddenly laughed loudly. The person who became my heir, that sudden decision made the Duquan feel surprised and wonder, what is this? Suddenly it was lunchtime on the first day. The students are all quite tired, so hungry, what should we eat for lunch today? Of course it's picnic-style food, spicy stir-fried pork soup. The teacher saw them and immediately asked, where are we going? The students competed to answer, aren't we going to eat now? The teacher suddenly became angry, what is it? It's lunchtime, right? We had lunch here, and when we received such an unexpected answer, everyone felt confused. Yes, this place is a place where pottery is made. What's more surprising is that he, who is the chef, enthusiastically explained that the pottery will be baked in a high-temperature kiln, and the pizza will be twice as delicious when baked in a ceramic kiln. The teacher saw that and couldn't stop wondering, making pizza at the ceramic kiln was so cool. Tadin confidently asked again, is it okay? I kneaded the cheese into the base of the cake and put it in the jar. Duquan, while devouring a piece of cake, thought, no, I can't put the pottery I made in there. Is it okay to put pizza in there? And Dihan seemed extremely excited. This is really delicious. Ta Din immediately approached and whispered, if you become my heir, I will teach you the pizza making recipe that I learned. In the afternoon, students can visit the museum. Duquan yawned because he was bored and tired. After lunch, I went to visit a museum. It was like taking sleeping pills. Dihan also nodded in agreement. A bit boring, right? The Duquan's eyes suddenly flashed. Even so, today's remaining schedule is. His attention was suddenly caught by the gossip of his classmates. Hey, that's Durin in 7th grade, right? Erin here is also very popular. But this one is a bit. Isn't it too dazzling? Meanwhile, Erin seemed quite satisfied. This is too suitable. Her best friend immediately objected. Too embarrassing. Please don't talk to me. Even if it's a souvenir, no one really lives like that. But she still stubbornly argues. It's beautiful. You should try it too. It's made of plastic, so it's very light. Ignore your friend running and screaming. It's so obnoxious. Duquan even silently admitted, Cheon Machong's crown has perfected the look. Beautiful for her. Could it be that Erin is her? The teacher began to gather his students together. Did you all have fun visiting the museum? After everyone agreed in unison, yes, the teacher continued talking. These guys' answers were like cold rice. After all, everyone had worked hard today. From now until dinner will be free time. Everyone please move freely and enjoy this picnic. If you're caught doing anything strange, I'll immediately bring it back to you. If anything happens, call me immediately. After dispersing, the Du-man immediately urged, so let's go around. The Dihan nodded slightly, so let's go. This is still free time on the first day of the picnic. Duquan and Dihan were also walking around there. Someone is whispering in the distance, can you just do that? None other than the crazy younger brother assassin who is extremely enthusiastic. Now I want to immediately fight with that Haduquan guy. His brother quickly intervened. It was not the time to strike yet, just wait a little longer. Little brother, out of all your problems, do you know that patience is the biggest problem? My brother immediately interrupted, give me this ice cream. No matter what, it can't be ruined. The crazy brother was teaching his younger brother when an ice cream stuck to his shirt. The seller panicked and said, sorry, I'll clean it up right away. Immediately received a warning, this is my brother's favorite shirt, if it's a big deal, he'll probably be beaten. The streets are quite crowded right now. The crazy brother wiped the stain on his shirt and walked away to his younger brother's surprise. He was okay, right? He was still angrily muttering, what the hell is patience? After taking a bite of the cake, Duquan happily exclaimed, this is more delicious than I thought, it's so fun. Dihan also smiled in agreement. Yes, he already ate pizza, but now he can still eat it. Duquan also really felt it, so picnics with school were originally like this. Before it was different. At that time, I had to sit next to the teacher. During the picnic, I sat in a corner and dialed my phone. I was forced to move to another room by the kids who were hanging out together. At night, my face was smeared with toothpaste and graffiti. It was the most painful picnic of my life and I couldn't help but pretend to sleep. All of those things are in the past. Why are you suddenly shedding tears? He was raising his head to hide his embarrassed feeling when he heard a voice calling, Duquan, let's come here for a moment. He quickly chased after Dihan. Where are he going? He quickly explained, everyone said that if you go to Jiandu, you must definitely go there once. That's where the four-wheeled motorbikes are. Duquan felt extremely curious. Could he still drive a four-wheeled motorbike without a license? Dihan nodded slightly. Yes, he could drive. He was suddenly shocked when he heard screaming. Quickly warn, don't stop, if you keep driving like that, you won't be able to drive, that student. There was also a middle-aged man chasing after him and saying, I don't know if you two have ever ridden a bicycle before, it's not too dangerous, first come down here and I'll return the money. It turned out that the driver was none other than Erin even though her best friend tried to stop her. Okay, what's wrong with this? Let's just let it go, I still want to live, she's still the only one. Squid affirmed, it's simple but I want to try it once. Duquan vaguely realized, could it be Erin? She quickly ran closer and called out, Erin, are you okay? She was also surprised and replied, Du Quan. The car rental person immediately asked, could it be that we both know each other, and you also came here to drive? Car, yes, that's true. Hearing the answer, he immediately hesitated. Let's see, if two people were in a group, the refund wouldn't be much. If so, then. Arrived at that moment. So it's okay for a man and a woman to drive the same car. Right now the Du man is still quite confused. What is this uncle talking about? He looked at him from top to bottom and asked, have you ever driven this student? The Du man quickly replied, yes, you have studied at the center before. Did you change groups and then drive? How can you say that? Erin seemed extremely excited. Luckily, Du Quan, if it were you, it would be okay. Let's drive together, he secretly rejoiced. Thank you very much, uncle. The two drove together through the empty road. Du Quan's feeling right now is too hot, too close to the Korot. My heart also beats continuously. Hurry up, run away, my heart feels like it's about to explode. Erin sitting in the back also kept encouraging, Du Quan, your driving is really good. He immediately hesitated, is my driving that hot? I don't even know what I'm talking about. Meanwhile she was still busy. Thank you very much Du Quan, thanks to you I can enjoy this wonderful atmosphere. Erin's intimate gestures made you extremely confused, not is it too close? Causing other male students to widen their eyes in surprise at their intimacy. They couldn't help but be curious, who was that girl, what was she doing? It's crazy, that girl is so beautiful, she has a face I've never seen before, she must be students from another school coming for a picnic. Looking at their style of clothing you can easily tell they are definitely special students. Another group of people also exclaimed in admiration, so jealous of that boyfriend, should I rob her? Erin suddenly repeated, the last time we met was in the computer room, it seems like we often meet by chance like this, it's wonderful. Du Quan also silently agreed, that's for sure. Yes, but, last time I even hit Erin on the head, I failed to build a reasonable relationship. But what if now we're riding in the same car on a picnic? If we use emotional statements, this will probably be an opportunity to improve our relationship. After pondering for a moment, the Du Quan decided to open his mouth. You know, you're like a baby carriage. Because you're burning me, the flirting is now complete. As soon as he finished speaking, Erin's face turned pale and she covered her mouth with nausea. Realizing he was probably wrong, he said confusedly, I'm sorry Erin, I can't believe I'm so disgusting. She quickly explained, it's not because I hate loud music, so shall we? Let's get through it together. How are you feeling Erin? Yes, I'm fine now. Du Quan suddenly felt a bit worried. Can you handle tomorrow night's entertainment? The music playing on the speakers is no joke. She suddenly had an idea. Oh, so I'll sneak out alone. Seeing the Du Quan express his wonder, what are you planning to do while waiting? Erin immediately added, we can go for a walk near Chomongda. Unfortunately I have a schedule to go tomorrow morning. I think we can see the stars there. We both agreed and continued to discuss. I could invite the friend who went with me before. Well, when he was participating in entertainment activities, suddenly he heard a voice calling, everyone has left. Huh. They both asked awkwardly, Han you. What the hell are you doing? He replied sheepishly, there was an accident in the middle. Erin's close friend slowly recounted. While the two of them were walking, she was still passionately chatting. I told you, right Han, this car runs better than it looks. Han was also happy to chat. Before, I studied at a sports academy for a short time. She suddenly shouted in panic, tears in her eyes, while Han spoke up again to warn him, if you let go now it will be very dangerous. The car immediately staggered because it hit an obstacle. As a result, she was knocked into the water. Han quickly jumped down to help. After bringing her to shore, he was extremely guilty and kept saying, I'm sorry, are you okay? Are you more alert? I'm sorry, I should have paid more attention, luckily I ran in time. Are you in pain? She coyly replied yes. And that's what happened. Everyone quickly moved to their accommodation. Han was still awkwardly explaining, then he said he lost strength in his legs so I carried him. At this time Du Quan still kept teasing him, that's why he hugged the princess. Han, you're bolder than I thought, I could have pulled myself up. Just after hearing that sentence he quickly interrupted, really this is my first time. You've learned quite a move, sir, it's not like that. After entering the room, the Du Quan seemed extremely satisfied. Instead of going to Goat-Du Island or abroad, We found a good place to stay, the Dihan also nodded in agreement, exactly. The double room was very nice and comfortable. Seeing Duquan lying on the bed and complaining, I must have walked around on the first day, I thought I could sleep immediately, Dihan asked curiously, is today fun? He did not hesitate to answer, yes, tomorrow will be a fun trip too, right? The second day of the picnic is to explore the historical site. The tour guide is still enthusiastically introducing the tombs of the kings who ruled Escalating located around Chomonga. After that, everyone visited Bangutta Pagoda and took souvenir photos. The Du Mandarin posed extremely awkwardly. The next place to visit was Hanok village. Arin and her best friend in traditional clothes were taking a few photos and kept complimenting them. How is it? It looks so beautiful. We both suddenly stopped. What happened? It's not just me that feels like someone is staring at me. The girl quickly reassured her that maybe one or two men were looking at him, Arin, but that still couldn't make her worry. Next is a visit to the Singon National History Museum. The Du Mandarin yawned, I'm bored. Dihan is not surprised, I understand. On the bus, the assassins are hiding and reminding each other, little brother doesn't have much longer, so please wait patiently. Crazy brother is very anxious right now, do you still want to wait? How long do we have to wait? He thought for a moment and decided to act tonight. At this time in the auditorium, the music had begun to play. The teachers stood up to stir up the atmosphere, the students of Sinan School shouted. We will give away 5 boxes of chocolate chips to the 4 classes that shout the loudest. This is the entertainment activity that will take place on the second day of the picnic. Next, is the stage of the girls from the dance club. Have you seen those chairs on the stage? Who will be the lucky guy to sit on the chairs and enjoy the dance right in front of them? The boys started screaming at each other, I chose me, it was their boyfriend's seat. Those words made the young men cry, damn it, kill me. The teacher was still urging, inviting the boyfriends to quickly come up on stage. The Du man sitting below observing also laughed, watching them swear. You said you were single and now you're dancing in front of your boyfriend, don't you feel so pitiful? It was really boring. As soon as he finished speaking, the Duquan looked around. I can't help but wonder, where has he gone? Dihan was originally brought on stage by a girl. I'm sorry, I hope you can help me this time. I'm the only one here who doesn't have a boyfriend. That proposal was from Choi Min Hai, Arin's best friend who is a member of the dance club. Dihan also confusedly replied, I can do it just by sitting, I don't know what this is. Unexpectedly, the Duquan was sitting below screaming, oh my god, Dihan and that girl had so much fun eating alone, didn't they? I also want to have a youthful memory like that on the picnic. The music started playing, making him remember something. Listen attentively for a moment. Duquan suddenly remembered the question she once asked Arin, can you handle tomorrow night's entertainment? The music on the speaker is no joke. At that time she said, oh well, I'll sneak out alone. Arin also plans to go for a walk near Chomonga. It seems that now Arin is coming to Chomonga alone. As soon as he finished his thoughts, the Duquan immediately went there because he thought it was probably here. The atmosphere is a bit eerie because of the graves. It's not safe for Arin to be out alone, should call her. After your feet just touched the boundary line. The system immediately announced, dungeon event, you have entered the king's tomb. The Duquan exclaimed in surprise, startled by the events of the dungeon. The next mission is to destroy the enemy, which makes him extremely curious. In this sparsely populated place with only graves, where is the enemy? Very quickly the Duquan discovered something, coming closer and closer to attack me. The crazy brother killer immediately appeared. You also know how to get out of the house, it's great that we don't even have to lure you out. The crazy brother who attacked me is also wondering, why did he suddenly? Does the bastard often learn about land? Because this is a great choice to return to the motherland. The Duquan asked angrily, who are you two guys, why are you so mad at punching me like that? They immediately grinned, you don't need to know. Hurry up, run away, my heart feels like it's about to explode. He looked around once. Immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thanking heaven and earth, making them wonder, you felt lucky. The Duquan was still very optimistic in his heart. Suddenly a dungeon appeared in the graveyard, making me wonder. Wondering if the zombies will crawl out. Then continued eloquently, in the end there were only 2 people. The crazy little brother ended up getting hit with a bloody punch. Before the dungeon appeared, the addition of the event was meant as a reward. Well, now it doesn't matter who these thugs are, get the reward quickly. Seeing what just happened, the crazy brother was really confused. It couldn't be. Immediately frightened by the Du Mandarin's sharp eyes. There was one person left, right? 2 crazy brothers. That's the nickname given by people. Witness the brutality of them, who accepted the violent crime-level missions of the private detective agency with an indifferent face. They don't care who the target is, because they are people who have no sense of guilt. After killing a tattooed man's relative, he cursed, "Oh my God, those bastards. What are you doing breaking into other people's houses? Who the hell sent you here? It doesn't matter how strong the opponent is. I will kill you 2 bastards," facing threats when both brothers act together. They won't lose, they calmly discuss, "Oh, the smell of the basement, where is the next target, little brother?" As a result, after meeting the Du Quan, his crazy brother lay motionless on the ground. The system reminds me again, the king's tomb, destroy the enemy, whether it's the king's tomb or anything else, it doesn't matter, it's just a dungeon with a majestic name, that's all. The crazy brother is still trying to call his younger brother, and the mandarins kept thinking that the king's tomb was not something big. Right now you're still in a joking mood, but looking back, your faces are really similar. Are you twins? I don't know why you guys are doing this, but now I have to go meet someone. You should also lie down next to your sister. The crazy brother still refused to give up and replied, "This leisurely fist of yours, it's fine, is that so? I have something better." As soon as he finished speaking, he used a brutal and destructive move to deal with it. Suddenly, my crazy brother suddenly attacked me and shouted loudly, "Is there something wrong with your eyes? We don't look alike, I'm more handsome than my brother, you bastard." Truly speechless, the Du Quan couldn't help but wonder, did he just wake up? Then one more time. The crazy brother suddenly kicked him hard. Then he kept reminding me, "Little brother, don't talk nonsense anymore, stay focused and don't let your guard down and get punched again." The crazy little brother still continued to argue, "Auntie, just now I coordinated to deploy the strategy. What about you? Don't you see I succeeded in the sudden attack? But that shot really hurt, I thought my teeth would fall out. But I'm still fine, what should I do now? That bastard must be in a lot of pain." The crazy brother immediately shouted loudly, "The younger brother is so noisy. Hurry up now." Crazy little brother seemed extremely enthusiastic. This time he will attack from the front. Was immediately knocked upside down by the attack that stabbed his head into the gap. Suddenly got attacked by his crazy brother. This attack was also a strategic coordination, right? Du Quan was both hurt and angry, this time also from behind. His younger brother also tried his best to fight back. "This bastard's fists are really not mediocre, compensate me for my handsome face, damn it." In that moment, the Du Quan also realized that this battle was very different from the battles with large numbers that he had experienced up to now. Before, they only had large numbers, but when they fought the fighting is very chaotic and undisciplined. On the contrary, these 2 guys combine very well together. They're used to fighting 2 people. Moment of attacking the enemy in front of you. Then the remaining one that doesn't catch my eye will attack from behind. Although this is just a simple combination, their speed is too fast. I can't attack properly. The crazy younger brother still continued to be proud. "It was thanks to you that I survived." He shook his head slightly. "Why did he do such a thing? Ha, Du Quan, you disappointed us more than we thought, but so do these guys. Compared to the monster Dong Seo Dung, the individual abilities of each of them are normal." Thinking of this, he immediately responded, from fighting in groups to sneaking attacks from behind. "You've played dirty and you still dare to open your mouth to cry disappointment. Aren't you embarrassed? In the end, in this match, whichever side launches the stronger attack first will win." The crazy younger brother laughed loudly when he heard that. It was true, older brother, causing him to remind him that it was just a loser's excuse. The Du Quan also did not flinch when he saw them rushing at the same time. "First, I will start with the younger brother who annoyed me, the moment I attack the enemy in front of me. Then the remaining enemy, whose name does not reach my eyes, will attack from behind." Crazy brother lying on the ground still talking loudly, "Do you think we won't be able to predict what you will do? Then he quickly raised his foot to kick his opponent. The plot failed, so he called out, "Little brother," to end it, but in the end, this battle, whichever side makes a stronger attack than before will win. The crazy younger brother immediately grabbed the Du Mandarin's shirt. While punching hard, I said, "Your shirt has a place to hold it." He still tried to stand on the ground so as not to be dragged away. The crazy brother also proudly said, "This is enough, we have to gradually move to the next target. Now I just need to pinch its hands." Crazy younger brother is also very strong-mouthed. "I told you earlier, you bastard, you will experience terrible pain. Then start counting, 1, 2. Dad then smiled proudly. The crazy brother was suddenly surprised when he discovered something. Du Quan said while clenching his teeth, "No matter what dirty tricks you guys play, the side that hits harder, it'll be me too, you bastards." The two brothers suddenly bumped their heads together, then painfully turned back to both sides. "Who gave you permission to arbitrarily pinch my hands? I almost broke my arm." Those two crazy twins. Seeing his crazy brother trembling and delirious, the Du Quan immediately scoffed, "You're the brother, have you lost your mind? This time I will." Above the grave, motorbike. What kind of crazy person is there? Could it be that that thing was already there? In that position, are you still so strong? The crazy boy held his head and continued, "If that had happened to the tundra, my head would have been crushed like a watermelon, damn it, the watermelon juice would have flowed out." Du Quan immediately felt amused. "You stand up again, this time I'll probably have to crush you." He suddenly stopped when he saw. The crazy brother was also sitting up and talking loudly. "He told me to come early, why did he only come now, when the two brothers were fighting together? They won't lose." The crazy brother also happily replied, "Do you know how long I've been waiting?" While the Du Quan and Di Han were walking on the street, they were secretly planning, "Can't we just beat him? I want to fight that guy named Du Quan right away." At that time, the crazy brother spoke up to stop. "It's not time yet, let's wait a little longer." "It's not much longer, little brother. Please try to be patient and wait. If your brother doesn't say anything, I'm holding back." "How long do we have to wait?" He stared intently at the phone screen for a moment. "After receiving the notification message, which will probably arrive before nightfall, I confidently affirmed that I will carry out the work tonight." The newcomer happily recounted that on the way here, he was almost tricked by some gangsters. "I had no choice but to teach them a lesson, so I came a little late. I didn't know that just at this point, the two of them had to struggle so much. And from now on, let's go into group mode," and they're called the Three Crazy Brothers. At this time, the whole clinic was still burning with music. The girls in the dance club have the opportunity to show off their seductive curves. Even Manhwa is no exception. Male students have their eyes opened again. Di Han also felt extremely confused. Was it because he was dancing? "It's so hot. Too close. Don't be so close. My heart explodes." What the eldest brother said was crazy. "On the way here, I was almost tricked by some bullies. There was no other way, I had to teach them a lesson. That's why I came a little late. I didn't know that in just a short time, the two of them had been struggling so much. So now, Du Quan feels extremely confused. Is there something wrong with my eyes?" While he was still excitedly saying, "Let's switch to group mode," he immediately noticed this guy. The crazy younger brother also contributed, "I don't care what kind of trick you got, I just know that you're lazy and tardy." He immediately responded, "You drove from Seon to Jongdu, I'm tired to death. You have to let me rest a little, brother." The crazy brother also contributed constructive suggestions. If he is the eldest brother, he should act like the eldest brother. If he is late for that reason, will it be heard? The crazy eldest brother already feels a bit angry. "Now you're looking down on me, I just graduated from middle school, I'm so sad." The three brothers started to argue. "You said too much, brother, you didn't mean it like that." The more you looked at the Du Quan, the more confused you became. "Why are they so similar?" Then he immediately raised his voice to provoke, "You guys are multiplying in a place nearby." The crazy eldest brother also loudly declared, "We are triplets, but now it doesn't matter, now we're used to fighting two people at the same time." Before the crazy eldest brother could finish speaking, he tasted the powerful punch. The number had increased to 3 people. He still calmly replied, "If I hadn't stopped him, my front teeth would have flown out. it turns out your personality is that impatient. Then you won't live long. Let's start, guys. The do-man easily recognized them, and sure enough, this time they came from behind. He quickly dodged out of their attack circle, making the three guys look extremely confused. It's running away, what's going on? Its judgment is really great. The crazy brother immediately instructed, little brother, go around to the left of the grave, I will run in the opposite direction. If it's one person, it's unlikely, but with the three of us, it can't escape. Duquan suddenly appeared in front of him. Are you muttering to yourself? I'm sure you're already sad just being away from me for a little while, right? Now crazy brother realized, he didn't run away, but deliberately separated us. Flog. Also used to stab his head into the gap, the crazy brother was quickly kicked hard, causing him to vomit blood. The Duquan immediately emphasized, I'm used to being attacked from behind. Suddenly there was a loud voice, is that so? The crazy eldest brother suddenly rushed forward, how about attacking from above? The Duquan suddenly realized, he jumped up on the grave. He quickly dodged that attack, sitting curled up on the ground. Crazy brother is still optimistic and joking, I bit my tongue, I won't die if I bleed this much, right? Don't make a fuss anymore, I'm just like you. The crazy eldest brother immediately approached Duquan. He was really good, he fought with both of my younger brothers like that, and was able to counterattack at the moment of being attacked. It was not like he could win against Dong Seodong. Just a rumor, right? They started to confer again. What my brother said startled me, we have to be careful with this guy. I know I've seen you guys head-butting each other, why are you just standing there? Just look at that, you two still won't die, right? Thanks to that, I'm sure of one thing, to deal with this guy, we have to use our own method. What, this new guy who just joined the team isn't particularly stronger than the other two. Besides, the other two guys were also injured quite significantly. But why did their speed gradually increase? And they also gradually become stronger. What tricks did they play in the end? The crazy eldest brother immediately opened his mouth. You're probably thinking that, right, but it's not like we're getting stronger. But you're getting weaker. 3 dogs Bungsan can also catch a tiger. It's an old saying. 3 Bungsan dogs surround a tiger, they take turns attacking and then escaping. Continuously alternately attack and retreat, over and over again. Keep repeating. Little by little, the tiger finally exhausted itself, and become food for the dogs, of course. To resist being beaten by the gang, you will have to constantly expend many times more physical strength than my brothers. Compared to you, each of us abilities are nothing special, but if it's legal, we can catch even tigers. This is how my 3 brothers fight. You will lose because you are alone, the Duquan replied tiredly. That sentence is extremely, I don't think that is a line that can come from the mouth of a villain. They responded angrily, damn, why are we the villains? Bro, now we should move on to the next target before it's too late. Is that right? I have to finish work early so you can rest, he shouted loudly, hey guy, but I think I'm really alone. They looked around and laughed, there's no one else here but you. The crazy eldest brother was quickly attacked by Dihan using the leg sweep technique, causing him to fall down and hit his face on the ground, causing the other two to exclaim in surprise, what suddenly happened? Dihan still looked bewildered, it seems like I sniffed too hard, are you okay? These guys are gangsters, right? Duquan immediately laughed, yes, it's good to meet you, Dihan. Crazy younger brother looked confused, that bastard, then received his brother's answer, yes, our next target. How? The story is when the crazy brother started shouting, let's start, guys. The Du Mandarin applied the old trick again, making them stand and watch in bewilderment. What, he's running away, that kid has good judgment. He ran and fiddled with his phone, oh god, hurry up. I have a feeling that if I fight alone this time, I will definitely end up in the hospital for a long time, please. After receiving the Duquan's location and message, Dihan appeared in time. He suddenly felt guilty towards his friend, sorry for dragging him into this matter. Dihan immediately pat, it's nothing, but why are you fighting here? I'll tell you the details later, I don't really know myself. Dihan innocently asked again, do you only need to deal with these people? Yes. They're all delinquents, so don't worry, just let them eat, I understand. They started to divide the tasks again. My younger brother worried Dihan, that brat dared to attack the eldest brother from behind. Look, you cowardly bastard. Before he could finish speaking, Dihan gave him a kick along with a cold apology. It will hurt a bit, the move he uses is the one not do. That guy was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Dihan's face showed concern. Was it a bit too strong? He seemed to be seriously injured. The other side is as fast as the wind. Duquan and Crazy Brother are face to face. The Duquan confidently asked, "Is it okay to fight alone?" Crazy Brother even raised his voice, "You're not in good shape, can you afford to worry about me?" He immediately laughed, "No, it's not you. Your brothers have been sent away, so now only you remain. Just your big brother." After repeated attacks, continuously hit the dangerous spot, he was beaten to a pulp, thrown far away. Still teasing non-stop, "Is that too strong? Really comfortable?" The crazy eldest brother was still trying to sit up and mumble to himself. Suddenly someone, and then he was pointed out by the Do Man, "Hey, that guy is the first to answer my question. Just now you asked about some goal. Who sent you here?" Suddenly discovered the motorbike's lights were on. The group of strangers quickly realized that over there our juniors had encountered this bastard. "That's right, the car looks exactly like the photo they sent me. That crazy bastard put the car right there, intentionally causing trouble in someone else's area, and parked it in such a place. Maybe he wants to attract our attention. It's possible that he has many accomplices waiting in ambush around him. It's okay, there hasn't been any disputes during this time, which makes me so bored." With a warm welcome, "Just our foreign guest," the system quickly announced, "Monsters are coming, Escalating High School number 1. The eldest brother is crazy and calls Hosop, T-Esop. Since when?" The Duquan took off his coat. He was so hot and tired that he wanted to die. Now all he had to do was answer the question. "I heard that you guys came all the way here to harm the targets. The first target is me, the second target is Dihan. Are you really surprised?" He continued, "You guys don't know anything, so there's no reason to do this yourself. Who sent you here? One evening the transaction took place, but don't worry, trust us and entrust us." Li Gumin was suspicious. "Wait, what if the senders were arrested? What should I do if they confessed that I had instigated it?" Cha Dinho replied that those guys are experts in big wars. "I don't think such a situation will happen. If something like that happened, they absolutely wouldn't open their mouths. Gumin wouldn't believe it. It's easy to say that when you've been beaten a lot, it's normal for your mouth to automatically open." He stood up and said that those guys already knew, "Gentlemen, otherwise they would commit the crime of violating the trust of the organization. Then you will really die. Our director is truly a very scary person. In fact, when this information is revealed, we are the ones who are even more embarrassed." The crazy eldest brother argued that, "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't intend to tell this guy the truth. We just touched it because it was fun. Of course we have no intention of giving up the entrustment. Just 2 stabs to the leg can neutralize this guy." Duquan spoke up, "If you have to justify it, you must have some sincerity. After all, he had to be beaten to obey." He thought to himself. The problem was that the guy suddenly appeared at a time when he couldn't counterattack, and have to continuously handle 2 names at the same time. Seeing him unable to stand, Dihan immediately came to help. "Are you okay, but you're injured a lot?" He replied, "No, I'm not injured much. What do you wonder? HP still has 6,420 left, not to the point of staggering like this, but why does the body no longer have the strength like this? I don't know if there is a separate concept of points. Vitality is the same as gems. Thinking back, running in gems doesn't drain the character's health. If you think about confronting the 3 brothers alone, it's not too much of a task." Dihan was worried if he was right. Why did he suddenly say some strange words? He secretly pulled out the knife at that moment. Ends in a flash. Right now there are a lot of people coming. Is that guy? It seems like he's wearing a blue coat. But why do they do that to each other? Is it an internal conflict? The Duquan was bewildered. What else could they say? Could it be, SI High School Monster Army? Are all those guys monsters of this tomb? I thought those 3 brothers were all gone. Dihan is not surprised. The atmosphere doesn't seem to be very good. That number cannot be compared. The blonde spoke up. "I heard there was a conflict between the junior and the blue guy, so I came here, but the situation is a bit vague, right? Aren't you guys on the same side? Why are you fighting each other like that?" The Duquan corrected me. why would I be on the same side as this guy? He understood that it had nothing to do with it. The problem is that you guys arbitrarily trespassed into other people's territory. Di-han quickly explained that we were just going on a field trip, the truth is irrelevant. He calmly said that the so-called area or junior was just a sincere excuse. Because Kyungdo has been very peaceful for a long time, I find the peace so boring that I want to die. The fight started immediately, but before it even started, he fell down. Oh my, look at these guys' faces. Looks exactly like the blue guy, probably printed by the same factory. He rushed over and let go of your hand, you bastard. The other person gently moved away. The other guy had a knife. He warned me that if I got too close I would stab him. If you don't want to become disabled. What if another guy grabs him from behind and doesn't like it? The blonde-haired guy came over. You guys seem to be very close. Isn't it normal for brothers to not be close to each other? He replied that it had nothing to do with you, so you immediately gave him a slap that said it had nothing to do with it. Then one more, which is irrelevant anyway. I don't care what you become. We just want to play with you for the rest of the night. Di-han commented in a rather serious tone, the Mandarin stopped you, it was his own doing, don't worry about it, more than that now. Perhaps we should be more concerned about our situation. Once we enter the tomb, we cannot avoid fighting them. They're confident, why worry about such nonsense, anyway, you can't escape from here. Now that you look closely, you can see that guy wearing a black shirt. Is that the guy who was in the same car as that girl yesterday? It seems like it's true. How about we use her phone today to call her out to drink together and party all night long, wouldn't that be great? Dukwon thinks that he is in a state where he can't fight them normally, those bastards are completely crazy, even if Di-han is here, there's no guarantee we can win all of them. One guy speculated that they didn't look like they wanted to fight, the blonde took out a cigarette and thought carefully, we outnumbered them, if we won like this it wouldn't be fun at all. Hey you two should try fighting each other. Whoever wins, I will release him. Di-han is so confused. How could he do something? Before he could finish his sentence, the Dukwon began to attack. He continuously attacked him. Now there's only one way left. They're satisfied. Wow, those bastards really don't have any feelings. They betray so quickly. Di-han realized something was because Dukwon, he wasn't hitting me but was using his hand to push me away. He whispered apologetically because I did it on my own. Run as far away from here as possible. They gradually realized that he was pretending to fight to break the siege. Di-han sobbed, what are you talking about? How could I leave the Dukwon behind and go? He reassured me that it's okay, from now on I can fight alone. There is no other way, I also don't know this now. I won't do anything, I can only use it. Quest completion reward received hidden item, this. Isn't that a lock? Why does the key get the lock? First look at the item information. The black padlock seals the character's free will, the system will activate automatic combat, the duration is 10 minutes, he will automatically fight automatically. Is this possible in reality? If it's true, it's no different than a scam. Isn't this a bit dangerous? What if there were people nearby who weren't enemies? I have a bad feeling, I will only use this in times of real danger, to seal my will. They were curious and asked if that was a lock. Why did that guy suddenly bring it out like that? He must have just cleaned out the closet somewhere. That brown-haired guy can't even run back here quickly, or should I beat him up and drag him back? Where did the Dukwon stop him go? Didn't he say he wanted to play together all night? He was confused. He continued, starting from now on which hell party to start, now I don't care. The lock emitted dark smoke. He was amazed at what was happening. Everything started to change in a different direction. I saw someone walking next to me. He asked, what are you doing now? I got goosebumps. I still have the illness from my second year of middle school. He suddenly shouted loudly. Help, my comrades don't understand anything. Used black padlock. Automatic mode is enabled. Start fighting automatically. The lock has been activated. Auto combat is a skill where the player will not directly control the character, but the system will automatically recognize the monster and fight it. I don't want to do anything. How long will I have to play gems to help them? Even so, thanks to auto battle, it helps a bit, but this is just a convenient skill for users who don't have time to play gems. Damn, it's still just running in the corner until now. Mostly this is a skill that will greatly reduce the character's abilities compared to controlling it yourself, but that's when it's used with gems. Usually the use case of AI system is extremely high. What's dangerous is autopilot. Massacres can also occur. What were they so surprised about just now? What just happened? That bastard dares to touch Cheomin. He aggressively rushed forward, but the Duquan dodged accurately. Then counterattack with a punch. Then continued to attack. The guy with the bloody head was scared. How could he be so fast? As soon as I finished speaking, it was my turn. His face became deformed. Dark air radiated around his body. The eyes also became lifeless. They gradually realized that that bastard looked different from before, right? His eyes felt soulless. What nonsense were they talking about? Let's go fight it together. The three men rushed straight to where he stood. Each name stands on one side. The Duquan did not have any fear. One guy punched him in the stomach. The next guy got punched in the face. And as for the other guy, he kicked straight with his leg. His eyes remained unchanged. It does not express any emotions. A guy suddenly grabbed his leg. You didn't guess this move, right? Hurry and beat him to the punch. The Duquan did not hesitate and used his foot to stomp on his head. Dihan stood from afar and witnessed everything that happened. Your voice trembles so beautifully. What the Duquan said earlier, sorry for making the decision on my own. You run as far away from this place as possible. Dihan didn't understand what you were saying, so how could I leave the Duquan to leave on my own? He affirmed that it's okay, from now on I can fight alone. I don't know what I will do either. I'm not sure what he means, but first of all, if I leave this place now, I'll be doing him a favor, right? The blonde guy held a cigarette and thought. The juniors commented that that guy was not the average guy. He sighed. Even though he could get past you guys, the other guys frowned and I couldn't bear it anymore. The Duquan slowly walked towards them. Damn monster, what's wrong with his expression? A guy stopped me and warned me that from now on, anyone who backs away will die with me. Shut your mouth and charge, you psychos. I can do it, we are outnumbered. Duquan took a step back to gain momentum. Then rushed straight into the tiger's den and took care of him without missing a single person. The two guys screamed damn it. The Duquan didn't say much but grabbed their heads. Then throw it hard on the ground. The sound of begging rang out, don't come here. One was attacked from behind. Another guy received a punch in the face. He fought without resting for a moment. Suddenly a fat guy hugged him. Hold tight like this, just like this. You can't do it, you idiots. You tried your best to keep your rice bowl. I will hug you until your ribs break. The guy with glasses spoke up. There's nothing anyone can do when they're caught by that bearded pig. There was no way to get out of there, the curses were so damn loud. The fat man shouted in pain. His eyes widened and he gasped. Damn it. The Duquan did not let him go easily. He jumped high, then used a series of kicks to kick him in the face. That guy fell backwards. Everywhere now there are only guys lying flat on the ground. The guy with glasses walked up behind him. Using glasses during a fight comes with risks. That's because in the case of being hit in the face, the possibility of fatal injury is very high. So most people, even if they have vision loss, will still choose to get rid of glasses. But I absolutely will not take off my glasses. Do you know why? Because from the beginning there will be no way I will be beaten. I said it before. The guy standing in front of me, before he could finish his sentence, his glasses were broken. He didn't have any chance to strike. The blonde hair was confused. What is this thing that can deal with more than 20 people in such a short time? Even the last two are the main force of the group, so why? Why don't you even feel tired? Who are you anyway? Duquan blocked his attack. He used his other hand to strangle him tightly. He groaned and waited, then shouted loudly. Scene changed to a room. The Duquan opened his eyes, bewildered. What was going on? He looked around and asked where this was. Obviously I just used the black lock just now. Why am I in this shabby room? It seems like there is someone living here. No matter how you look at it, the atmosphere is too dangerous. I will go out first. I was surprised why the computer turned on by itself. He glanced at the screen. The manager's message line appears. It's been a while. Duquan didn't understand what was going on. The manager is entering the room. It's been a while, my friend. This place is the space that keeps your mind away from your body. This familiar tone was probably a level 200 apocalypse warrior. Have you saved your friend? You're not bad. I allow you to accompany me. The message continues to appear. Don't panic, my friend, this is a gift for your kindness. He approached the computer. The apocalypse warrior turned out to be him. The evening scene is very peaceful. Duerin stood alone bored. Right now everyone is probably busy watching the concert. I also want to see Manhwa dance, but I'm so sorry. But instead, I'm lucky that I can look at the sky like this. She looked up at the sky for a long moment. But I went a bit too far. Now I'm slowly coming back. The phone suddenly rang. A man who didn't know when had been standing there. Forgot to mute. Erin worriedly asked him. At this moment the Duquan was in a strange room. This familiar way of talking seemed. The one who brings about the end is you. Is this a chat box? Why can't I enter with the keyboard? The message appears and speaks freely. He was surprised to be able to talk. Normally he doesn't pretend to listen to me. The manager replied, I'm not something that can always watch over you, and now I have something to ask. If you want to ask something instead, it will be my turn next. How the power I gave you has changed your life. Of course you're bewildered. He stopped for a moment. Then screamed that I have changed for the worse. Because of that damn mission, I was caught up in the war all day long. Monsters kept crawling out of the damn dungeon. If this keeps up, my body will no longer exist. I only know how to play gems, so how can this happen? Like this. He suddenly stopped. Then sat down on the chair, but even so it was very refreshing. Every day was the same. I was watched by bullies, did everything they told me to do and got beaten up. Since when did I confront those people as if it were a matter of course? And now I can protect someone. Above all, if I didn't have this power, I probably would have died in front of the computer that day. So I'm very grateful to you. A moment later, a message appeared on the screen. Or was it the manager? This time it was his turn to ask. The manager remained silent and did not answer. In his mind, he suddenly remembered the war. What is this? Countless people lying on the ground. What is this? Everyone is injured. What? No one is left intact. I'm confused now. What are you seeing? The blonde guy said, wait a minute. He slowly let go of his hand. He cried out in pain. Then cursed a few times, fuck fuck fuck. Damn it, then rushed towards him. Duquan kicked him hard in the shoulder. The crazy eldest brother silently watched. There were no monsters like that. The strength in the bodies of the guys who stepped on me so many times. At this moment, the blonde was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. He sat on the ground scared. Then take the phone out of your pocket and wait a bit. If you think you can eat this much, you're wrong. In the end, it's natural for you to have to fight the leader of this area. Pick up the phone quickly. Fadon, where are you? Now all of us are being beaten by someone from another area. You come. The other end of the line didn't say a word but hung up. Hello Fadon. Hello Thuong Fadon. This guy. The Duquan came and kicked the blonde man hard. That guy just said shout Fadon just now, right? He hesitated. Could it be the shout Fadon that I know? He thought to himself that he remembered because the name was very special. No, it's not just because of the name. 2 years ago at Chung'ong Reformatory, my crazy brother was so excited, he was so amazing. The crazy brother asked again what was going on. He replied that among the new recruits today, there was a guy who was about to be beaten to death. Are you curious? Are you the same age as us? Hyop recalls, let's see, because that guy's face was bad, he planned to use his strength to do something to his daughter. In the end, after everything failed, he was arrested. T'Esop despised it unsuccessfully, so how can you call it a top? He explained that it wasn't a girl that guy touched. As the sister of the leader of the room next to ours, he was suddenly furious. The room leader is completely crazy now. I heard that as soon as he entered the living area, he killed that guy. The guys in the gym are not average. If they were middle school students, they would be dead. The coffin lid must have been closed. The guard was surprised. Then his face turned pale. What is that? Asking for support, asking for support. Hyop is excited. Oh, it seems like he's causing trouble. He's a pitiful middle school student. Hey you there. When he looked inside he was bewildered. There's a knock on the door from outside. Why can't the door open? Ah, so you're Dihun. Meeting you in this place is so magical. But you know that we can keep a close relationship with each other. actually D-Hun likes you too. It's really unfair. If the police came a little later, I probably could have done it. When will my brothers and sisters visit? Next time for real. I have confidence that it will come to the end. Erin's voice was not mistaken. It's you right all day today. Her friend wondered why he's been like that all this time. Is something wrong? She hesitated more than just that. It seemed like someone was staring at me. Her friend teased Erin. Surely there are one or two guys looking at you. She actually hesitated. The person following me, he replied that it's not like that. The other side of the line ordered you to come over here. Shout Fadon confessed, since the first time I met you, I can't forget it. Black natural hair with white skin, from eyelashes to toes, everything is his preference. Either way, maybe I like you. Erin is scared, don't come here, I'll scream. He followed her, even if he shouted here, no one would hear him. But you dressed so beautifully and came here alone, weren't you expecting something? She said with a trembling voice not to come. Fadon continued, if you didn't show up, I was planning to go to the dorm at night. Take out your phone and I'll call the police. He pushed her phone away. No way, no way. Last time, he was also denounced right at the beginning. He was unfairly forced to eat in a reformatory and was forced to transfer school here. Erin stepped back and didn't come forward. She accidentally tripped over a stone, then fell to the ground. He bent down, no need to be afraid, he knew what to do. She was sweating and didn't want to. He teased her and didn't resist at all. Actually, you also want to have fun, right? At this time, someone discovered you too. Fadon turned to ask who you are. She cried out his name with tears in her eyes. Duquan. He was confused and didn't understand what was going on. He was unhappy and said that this time he was also interrupted right before starting. Combat automatically starts boss fight. Erin was happy to see him. Duquan. She looked at him with tears in her eyes. Fadon spoke up this time and was also interrupted right before starting. The Duquan didn't say much but immediately used a four-wheeled vehicle. He threw himself away from you, which was not polite at all. People are still talking. He didn't care what he said and attacked continuously. Erin stood and watched in fear. He brutally beat him to a pulp. Every attack hits the right target. Fadon looked at him with a bloody face. The Duquan used all his strength to throw his fist. The manager sent the message. This time it was his turn to answer. The first person he spoke up would be the first question. He seriously asked who he was. Are you a god? The message appears. I am the system administrator. No, don't talk about that, say something specific. The manager doesn't care about your request and asks what the next question is. Can't you tell me specifically? Well, that's okay. Second question. Why did you give me this ability? The message appeared as I said. Wait, it's not the king of hell but the god of hell. This is crazy. This is a mythical level weapon. Hey Donha, how did he respond? Give this to you, really, I'm always hunting to wait for the day I get this, not just because you're good to me. You hesitate, is there another reason? The manager explained that it's not time for me to tell you that, instead I will reveal something to you. This place is a virtual space that recreates a real room in the real world, where everything began. Duquan doesn't understand anything. This room is where everything begins. What begins? At this moment suddenly everything shook. What are you so confused about? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? In this place, time passes at a speed different from reality. It's time for us to break up. Are you surprised that it's so fast? I still have a lot of things I want to ask. The manager added that after receiving this ability you will become someone who can protect someone. He shouted, wait, wait. The manager sent this last message to you. It can also be defended. The match has automatically ended. The Duquan looked around in bewilderment, but it was over so quickly. Fadon shouted loudly and was startled. Looks dangerous, kid, I wonder what this ugly guy is all about. Erin spoke up. Duquan, are you okay? I just discovered you. Erin, why are you here? The location has changed and there are no other gangsters around. What is this? Something happened while I was fighting automatically. His face suddenly changed. What's wrong? I feel like my heart is about to explode. The system warns you that you have used your body to the limit in automatic fighting mode. Pay attention to the adverse reactions afterward. He gasped for breath and had a reverse reaction. It was so hard to breathe. Fadon took this opportunity to attack him, like he was breathing heavily. You were so aggressive, but what happened all of a sudden? My eyes were so blurry I couldn't see clearly anymore. Then thank you, he hit me back. He sensed danger, his physical condition was at its worst. Shut up, had to finish it quickly and get out of here. The arm begins to react, then spread throughout the body. He screamed in pain, his entire body's muscles felt like they were being torn apart. Fadon has a headache, can you shut up and not make too much noise? What's your relationship? Are you a friend or a lover or a secret crush? Erin, stop it. He grabbed her hand. Yes, I will stop. Anyway, he can't fight anymore, and doing it in front of someone is much more exciting. Duquan wondered what he was doing. Now I have become someone who can protect someone, but in the end, protect what? If so, can't you move, move, move? It's just like before. Move, please move. Fadon started to take off his shirt. We have to finish what we were doing, Erin begged. Don't come close to me. She cried and refused. A scream rang out. Duquan, blocking in front of you is okay, Erin is okay. I really couldn't do anything. I couldn't do anything with that hand. Go away, bastard, but this time I must protect him. Nothing will happen, this time I must do it. He disdainfully stood in front of her. What could someone do to you like that? His breathing is heavy, it's hard to walk, it's the only way I can fight in my current condition. Fadon's eyes widened in surprise. You should have grabbed me by the neck and hit me just now. It's also true that if I could struggle, it would be difficult for you to hit me. But you know one but don't know two. Do you think I will obediently let you grab my neck? Right now I'm the only one who can use both hands. Duquan thought to himself, even if it's just a little, it feels like my hand is about to fall off. Now I can't even punch. With this condition, can I still use the skill? He sarcastically couldn't even stand, but he just liked to act like that. Or maybe you also want to do it together, so you do it. His body could barely bear it anymore. What did it matter now? He used consecutive attack skills. Fadon, what's so indifferent? You clenched your fist just to do that. If you can stop me, I'll stop. You don't have any hands to stop me. He silently attacked the weak point 3 times in succession. But compared to the other name, it's insignificant. Let's see how long you can endure. He suddenly stopped. Duquan groaned and cried out. Just hold your hand a little tighter. Then continue to attack the weak point many times. That guy started getting hit. Just a little longer. Every time I raise my fist I feel like my muscles are being torn into pieces. But just a little more. Fadon's face was bruised. Wait, wait. He screamed, just a little more. Then try to endure the pain and use an attack on the weak point. His perseverance paid off. The monster bark. Fadon has been defeated. The system notifies you that you have passed the king's tomb dungeon. He lost all strength and could not stand. Erin hurriedly ran to the Duquan. His body couldn't stop shaking. Did he overuse his body? But Erin remained unharmed. That's too lucky, she shouted in panic. Duquan. Duquan, wake up. Everything before his eyes gradually blurred. Duquan's wound was bandaged. He suddenly woke up. Is this a dormitory? Luckily, I didn't die yesterday. I thought I really died. He felt something. What am I holding? He raised it up and asked himself. Looking at the clothes on the floor, he was confused. Oh, what's happening? Last night, he gradually looked over. It's Erin sleeping next to him. Duquan felt that something was wrong. He couldn't keep calm and let out a loud noise. Seeing that he was holding hands with Erin, his face turned red. Then he stood up and mumbled, "What is this? Auto combat ended a long time ago." At this moment, Erin woke up and asked if he was awake. Duquan hesitated. Erin, why are you here? Has something happened? She was bewildered. Duquan, could it be that you don't remember anything? Why the hell are you gaping like this? She suddenly realized that it was natural that he couldn't remember. Something happened last night. Erin recounted the story of how after Duquan fainted, she panicked and called for Duquan to wake up. Dihan suddenly ran from nowhere. What happened? He must have been overwhelmed because he was so tired, but fortunately it wasn't too serious. Erin is worried, but we should still take him to the hospital first. Dihan pondered that the Duquan had just fought with the gangsters. If he took him to the hospital in this condition, it would be very troublesome if he was discovered to be involved in the fight, even voluntarily leaving the school tour group, so the best way now is, but if we take the Do man to the hospital immediately, the risk is very high, so we took him back to his accommodation. Then first aid. Erin wondered if he knew how to do these things. He meticulously bandaged the wound and answered yes, I learned it at a private tutoring place. She said confusedly because she didn't know when he would wake up, so from morning until now I've always been by his side to look after him, but I also fell asleep. When I realized that, I was lucky. I've already explained it to the teacher, so you don't need to worry. When I heard her say that, please politely reply, thank you, Erin. She approached and asked, but Duquan, your wounds are almost gone, I find it so confusing, so why was it still painful to death last night? So I probably don't need to go to the hospital anymore and I'll be fine again. Erin is so happy and lucky. Duquan thought about how his body condition was better than usual right now. How could this happen? Now I remember early in the morning. Have I returned to my residence? I can't move. I was so thirsty that I couldn't say anything. What is that? What is that light? Could it be the aura I can see when I die? Is the door to Star Heaven? The reward for clearing the dungeon appears, including a golden light key and a silver light key. I'm confused, what is the key? It looks so beautiful, isn't it? It's telling me to use it, right? That's right, I used the key while daydreaming. Restore passive skills, body recovery speed skyrockets when sleeping. Did this passive skill help me recover? I finally have the recovery skill. Although it only works when I'm sleeping, at this level it's very useful, so what's the key? What skills does yellow light have? Erin's voice is amazing. It's true that she got better so quickly because she slept so much. It's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Are you surprised that it's been so long? So now where are Dihan and the others? She explained that today there is only one tour schedule, so now everyone. I'm going out to Gyeongdu-lan. Dihan was sitting alone and suddenly someone called him. Choi Min-hai handed out a cotton candy. I just bought this. You're shy, thank you, I'll say it. If you're confused, it's because you helped me yesterday. Dihan also hesitated, yeah. After that, a quiet atmosphere surrounded the two people. Dihan suggested that we try to go there this time. Can you agree? Erin guessed that Min-hai and Dihan are going together. I'm probably repaying him for helping at the dance stage yesterday. Are you angry that this Dihan left you here and went out to play like that? Just wait, I'll definitely do it. To repay you, Erin offered, let's go get something to eat, let's go eat. A while later the two arrived at a restaurant. She was unhappy and said it was a pity that at times like this she had to eat octopus salad to regain her strength, but there was no place around here that sold it. The Duquan said it was okay, it's best to regain your strength by eating donkatsu. Okay, he thought to himself that going out alone with Erin on a school trip like this was also one of the rewards for overcoming the dungeon. The waiter brings the food and apologizes for what you ordered. Minchoko donkatsu is here. Stir-fried cucumber side dish will be available soon. Duquan wondered if this was also a dungeon. He shyly said that it was because of me that he couldn't go to Gyeongdu-lan. Maybe he also wanted to go out. She replied that it was okay, anyway I can't go to the amusement park either. He was curious why he couldn't go. Erin explained that I've said it before that I hate loud music. This is quite embarrassing. When I was young, when I went to the park with my family, I got lost. I ran around in the crowd, screaming and looking for my parents for a long time. But the adults don't pay attention to my crying. Loud music is coming from the speakers. Come to the kingdom of fun and let's celebrate a fun festival together. It was like the thing that prevented me from being able to meet my parents. I was so scared. Perhaps from that moment on, every time I heard loud music, I felt scared. So that's okay. Every time I travel, my family often goes to the mountains or the beach. Stargazing there is much more enjoyable than playing at the amusement park. After high school, I couldn't go because I was too busy, so the Duquan understood that. At that time, she said she would go for a walk at the astrology station, maybe she could see clearly there, so she went alone. Erin is sad but I feel quite sorry that I can't watch the fireworks. Oh, the donkatsu is all flowing out now, let's eat it quickly. The beautiful evening has come. Erin suddenly shouted. You can also see the stars from the hotel's rooftop terrace. The Duquan said we should have come up here sooner. She agreed. Yes, yesterday she even went to the astrology station. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have fainted like that. He quickly said no, that's not the case, and at that time I had just finished fighting nearby. Traveling all the way here and having to fight is really pathetic. Erin replied that it was because they started the fight first, you had to fight. But Duquan is really good, are you confused? She continued, normally the kids who fight at school always tense their shoulders and do childish things. But you're not like that. I think that's very cool. You're not that embarrassed. Erin's voice was the quietest yesterday. Duquan didn't hear clearly what you said, she quickly replied nothing. Then gave him a gentle smile and thanked him. He stood still for a few seconds. Oh, it's starting now. She wondered what to start. He told you to look back. She turned her head to the other side. Kyung travel lawn. Unexpectedly, he could see so clearly here. He asked him if he didn't look out the hotel room window, right? Erin was about to answer when she was attracted by something. Our brilliant fireworks in the sky. Duquan said so of course we can watch the fireworks. She looked intently without blinking. Then exclaimed how beautiful it is. At this time on the Ferris wheel. Kim Ki-din hinted at the wind watching the fireworks with another guy on the Ferris wheel like this. I must be guilty of treason all my life. Shock joke continued. You were the one who told me to go on the Ferris wheel with you. Then why haven't you finished editing the document yet? He replied that he was almost done. I like to come up here and take pictures of fireworks. Immediately report to superiors. Why are you talking about that now? You were interrupted by thugs a few days ago. Announcement limiting the number of viewers posted via the website. Announcement of organizing the Ayudin Congress. Shocked after reading it, he immediately questioned the Ayudin Association. This time Haduquan will create an interesting picture for the conference, right? Recently I heard that he has grown up a lot. Haduquan is a peace-loving person. If no one started causing trouble, he certainly wouldn't have raised a hand or foot. But at this Congress this cannot be the case, because it will meet that name. Tsang In-sung was unhappy and asked if the three crazy brothers had failed. Cha Din-ho said yes, they still have to go to the hospital. He ordered them to recover quickly and then go back. I will leave for another mission, he replied yes. In-sung coldly said Haduquan the value of this representative title, right. I will break your head. The last day of the field trip. The news suddenly appeared on the screen. This afternoon at an illegal breeding facility near the Seoul area, there was an unexpected incident of a bear escaping from its cage. After hearing that, Haduquan immediately exclaimed with excitement, this is truly the trip of my life. I'm sure the bear also wants to travel. The guy next to him also agreed, although something quite dangerous happened. But the trip has ended peacefully. At this time, the Duquan asked softly, Di-han, why are you and Min-hai so close? Did you even learn that at the center? The boy could only reply that no, I don't know either. In his heart, the male lead secretly felt I'm so lucky. This experience trip was able to end so peacefully thanks to that black lock. Even though I don't remember it clearly, I hope that black lock will not come back into my hands again. The man took out the lock and wondered if he had thought so. Why was it still in his pocket and why didn't it disappear like other items? Notification system cannot be used. You can use it after unlocking it, so I don't intend to use it right away. Does having this keyhole mean I have to have the key in my hand to open it? Do you still need the key in the end? Although the auto-combat skill is also very important, if you use it, you can talk to the manager one more time. At this moment, the teacher shouted loudly. Don't go anywhere, you must go straight home. Yes, teacher. The group of students quickly responded. Immediately after that, the students took turns getting off the bus. As soon as the man set his foot down, he yawned and said, so traveling by bus for a long time is so tiring, today I have to quickly go home, take a shower and go to sleep. Suddenly, a voice rang out around him, interrupting him. It seemed like he was having fun. After hearing this, the male lead asked Si-dong, I haven't seen him for a long time. The girl said lightly. Di-han saw that and immediately said goodbye to create space for the two of them. It seemed like he was my uncle's friend who came back earlier. Duquan, be careful, the young man replied confusedly. Right after that, he awkwardly asked the girl, "But why do you always suddenly appear without contacting me?" "Now that you know my number," Si Dong said, "that I think this will be faster. But what's going on this time?" the man asked softly. The girl walked away and said, "Follow me, I'll explain later. There's something else I want to ask you." The two of them moved to a nearby restaurant. What noise was heard at this time? Du Quan looked at the boy in front of him and was surprised to ask Kang Se-hun, "Were you here too?" The boy, who was munching on a hamburger, asked harshly why he didn't like it. The male lead then expressed his agreement. "Actually, just the fact that you still exist makes me feel dissatisfied. Well, let's take this opportunity to have a fight to resolve this conflict." Kang Se-hun asked for a bet. Si Dong on the side heard that and said in boredom that the last time we met was the same. "Why haven't you guys fought yet? Why are you so grumpy?" At this time, the young man quietly asked, thinking back, "Why didn't the bearded uncle come at that time?" Si-dong replied that Si-hi had something to do so he couldn't come. "Moreover, I will tell you why I came to you first today. Now the Iyudin conference is about to be held again." The Du Quan remembered the previous scene and asked if the previous congress was interrupted by the explosion. "Yes," the woman replied. The male lead asked next time when it would be. Si-dong just said one sentence, "tomorrow," and it made the young man shiver. "Isn't it too urgent for you to speak?" The girl calmly explained that there is something I need to tell you more. "What else can you do to make people feel so uneasy?" the Mandarin hesitantly asked. The woman said that there are very few cases where a representative directly participates in a normal congress. They will send an assistant to come and convey the situation. That place in real time. After hearing this, the male lead hastily asked why, "But last time Undung was there, I don't know if there could be some reason. I mean, what is the normal case?" Si Dong said. These words from the other person partly eased the Du Quan's fears. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Anyway, it's lucky I thought I would have to go." Si-dong said seriously now, "But in the instructions for this Congress there is a sentence like this. Boare Midong representatives must definitely attend." Why did the Du Quan ask awkwardly? Hearing that, the girl just replied blandly, "We also wanted to know about that, so we came looking for you. To be able to summon you to attend the Iyudin conference this time. Have you caused any trouble?" After hearing this, the male lead suddenly became confused. He asked if fighting with the Iyudin group of Gyeongdu was considered a big problem. Si-dong mumbled the name Gyeongdu. Du Quan also said yes while walking. Something happened while traveling. Se-hun heard that and immediately got excited and said that there was still a fight at the tourist spot. "We haven't seen each other for a while and our representative has become a thug, right? That's legitimate defense, young man." The young man stammered and said. The girl seriously analyzed Gyeongdu as an area that had nothing to do with Mandarin, so it was not a problem at this time. The boy quietly said, "Or was it this? About 2 or 3 months ago, I and that guy broke into the construction site of Bangcheon Sidong Ward. When I heard that, I panicked and scolded him. Why didn't I talk about it until now?" The young man confided that if he spoke, he would be angry, like now. The girl replied that I said it before, the Boarami area is currently weak, so we need to be as obedient and quiet as possible. You don't need to worry, the matter has already been resolved, but on the contrary, that side's representative even came to fight with his deputy representative, but luckily I'm not the bastard. Se-hun replied. Si-dong was extremely worried and said that something big had almost happened. Right now, our Boarami area is very weak. At this time, Du Quan hesitantly said, "Is the act of knocking down that side's representative a problem?" Why did everyone around ask the guy, who then admitted to the fact that recently I defeated the regional representative Bang Cheon? After hearing this, Si-dong and Se-hun were stunned, while the other laughed and teased him. It was really funny. At that time, when he stood in front of Dung Shok-dang, he was scared to death. Can't do anything. Looking at the Du man speechless, the young man suddenly shouted loudly, "Is that true?" The male lead heard that, then he lowered his head and faltered, explaining that I had a personal reason for that. The girl was deep in thought while the other two were happily playing. Thinking back, it seemed like his body looked much better. Could it be the result of the slide training? Where were you touching at that time? Perverts. Sidong suddenly spoke up, it probably wouldn't be because of that. What I say is that everyone should be careful because I don't want other regions to become my enemies. Considering the Ayudin Association's concerns, there is a law that allows managers to collide with each other. Du Quan now thought back and realized that Unsung had said the same thing before. The girl continued, but if it wasn't a member of the Ayudin Association but was instigated by an outsider, things would be different. In short, after talking, it seems like the problem is not on our Boaremi's side. So whose problem is it? Sehun quietly asked. Sidong continued to explain that this conference except Boaremi had another representative who was also summoned. At first I thought they had different reasons from us, but maybe while we weren't paying attention. May have been involved in an incident involving that party in the Escalating area of the outdoor baseball practice field. It's so dark inside. Suddenly, the voice of a man being tied up was heard, muttering, "Bastard. Those bastards, this guy is a Li Gumin of Du Dihan's middle school class." He screamed miserably. "It's obvious that you guys are the ones who can't handle those two, so why do you do this to me, you sick bastards?" Suddenly a baseball rushed towards him. A man quickly knocked it back. He exclaimed that a single beating was nothing. The young man was still trying to intimidate those damn thugs. "Why do you think I would be afraid if I did that, Alf Li Gumin?" Tsang, representative of the Escalating area, suddenly held out a candy package and asked if he wanted to eat a candy. Suddenly, "Why take this away?" the bastard Gumin tried to protest. Now Insang is gradually becoming annoyed and said that baseball players chew gum not only to relieve stress but also use it as a pad to protect your teeth. The young man who was being tied up suddenly started talking agitatedly. "Then why do you want to give me the trust money and go away?" Insang said sharply. "Before doing that I will ask one last question. No one really knows what you entrusted to us, right?" Gumin immediately protested that I didn't say. "Damn, anyone who sees this doesn't know that this is illegal, so what good would it do me to say it?" After listening, the man wondered who was talking, then he coldly turned away, leaving behind this confused young man asking where he was going. Suddenly Insang turned around and replied, "Yes, you want to return the money, right? I'll leave you a lot here. I won't take any money from you." Right after that, he put the money in the baseball machine. This scene immediately scared the Gumin. The guy said, "But be careful with your teeth." Soon the automatic baseball machine started working. The young man tied up there couldn't do anything but curse at the bastard. Outside, Dinho said, "We're still searching and I'll quickly find out who leaked the information." Suddenly Insang changed his attitude and replied, "Why ignore it? Do you know what hurts me the most? Because a new representative came out of nowhere and I was summoned. The Boaremi representative also came to the Congress." "Yes, that's right," Dinho replied. The man, after listening, excitedly replied, "Okay, I'll do it tomorrow. I had to vent my anger on that guy." At this moment, the Gumin in the room had been beaten to pieces by a baseball machine. On the way, a voice said, "Where did that bastard Kang Esihun disappear to?" Sidong calmly replied that he didn't know. He kept muttering about the slide and then lost the slide. In short, he wasn't normal. The official commented. Suddenly the girl asked him why he didn't need to take me home. The male lead heard that and said the road at night is still very dangerous. The girl continued to say, "It seems like you look more trustworthy than before." The Mandarin, being praised like that, immediately continued excitedly, "So if someone jumps out, I will take care of it right away. Don't worry." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly asked a question. Sidong heard that and asked curiously, "Why?" The two of them looked into that dark alley. Haduquan said there was a sound in the alley just now. Suddenly the scene in front of him made his eyes widen. He remembered the last day of the field trip. The news announced that this afternoon at an illegal breeding facility near Son area, there was an unexpected incident of a bear escaping from its cage. Currently, agencies are searching on a large scale and C0 people are extremely uneasy. The following is journalist Li Dong Suc. This is an illegal bear breeding facility with broken rusty iron bars and an empty bear farm with the long avere covering the top torn off. At this rate, if that ferocious bear heads towards the city, what was torn was not just this cloth, so that giant bear appeared again in front of the Duquan. He looked at the huge animal in front of him without stopping fear, his mind asked dozens of questions. He didn't believe that one day he would meet a bear, then he thought of strategies to fight the bear. On this deserted road, Duquan stood in front of the girl and said, "Si Dong, listen carefully. Please run away quietly and then report to the police." The woman quietly asked the male lead and continued, "If both of them ran away, maybe they would all die. Please go away in the meantime. I will stop it." The bear is famous among animals for its warm and pure image, cute eyes and round ears. Yet it is one of the strongest beasts in this terrestrial ecosystem. If you encounter a bear on the road, what will you do? Pretending to be dead just like that will make you a full meal for the bear. Startle it, its head will leave your body and you will pick up the bear's front legs while it is startled. Can humans run away from a bear whose normal running speed is 60 kilometers per hour? When you are in danger of facing a bear right in front of your eyes, the choice that can improve your chances of survival even just a little is, there is no other way but to fight. This is also the Duquan's choice. He looked at the huge bear in front of him and told himself to stay awake and not think about anything else. Now I just need, thinking about surviving this just as the boy was about to swing his fist. That scary bear suddenly cried out, "Wait a minute. How come I was already planning to hit me when I first met?" But this noise made the Duquan suddenly exclaim, "Oh." Sidong on the side exclaimed, "I think this situation is too absurd," but sure enough, the young man asked. At this point, the girl said the animal costume looked too real, so for a moment I also froze. After hearing that, Ha Duquan panicked and asked if this was an animal costume. It's not that. Looking back, it still looks like a bear, but it's not like it's a bear that has absorbed human speech, so how can that be denied by a man? The male lead wondered why he was wearing that here. At this moment, the voices of those gangsters were heard from behind. The leader proudly smiled and said that the PU bear was stuck there. "Did you drop this bag while running away without realizing it?" The man in the bear costume then leaned behind the Du man's back and begged for help. What happened suddenly? The male lead was surprised and said, "The bear continued to explain that I was just advising the students. I should stop smoking and suddenly they look like they want to chase and kill me." The group of young men began to speak in a harsh voice. "The bastard suddenly jumped out of nowhere and made me have to throw away my entire pack of cigarettes, so why should the first advice be for those who are not involved to get out of here? That bear gave me 300,000 as payment for cigarettes." The man panicked and replied, "No, but it was true that I was at fault, so I will give you back 5,001. Hearing that, the boy from the police station threatened to get angry. How much money does he get from his part-time job distributing leaflets per hour these days? Will especially show kindness to you. He turned on the lighter and said, "Today I will reduce the price from 300,000 to your overtime money." At this moment, Haduquan quickly rushed up and said, "Give him here." The group of young men still nonchalantly replied no, then they threw the basket of leaflets on the ground. "Then the guy scolded me when I gave it away, so go away, this sick guy." The Duquan's running footsteps seemed to stop at this moment. He hesitated, wondering if he should try it. In the reward, he had collected a gold key and a silver key. Maybe that's why he can now loudly shout that he caught it and secretly exclaim in his heart that it feels like this. Right after that, that group of thugs was beaten to death by him, so he unlocked the new ACTU skill that will later become a powerful weapon in battles. The male lead held the basket in his hand and awkwardly said, "But all the leaflets fell out." Sidong, who witnessed the scene just now, also became frozen and suddenly asked what just happened. At this time the bear next to him also shouted in the moment that the four of them, "You're really great." When the officer heard that, he just smiled and said, "I'll pick up the leaflet for you. After picking it up, I carefully told you to go home carefully, okay? These days, Ayudins are quite scary, so don't give anyone advice like that anymore." After listening, the man bowed his head and replied, "Yes, thank you very much, both of you. So I have to go distribute leaflets, so I hope you two will always have good luck." The Du man waved goodbye while exclaiming that if he went distributing leaflets like that, it wouldn't make everyone run away. Why do I even get shot? Si Dong said softly, seeing it with my face made me feel at ease. Did the guy ask? The girl slowly replied that now I really feel that you are stronger than before. Maybe I don't need to worry about tomorrow's conference, this time you're the only one going, so be careful, okay? When the Duquan heard these words, he suddenly realized he had forgotten about it. There is no choice for me not to go, why don't Si Dong coldly reply. At the same time in the dark alley, the bear's pile of leaflets from earlier were thrown away in a corner and suddenly someone spoke up. We haven't seen him for a while, but he has really changed and his image is completely different from when he was a child. As expected, I was right to go directly to meet him. See you next time, Duquana said, then the man took off his bear costume and slowly walked away. At Duandang Building. The next day was the day of the regular meeting of the Ayudin festival, and the Duquan was currently in the small room sighing tiredly. He looked at himself in the mirror and reassured himself that nothing would happen. In the end, I had to come back here. The male lead walked into the room and thought to himself that even if he looked at this scene again, he wouldn't be able to adapt. The group of young men who looked like gangsters all turned around to stare at him. They started to talk about this guy. Is that guy Haduquan? That's right, at that time he did a fight at the Congress. The male lead lazily walked to the chair and thought he would just sit in the empty seat, right? On stage, there was the sound of hammering accompanied by a man's voice. The seniors asked everyone to keep quiet. It seemed like everyone had come. So now we will begin the Ayudin regular conference. Duquan recalled that last time the general issue was about voting on whether to handle him or not. The chairperson said that as everyone had been informed before, the first issue of today's Congress was recently in the framework of the conference. School staff and nightclubs are dangerous characters who cause us casualties. Sinan High School 11th grade. How should we treat Haduquan? Back to reality, the male protagonist wonders what issue will be brought up this time and the host also speaks first. This is the first issue. Seo Kwan Ward accepted the instigation of outsiders and attacked representatives of Boarami Ward. Can you explain this question, please? Representative of Seo Kwan Ward, Senior Tsanginsang. This guy is the person summoned to the Congress today representing Seo Kwan Ward. The host said he certainly knew that it was clearly an act of treason, and after hearing it, the Mandarin wondered, but what is this? The man continued to ask me to ask for an explanation about what the three brothers from the Seo Kwan Ward had done in Kidongdu. The male protagonist heard these words and was shocked to realize that those three brothers were members of the city Ayudin Pill. So the reason why they targeted me and Dihan at that time was indeed, in the conversation that day you said that as far as I know, you brothers came all the way here with the determination to harm their target. Pepper. There's no reason for you to do this to someone you don't even know. Quickly tell me who told you to do this. In the end, he concluded that all of this was because someone behind them instigated them. Inside the Congress room, Tsanginsang quietly said, why do I have to explain that baseless rumor, but which ward did this issue come from, Brami? However, the host's following words startled him. The source of this problem was not from the ward. This is a direct instruction from the General Department. After hearing this, the young men below all became confused and whispered loudly, I don't really know what the general situation is, but I heard that he acts as the head of the Ayudin Association. This Kwane district. The young man just slowly asked if he had evidence. After hearing these words, the Duquan couldn't bear it any longer. He immediately stood up and spoke directly to the man, stop beating around the bush and speak clearly. Are you taking money to make me and my friends look like idiots? On the other hand, in the secret room, the young man quietly asked Unsung if he had received the report. Unsung calmly replied that it was okay. The first problem was as expected. Hey, the atmosphere seems serious, another voice cried out. The man said I could also predict how Tsanginsang would react, and Kidin heard that and immediately replied that that guy's personality was obvious. That's right, this time I tried to find out about that Tsanginsang's past. That tattoo wasn't really done because it was cool. Unsung Tattoo quietly asked the man who pointed to his face and replied, is that right next to that guy's face? That tear tattoo means, I have killed someone at the same time. At the Congress, the atmosphere was extremely tense as the two representatives were facing off. Sang leisurely bit the gum and said how much money I had brought to the Ayudin Association for the prosperity of this place so far. Just because of this, isn't it enough to call in a summons and also have to explain this baseless rumor? That's why even this rookie representative dares to look down on me. Hey, victim, speak for yourself. After saying that, Sang used his long, slender legs to kick straight at the Duquan's face. Then he asked, do you have proof that I received money to do that? However, the male protagonist quickly dodged to the side to avoid the attack. He secretly thought that it was too fast and if he didn't block it, it would be a big problem. The man continued to attack the Duquan's stomach. Just these two powerful punches made everyone present sweat. At this time, Sang was upset and asked one name after another, why are they making a fuss over such a baseless thing? The guy who just got beaten up has two of them already flying out there, but because he's the representative, he's showing it off like that, isn't it? As far as I know, that guy was also an outsider who touched the Ayudin Association and was in a similar situation as now. Since I became a representative, I have escaped the need to be dealt with, right? So the opposite is also true, right? Whether I accept the instigation of outsiders or not, as long as that guy doesn't belong to the Ayudin Association, that's fine. Glasses told everyone to stop wasting each other's time over this. Now in this place, Sang rushed towards the opponent and said, we will have a representative position vacant. Viewers also become tense following the match. Sang started to mock you, what are you doing? How long are you going to block it like that? I'm so scared that I don't dare to counterattack. The Duquan said that there was no need to beg me, he thought that what happened was so obvious that it was impossible to ignore a big event like a congress. Then you keep talking until you confess to accepting someone else's words and I will try my best to defeat you. The male protagonist secretly thought that now it was time for the mission board to appear to win the battle with Sang. The pacifist mission from now on all attacks on the enemy are prohibited. Try to endure for 3 minutes. The reward increases defense power. After reading the Duquan, he was surprised and wondered why attacking was forbidden. Even though he didn't want to, he had no choice but to follow the mission and let the opponent attack. Insang said that to test your strength, to see how good the representatives of Boarami Ward are. After saying that, he swung his powerful fist and aimed at the boy's face. He proudly said, see, it's true that you were so scared that you couldn't do anything, but luckily Duquan dodged an attack just now. You wondered what the hell was this situation. As far as I can see, the mission that appears must be a fight, that's why he stepped out so strongly and told me not to attack this crazy system. He ran and thought, if that's the case then I'll become a laughing stock right at this moment. Insang said this inner voice. Seeing the official running away, he immediately chased after him, kicking his foot on the edge of the chair. Then tell me you think you can escape. After saying that, he used his foot to kick the Duquan's body hard, causing him to fly away. He tried to stand up and secretly admired that this guy's strength was unusual, perhaps even greater than that guy's. At this time, Insang called the representative of this Bangcheon ward. Maybe you beat Dung Sucedong so you feel very proud, but you can tell by your arrogant attitude. The people below kept whispering, Haduquan won against Dung Sucedong, how could I have heard of that? Of course I would think this was a rumor. That guy must be a monster, a thought flared up. His extraordinary physical abilities from birth were no match for that small body. But that's all, the man said as he attacked violently. Just stopping at that level of birth, he's an idiot for not thinking about the effort to hone his strength. Never studied martial arts or played any sports. But just keep what you have from the moment you were born. That's why I was defeated by a guy like you. Every word was a blow. Most of the guys stronger than Dung Sucedong are in the Ayudin Guild, so don't be mistaken. There is no place for you to squeeze in. The sound of collision has not stopped for a minute. It's okay for the male lead to suddenly protest. Anyway, in the end, I will be stronger than all of them. The system board displays the amount of defense received from the reward corresponding to the number of points received. The Duquan saw this and thought to himself that it was good to be beaten. Surely this degree is enough, right? Not taking the opportunity to be beaten to show off a little more, the young man looked at the timeline that only had 7 seconds left and then let out a sneer, so the power you have honed is only up to this level. Let's fight properly. is that how the opponent responded? Then you will die, the man growled. The remaining time gradually recedes. In-sung attacks when Duquan's time is only 1 second left. Duquan is afraid that it's dangerous, but there's still no time for the male lead to eat. A voice rang out, interrupting the fierce battle. Seniors, I hope everyone can sit back in their seats. Time is up. The host said I won't allow any more chaos at this convention. In-sung heard that and immediately became dissatisfied. What did he say? We can freely cause conflicts between members. Why do you give such annoying orders? Glasses or kill you first, he said provocatively. The person wearing glasses just calmly said that this is not my order, this is a directive, just sent from headquarters. The headquarters is always monitoring this place. I hope everyone understands that the statements I make at this position are all representatives of the headquarters. Representative of Seokwon Hoi Indio Ward, Kwane District, Senior Tsang In-sung's voice accentuated each sentence with the glasses-wearing guy. Tsang In-sung turned around and said, then calling me to this place is over. If there's nothing else to do, I'll leave. Even though you don't have any real strength, you can still have luck. We will meet again soon, then let's complete this unfinished business. Then he left. Completed pacifist mission notification system increases defense by 30. The young man sighed and thought to himself that it was over. Why did that guy underestimate him so he didn't do his best? If I have to receive that blow in the end, I don't know what it will look like. So I'll ask your permission. You were planning to play a card game when the guy wearing glasses called out the name of the Boarami ward to stay. There was another related issue. Then we'll move on to the next problem. It hasn't been long since the Bomera ward changed representatives, so up to now it still hasn't collected money. But now Boarami also has to contribute to the meeting of the Ayudin Association. The young man now also suspected that those words meant, I have to bring money to the Ayudin Association. The host continued, I will give you 2 weeks to prepare a new profit model. Do you understand clearly? Duquan hesitated and replied yes. After listening, the man hosting the program told me to ask for everything. Next, the third issue is to promote exchanges between members of the association. At the Seokwon Ward Detective Office, Tsang In-sung put the phone to his ear and said, of course, just because of a new representative, how can they eliminate me as an inherent source of the Ayudin Association? Okay, I know. Just in case, I will put an end to that Boarami ward. Leaving that guy alone like that is not good. I called back later, and he reached out to turn off the phone. In-sung suddenly looked at the scene before his eyes. He realized the doorknob was covered in blood. Sensing something was wrong, he quickly entered the room. Surrounded by human corpses lying everywhere, he panicked and exclaimed, what's going on? What's going on here? Who did this? One person used his last breath to point to the door. There the man opened his mouth and said. After In-sung looked at it, his blood began to boil. On the other hand, after the end of the Ayudin regular congress, Ha Duquan looked out to see if the guy Tsang In-sung or something wouldn't be waiting for me out here. He thought he felt very strange. He said in an uneasy mood. I was too thoughtless when I took the attack, so why did my body hurt everywhere? Until now, the system hasn't let me stop fighting once. Just looking at him, I knew he was a bad guy. What was the reason for the mission? It's impossible to do a mission like that for no reason at all, the young man thought to himself. Is there someone who can fight for me or something? On the rooftop on the other side, Tsang In-sung seriously questioned the stranger in front of him, the person who made the office such a mess. Han-sung, is that you? Do you think they will call you to the Congress without any evidence? The man said. At headquarters, it's not just Han Duquan. Up to now, Seokwon Ward has received instigation from outsiders to attack other members. Most of the headquarters at headquarters are aware of the situation and have evidence. Today the Congress gave you the opportunity to confess, but you gave up that opportunity and instead committed violence against the Han Duquan. Regarding this matter, the headquarters decided to remove his representative status and confiscate the cases at the detective office of Seokwon Ward. There is no evidence. Why is In-sung suddenly startled? He pretended to be calm and said, I don't know what evidence you are talking about, but you coming here directly like that proves that the headquarters has already decided to do so, but the people who built this office until now have it's me alone. Without my permission, no one can touch it. I was only following the instructions of headquarters, which I, Han Sung, continued. If I don't listen, then what can I say? Sung In-sung, representative of Seokwon Ward, began to take off his coat and get into a position ready to fight. Han Sung also pulled up his sleeves and told him that if he resisted, as instructed, I have no choice but to deal with you. The timeline goes back to Sung In-sung's haunting childhood days. Do you know what it feels like to have a younger brother who is 1 year younger than you in every aspect? The boy who just played baseball and was praised for being so cool is at Sungin-da in his 3rd year of elementary school. He's a smart-minded younger brother with outstanding looks and is also good at sports. The friends around him constantly admired the boy. Is there something you don't know how to play? Hey, you look completely different from your brother. Sungin-da ignored those words and just looked intently at his brother. Sung In-sung, a 4th-year elementary school student, saw his older brother wandering alone like that, so he asked him if he didn't play anymore. Well, I don't like baseball very much, the older brother replied. Inda understood and came next to me and said I will also sit here. Moreover, the younger brother was extremely obedient. A younger brother is willing to break the candy bar in half and says since there's only one, let's split it up to chew. In-sung also has to admit that I have a younger brother like that. That day when the two brothers said in unison that we were home, In-sung also thought that I also wanted to be recognized, so I tried harder than anyone else. At that time, he just ran quickly into the house and thought to himself that the 100-point science test should be brought home quickly for his mother to see. However, before he could celebrate that progress, he had to witness his mother sweetly telling our proud younger brother Inda. The child also knew at that time but always. In front of me is always her, the mother in In-sung's memories who always cares about Inda. This time you also got 100 points in all subjects. Inda, what kind of reward do you want? Can you tell me everything? Can we raise a bird, my younger brother suggested. In-sung at that moment just walked away. Only then did the baby realize that I was always there. Surrounded by my younger brother's shadow, In-sung's ears always ringing sweet words from my mother and younger brother. Of course, okay, let's go to the pet store with mom this weekend. Yes mom. On the other hand, in the park, Hadukwon reported today's events and said, so that's all that happened at the conference today. After listening, Si-dong said with relief that luckily the problem wasn't in the Boarami area. In short, he did very well this time not fighting against him. Sehun made a horrible face and replied, what's good? Even if I broke that Sung In-sung's face, I still wouldn't be satisfied. If I were in that position, the male lead suddenly interrupted and said something like this. What have you been doing up until now? The boy stuck his body tightly to the slide like glue, then exclaimed that before, I thought the slide was a very strange toy, but this one is so effective. The do-man saw that and immediately teased me. You're changing little by little, do you think this is to beautify Ayudin? At this time, Si-dong spoke softly, summarizing that what we need to care about right now is ensuring the profit model of the Boarami area. The male lead replied, yes, that's true. Is that so-called profit model referring to the Human Resources Office of the Bangcheon area or the Detective Office of the Seokwon area? After hearing this, the girl immediately agreed that yes, most of the areas each sector has its own profit model. He said most means not all. Dukwon wondered. Si-dong continued to say there are special cases, other special cases. The young man muttered. The girl said something that woke the male lead up. Do you remember how I warned you about Hanansung before? Representative of the Esilim Hanansung area. In Kwane district, that is the most dangerous guy. Dukwon suddenly said yes, I remember, but he's not that dangerous, he's really strong. But suddenly the girl interrupted. What I said at that time was about what the Esilim area was doing. What is the Esilim area doing? The male protagonist continued to ask. Si-dong slowly replied that he supervises all members of the Ayudin Association in the Kwane district, and deal with traitors. As for Sung In-sung, there was a conversation going on between him and Un-sung. From the moment I saw everyone at the conference seeing me as a traitor, I found something strange. Did you guys report to headquarters in the Silim area? Not only Hadukwon, but seeing that you guys are also touching other things, it seems like they've been targeting us for a long time, right? After hearing these words, Unsung just firmly replied that I had no reason to answer. Looking at this loyal appearance of the other person, Aitsang couldn't help but admire. He was indeed very well trained, said the loyal dog of the headquarters. Then he rushed towards the young man in front of him. But the guy over here is not afraid to say that, whether it's me or you. Aren't they all the same? Then he used his hand to block Insang's attack just now. The man sternly said that I am different from someone like you who absolutely does not disobey headquarters orders. Unsung now began to focus on fighting Insang. The young man blocked his attack and opened his heart, so that there would be no inconvenience when making money. I only needed the name of the Ayudin Association as a pedestal. If you are a supporter, why do you accept money to attack people in the same group? Unsung replied. Insang squeezed the other person's hand and said, the question already has the answer, kid. It's because of making money that the Ayudin group finally works for money. Right after that he used his foot to strike Unsung's stomach. Then, while performing a series of punches, he said that just by dealing with a few guys who don't help the Ayudin Association, he could receive more money, so why should he refuse? Up until now, I've been earning money like a dog and offering it to you guys. If you don't recognize that effort, stop saying it's breaking the law or something, then drag us out to play like children, and now you're abandoning me like this. How do you think I would feel? It's a pity that Unsung suddenly interrupted him right now. Then he swung his hand so hard that Insang was injured to the point of bleeding. He was still energetic and asked, is it a pity? That should be what I say. Before he could even throw his fist, Unsung was one step ahead and attacked him in the face. Then hugged his neck and softly said, I don't know how you feel. I'm just saying you use your legs. Kicked Insang's stomach hard. Then continue to follow the rules and orders from the organization. The boy was always a shark, but when he stood in front of Unsung, he immediately turned into a fish. He fell to the ground with a thud. Unsung looked at the struggling man in front of him and said that you are not my opponent, maybe you should stop now and accept the decision of the headquarters. To Insang, saying these words was like a thunderbolt. He gritted his teeth and resolutely said no. I absolutely won't let anyone take anything away. Right after that, he struggled with Unsung, causing him to fall to the ground. He used his foot to clamp the Insang's head, causing him to cry out in pain. I'll just say this quietly, somewhere there is a group of people plotting with each other. Everyone knows the situation now, right? Before being robbed by the silo area, we must collect all the documents and memory inside the office. Suddenly, someone around me said this was interesting. It seems like there's some important document that we're not allowed to see, right? As far as I know, Dinho is the person in charge of managing the current work of the detective agency. If in case the Seokwan area has any other hidden acts, we should feel free to confide in them. Together, the green-haired man quickly replied, it seems like you're misunderstanding something, we only protect customers' personal information. After hearing this, the guy immediately admired his good work ethic. There, Dinho tried to probe, but did you come alone? After hearing this, Ki-din immediately seemed to agree. The asylum area is severely lacking in human resources. There is no talent that can be used as a warrior. The young man replied that it was really dangerous because today he would lose another person. The man saw that and just smiled faintly. Then he said, I hope this confidence won't come from you counting your numbers. Before we start, should we take a few photos of the altar? Even though I only have this camera right now, this guy is Kim Ki-din, a photographer and deputy representative of the asylum area. And this person is Cha Din-ho, a consultant and deputy representative of the Seokwan area. At this time, he said sarcastically. Do you want advice on funeral fees? The consultation fee is free. On the rooftop where Unsung and Insang fought, Unsung stood blatantly in front of this big man's bloody body. The two of them were now at the edge of the railing. The man seriously told him to consider himself lucky to end up here. Just as he was turning to walk away, suddenly something startled him. Insang, who was lying motionless on the floor, was able to calmly stand up. He pushed him away and shouted loudly, who is it? Unsung was pushed down from the rooftop. Your life is now extremely fragile. But by some miracle he was able to cling to the rooftop area. At this time Insang cried out to defeat Han Unsung, I can do everything. Of all the ways, only this one is the most reliable. At this point, don't say I'm playing dirty or anything. The man calmly asked if he was thinking about killing me. The evil blood in the Insang gradually arose. He nonchalantly replied that there was nothing I couldn't do. Just give me money and many subordinates would go to jail in my place. He brought the tip of his finger closer to the other person's finger and continued, if you kill Han-Sung, you will also regret giving up on me. You won't be better than everyone, so I have to admit that you're better than me. Of course, now I'm thinking about the past. Back then, Inda was like Unsung now, when standing on the brink of death, the boy could only call for help. His brother and sister were about to fall. Even though my brother cried and begged me to joke again, it's not funny at all. At that time, Insang faced his younger brother's death and saw that death could not be saved. He only coldly gave a strange smile. Returning to reality, he cruelly told Unsung that yes, I also killed him like this at that time. Then he remembered his childhood memories. Every time Mom's friends come over, they only pay attention to his younger brother. Oh Inda, this time you got perfect scores in all subjects. You're really good. What's your secret? Mom In-sung. Hearing that, the mother happily replied that it was because Inda studied hard that she was able to do that. That's why In-sung gradually developed the jealous thought that she was always being robbed. Both affection and concern, he could only feel sorry for himself and go into his room, but outside, the mothers were still praising Inda. She just needed to work hard and she would be fine, and Inda was very having natural talent. In-sung are brothers, but they're so different. Compared to his younger brother, he's a bit inferior. The boy thinks he was robbed of compliments and recognition. Everyone always surrounds his younger brother. In-sung also worked very hard but didn't achieve the expected results but Inda's words were already good enough to take the place of his eldest brother, so it was okay. They hurt In-sung to the extreme. From then on he hated his younger brother for stealing his position too. Even though Inda approached him to talk to him, what are you going to do now? In-sung still kept thinking why he was always the only one being forgotten. Why do I keep getting robbed of things that belong to me? Now my younger brother invited me to come into the Korong room and tell me, okay? Mentioning that animal makes In-sung feel even more sad because it was the gift that her mother rewarded Inda when she got good grades in her studies. Their words kept ringing in his ears, making the little boy feel extremely sad at that time. Just when Inda wondered, please play with me, the boy's response was his older brother's scolding. After thinking about it, In-sung realized that the times his younger brother was favored over him was not fair. On a beautiful day, my younger brother spoke up and said that today, both Mom and Dad are coming home late, so let's order food outside. Where are you? At this moment In-sung extremely hates Inda, so he thinks you should try the same thing once. Try to feel what it feels like to have something stolen from you. At that moment, looking at the scene before your eyes, you were confused and wondered why the birdcage was here. The birdcage door is open, Korong is gone. Suddenly the boy discovered something like the sound of a Korong. Right after that, you immediately went to look for your pet, your mouth always calling Chorong's name. Follow the sound of parrots. When he saw the Chorong on top of the cabinet, his younger brother happily said that he found it. When did you fly up there? Luckily, you're okay In-sung, that's all. At this moment, Inda disregarded all dangers and put her foot on the railing and said to wait for me just a bit. I'll drop you right away. At the same time, the brother in the room leisurely read a book. Suddenly he heard someone scream loudly. He walked out of the room. Then he went around the house looking for it, wondering what the sound was. Finally, the scene before his eyes made him surprised and he cried out pitifully. Save me right now, my younger brother is on the brink of death, trying his best to beg his older brother to save him. Save me, I'm about to fall. In-sung said in shock, why are you there? Just as his hand was about to touch Inda's hand, In-sung suddenly had a crazy thought. For a moment I had that thought. If I leave it like that, will the things it stole come back to me? He became hesitant at his brother's request to save him and he couldn't hold on anymore. In-sung heard that and said in a sharp voice, why? I have to help you, he thought to himself, that's all it takes. Inda was now extremely scared, tears streaming down both sides of the boy's eyes. He told him not to joke around, it wouldn't be funny. That was also my younger brother's last words. In my mind and heart I thought that from now on, I won't be robbed of anything anymore because his excellent younger brother was killed by him. After understanding the situation clearly, Unsung quietly said yes. In reality, you killed him back then, didn't you? Man deep in thought. I remember the conversation in the dark room. Ki-din told him that yes, I did a little investigation into Tsang-in-sang's past and it seemed like his tattoo wasn't just for coolness. Tattoo? Unsung replied. The boy continued to say it's a tattoo at the corner of his eye. This teardrop tattoo has this meaning: I once killed someone. Unsang was dumbfounded and asked Tsang-in-sang if he had killed someone. Ki-din replied, I don't know, but I heard that he was crazy when he was young. He personally killed his own brother. The heartbreaking scene at that time was similar to Unsung's current scene. In-sung hated it and said it was his annoying younger brother who stole everything from his older brother, right? So I let it fall. After hearing this, the young man was also surprised by the murderer in front of him. The man used his foot to step on Unsung's hand and thought that it was the same as now. Just as In-sung was about to finish off Han-sung, he was one step ahead. This action immediately made the boy stunned. Because you turned the situation around by jumping back onto the rooftop. In-sung saw that and immediately exclaimed that he was about to die but still said nonsense. I was planning on ending it without causing too much damage to each other, but like this, I'll just have to beat you to the punch. The man replied that right from the start. Then he and Unsung got into a fight. He threw a powerful punch. However, I still couldn't stop Han-sung. In-sung, who was excitedly shouting that Seo Kwandong or Hyun Sinso were all mine. I won't give you anything. As he struck and spoke, I became stronger to protect what belonged to me. To protect it, I risked my life to make money no matter who it was. Don't try to take away what belongs to me. He landed a fierce punch, but still unharmed to Unsung. The man replied that it was impossible. In-sung was beaten to a pulp by him. All he could say was 3 words, you bastard, and to Unsung, he just calmly replied that you are very strong. Immediately after that he kicked the opponent straight in the face, causing the young man to be so seriously injured that he was vomiting blood. At this point, Han-sung explained that as a representative, you did not have any shortcomings. But you can't protect what you say belongs to you, because that's why I came here to say it. And then the man used his knee to punch In-sung's face. The boy who was beaten to death was still seething with fighting spirit. He said, don't make up your own plays like that, I will kill you, just kill you. Suddenly Unsung spoke as representative of Seo Kwandong Tsang-in-sung on orders from headquarters. You are officially fired. Finished speaking, he used his terrible strength to crush In-sung, his face rubbing against the floor. Unsung said solemnly, from this moment on, you are stripped of your right to represent the ownership of Hyun Sino and will be returned to headquarters. And he suddenly let out a sigh. He thought it was useless to talk now, so he turned around and walked away, ignoring In-sung dragging himself on the floor. Under the luxurious and splendid street, Unsung alone called the general office. I handled Seo Kwandong according to your strenuous orders. And then the other end of the line replied. The young man continued, I will hand over all the documents I have obtained from Hyun Sinso. How do you feel about this? Asked the headquarters. Unsung questioned why he suddenly asked like that. Over there softly replied that he was dissatisfied with what he did or not. Other agents make a lot of money but he's not like them. Then you don't care about those things. The reason you became Ayudin's man and followed headquarters orders is just because of your sister. Hearing these words, the man insisted that I was only acting on orders from headquarters. The general office answered that, then luckily, I actually have one more thing that I need your help with. Your next goal is. On the other hand, the sky suddenly rained. What the hell is that young man swearing while running? Why did it suddenly rain so hard that my underwear was soaked? I was so uncomfortable that I suddenly stopped when I saw the person in front of me. Just now, the headquarters told Unsung that I actually have one more thing that I need your help with. Your next goal is. At this time, the male lead was surprised and asked, is this in front of his house and he is waiting for me? Unsung, it turns out that the target the general director mentioned earlier was Hadu Kwan. In front of us is a person on a very rainy road whose phone is ringing, his next target. After hearing that request, he said I understood and immediately turned off the phone. It turned out that person was Han Unsung. He heard that request and made him stand and think about something. Then suddenly another person called. As soon as I picked up the phone, the other person asked, "Are you okay, Unsung?" He immediately replied, "Everything is fine here, everything is as you wish." Then he replied, "There's nothing, I'll handle it fine. Everything has just been completed. But there's still a little bit of trouble, you bastard Dinho, deputy leader of this area. It's gone, so how do I deal with it?" Right after that, he said, "Hurry up and send you guys to their office, the documents are still there and they will go there to destroy them." Listening to that request, he immediately agreed. He asked further, "The job is done, what are you still doing there?" He replied, I have some work to do." Before an extremely heavy rain, but he silently said, "Now I have to go see the Duquan." The scene changes now to the Du Mandarin's room. After taking a shower, he came out and said that after taking a shower, his whole body was healthy. Then right after that he asked Unsung, "Did you feel okay drinking tea?" Hearing that question, he thought it was okay, so he explained, "My mother's tea was used to invite guests. She rarely used it and gave it to you. My mother would be damned if she knew it. But it's okay, it's not often you come to my house to play, but what's the reason for you to come at this hour? Is there anything important?" Then he put down the glass and said there was an order from headquarters. Currently, the Boare Mi Dong area is not doing business effectively, so the headquarters wants to hand over that area to you to handle. That order made him quite surprised and said, "Oh, that regional office, why isn't Seodon still running it?" He immediately replied, "It was like that before. But there was a decision from above that from now on you will replace him to run that office. Managing that area is quite good. Boare Mi Dong is an area with many transactions and quite high potential." Hearing that information made him quite overwhelmed and said, "Since I was so surprised, my mind felt quite confused so I could calm down, but he thought it was nothing. That area has always been doing business effectively, just not as expected. You just need to pay a little attention and profits will increase, it will help you and the members of that area live better. In return, you also need to pay back a portion of your income to the General Association as an operating fee. That amount of money is very small compared to the help he received from the headquarters. This is a pretty good deal for him." He also agrees with that point of view. He suddenly said, but it made him curious and surprised. He said, "Although the trust office is a legal operation, the members in the office are all teenagers, so when it comes to making money, there will be many things that go wrong, just a few. Few are legal, most are illegal, but you already know. I've told you everything and the decision is still up to you. Currently, you don't have any kind of room manager, so this is a challenge as well as an opportunity for you." Hearing that, he immediately thanked me and said that he had passed on the message from headquarters to me. I myself had no experience in this matter, even though I knew it was a rare opportunity, but I would like to refuse. Even if you can earn more money, having to do illegal things is not okay. It can cause harm to the members of Boare Mi Dong and me as well. He heard that and replied, "Is that what you mean?" Then suddenly a phone call came. As soon as he answered the phone, the other person said something was wrong. "I just ran past the commission office. That office, it's burned." Unsung thought it must be that bastard who made him reply, "It's possible. They did this to destroy everything, but the paperwork they wanted headquarters couldn't find." He said, "Even though they did that, they certainly couldn't destroy it all." Ki Din immediately said, "Speaking of which, the bastard deputy branch Dinho might know something, but he ran away and was so humiliated." During the escape, Dinho said, "We were too careless and didn't pay attention to the moves from the headquarters. All the documents in my office were destroyed, and the headquarters seems to have not investigated anything. He just realized it, but there is one thing. I didn't think he'd be knocked down to such a state." His face seemed very leisurely. Change scene at a time when the incident has not yet occurred. At this time, Ki Din was fighting with other guys. He said that he hadn't exercised for a long time and his senses didn't seem to be very sharp. "Thank you guys, it makes me feel hot." Then he witnessed it with his junior, and the junior said, "With so many people around us," he immediately thought that all the sandbags were equally useless. "Get out so I can handle it," but suddenly the phone rings. He immediately took out his phone and saw a message saying that In Kong had been taken down by Unsung. Knowing that news made him stunned. He immediately ran back there. When he came back, he supported that guy and said to himself, that bastard Unsung is truly a trusted henchman of his headquarters. They're good, but it won't be long before Han Unsung do Quan and headquarters too. He looked scary and said that everything would be destroyed. Scene transition to the next day. In the middle of a hot afternoon, he drank a can of water, and in one gulp he was much less thirsty. I've drank a few cans and it really gives me a different energy boost. Right now he is standing in front of Boarami High School. His face turned pale with memory. Early in the morning he received a call from Si Dong. She said, "You still remember that there is a meeting of members today, right?" Si, hi, that guy, I can't contact him and I haven't seen him go to school for a long time. After class, please come to our school. In the past, we always came to your place. This time, please come to our place. Back to this moment he was extremely tired when he had to come here. He said, hoping he wouldn't encounter any trouble. Suddenly, because he drank too much water, he now has a hard time going to the bathroom. His face was extremely unstable. Immediately after that, he quickly ran to find the bathroom. He ran quickly to find a restroom to relieve himself. Then he arrived and opened the door. But suddenly I realized that I mistook this for the women's restroom and almost died. Let's find a men's restroom quickly. He immediately opened the bathroom door but suddenly panicked. This is also the female toilet you said, it's the creature's instinct. The female students inside felt confused by his appearance. The Duquan was now extremely panicked at this situation. He immediately ran outside and said, "Sorry, I was wrong. This is the men's restroom. Am I wrong again?" Maybe a few female students came out from a nearby room and said, "I could have beaten him today. Oh, I had a friend somewhere, and then I learned that Boarami High School's old name was Boarami Girls' School. This year, the number of students was not enough, so the school changed to a coeducational high school because it was just the first year of conversion." His face now looks very panicked at all the gossip. Who is he and why is he in front of the bathroom door? The narrator then added that the number of male students is still very small compared to female students because there are very few male students, so the toilets are also flexibly divided to suit the students. Then, right after that, someone stood up and asked, "Who are you and why are you in the women's restroom?" He confusedly said, "Oh no, that's not true." She just said, "What a pervert." Then she walked over and hugged his hand and said, "But, I really like that." Seeing the scene at this moment made him think to himself, "I'm about to pee a little later. It's just too dangerous." Fortunately, the girls were able to escape, but they were a little too slow to call the police as if they were playing. I didn't think Seihai would study here. But suddenly, as soon as he went out, a girl suddenly appeared in front of him and said, "Are you looking for Seihai? Oh wow, you're still here, why haven't you come back yet?" Seihai looks like an uncle with a floral shirt, glasses, and a beard. Hearing her describe it like that is really Seihai. He immediately replied, "Yes he was. Remember when Si Dong said this morning, today is a meeting for all Boarami members, remember? Lately he hasn't been able to contact me for a long time. He hasn't come to school. After school, please come to our school. He and I went to the same school." He immediately asked, "Has he not been to school lately?" Hearing that, she asked, "Are you looking for him for something?" Then he replied that it was something personal. She said, "Lucky for you I know where he is." "That's right, I know where Seihai is." The scene now changes to a neighborhood. Looking at the scene in front of him, he thought to himself, "What the hell?" As she walked, she hugged him, making him think, just like a couple. Right after that, he pulled away and said, "Sorry, thank you for taking me to Seihai's place, but I'm so embarrassed that we just met for the first time. Now please keep a distance of 30 centimeters, she laughed and said, "That pervert you didn't expect is also quite shy. Nothing is free, I'll show you where Seihai is in exchange for conditions." You suddenly said, "Are there conditions? Looks like the two of you went to a store or something." The two of them were now wearing animal ears and she immediately said, 3, 2, 1 take a photo. Standing to take pictures but it made him very confused. Looking at the photo, she said, "What's wrong with taking love photos? Why do you look at me like I'm taking a photo of an ID card?" Hearing that, he immediately replied, "I'm sorry I suddenly took a photo, so I'm a bit embarrassed." That's why she asked him to take the photo, which made him quite confused. Then she grabbed his hand and brought it up in front of her body, saying, "Put your hands like this." He panicked and said, "What are you doing?" She replied, "I'm happy." "No way. 3, 2, 1. She's close to your face, so how do you feel about this position?" After a while the photos were also released. She happily asked, "Have you never taken a photo before? Look at your face, it's so funny." Unkwon's face was very unstable and he said, "Oh my god, what just happened?" But she didn't stop there, she said, "Okay," and then he was very surprised. Switching to the game, he was now sitting on a Ferris wheel. He suddenly realized, this game is sitting on the roundabout. It now began to spin. Other people on there said, "These kids don't worry about studying, that's where they go on dates." But my younger brother had such a beautiful girlfriend that he immediately shouted, "I'm just in love with friends." My damn friends just looked at me and knew that my brother was quite the killer. He must have had quite a reputation at school, right? Maybe my classmates fell for him. Hearing them say that made her laugh a lot. Needless to say, I guessed it when she suddenly jumped up. I don't understand why she was thrown into the Unkwon's place. She immediately changed her face and said, "It's so cute," but in his mind he was thinking, is this intentional or unintentional? Then a young man nearby said, "Come on, these two kids are making me feel hot all over." He suddenly realized something and said in panic, "No way." After playing that game, she told him that it was fun. "But why do you keep walking hunched over?" He immediately explained, "Well, sitting for a long time makes your legs a bit numb." But she didn't stop here, so she called him, "Let's go over there and continue playing." He suddenly said, "Is there more?" At that time, they changed to a bookstore. He just said, "Stop asking, I'm running out of breath after you. But no one goes out with you, don't you have anyone as a close friend?" She immediately replied, "I like it when I see you, I suddenly want to go out with you." But suddenly she approached where he was sitting. She asked, "Not sure yet." But he immediately walked away and said, "Oh my god, this story is so good, wait until I run out and find the next one." She said smugly, timidly, "That's really immature." Now it seems like the Dukwon missed someone's call. The scene at the school has a girl whose bell keeps ringing. Turns out it was Esidong she was calling him. But the response is just a sound. The phone number you just dialed is now available. Back to the two of them, they had switched to playing snooker. She asked him, "Do you think I'm crazy when I play? You see that and think she's very good." He wondered and said, "But this is the last place, you have to take me to see Sinesi High. I told you, my next turn will be the hole at the end. Pay attention," he thought to himself, "but it's been a whole day and I still don't know her name, we just met today, so I shouldn't think too much about it." Then suddenly a famous name came to her. He looked at her and said, "What a perfect posture. The students these days look so delicious. Can she go on a date with me? My junior told me, boss, you're a minor, be careful." He immediately said, "You guys just take care of him, you have nothing to fear." Hearing that, the Mandarin seemed quite upset. "She just called you, Dukwon." He suddenly realized and wondered why she knew my name. She smiled and said, "The situation is difficult, you have to protect me." Surprised and asked, "Are you protecting him?" Then she gave the stick a very strong blow to his sensitive area. He was only in pain at that time. She looked at him proudly and said, "I'm sorry, brother. You were standing too close, so the cue stick hit you." Hearing that, he angrily walked forward intending to teach her a lesson. But that was not what he expected. He was held tightly by his hand and said, "Did you and I know each other before? I don't know how to do this. Let's talk later." He stepped forward to protect her from those guys. He stood to protect her, making her quite surprised. His junior immediately said, "It's okay, big brother, you're a high school student, are you crazy? You told them, don't come closer or maybe this uncle's arm will be broken. You started first so I just need to apologize and that's it, right?" He arrogantly said, "What are you talking about? I have to give in to a high school guy like you." Right after that he was kicked in the face very hard by you. That blow sent him flying and lying on the floor. Seeing that, he said, "If you were sorry, I would have let it go but." When the mission appeared at this time, a notice board appeared telling him to fight criminals. He immediately called her, he went to a corner first and she immediately agreed. A big guy came towards him and shouted, "You ungrateful guy, you dare to hit your boss," you said. "I told you, but you guys." Apologizing didn't work either, and he punched him in the stomach quite hard. But what he said made him surprised. "This toned body is built by eating 7 meals a day. Now it's useless even if you beg." Suddenly, electric sparks appeared on his hand. Immediately, he was suddenly punched away by him. He said painfully, "This is what you said, it's simple. I only eat 3 meals a day." Suddenly she called him, making him quite surprised. It turns out she pointed out to him that there was a guy behind him attacking him. But unfortunately for him, he dodged it. He said, jerking his body completely and kicking him. Seeing that, he said, "It's true that kids these days don't respect adults at all." So he used to hit it with a beer bottle from the past until now with the brats. There needs to be education from a young age. It's going to be a bit painful, kid, then they'll jump up and attack you. He thought to himself, this is not a situation where I can avoid both people at the same time, but I can block that sharp thing with my hand first. Then he used a move to knock those 2 guys aside. 10 held the bottle feeling worried, so he said, "So me too. I'll have to teach you guys a little bit of manners and then I'll pick up my billiards." He also refused to leave it alone and rushed forward screaming. The brat still had milk in his mouth. He rushed up and counterattacked him with many consecutive blows. Then finished him off with one final blow, crushing him. He breathed a sigh of relief when he finished dealing with one guy, but suddenly realized something. Looking towards his son, he asked, "What are you doing there?" Then he took something from his pocket and said, "I thought since you are a student I just need to scare you and that's it. After all, you made me take this out." He took out an axe from his pocket. His face was full of murderous intent as he approached him and said, "I am the axer sent by the world and I will teach you what the adult world is, you little brat." But before he could attack, something flew at him. It turns out they are snooker balls. He immediately collapsed because of those pills. It was because he threw them at him. She watched him hit them with surprised eyes. Then he grabbed her hand and pulled her away. She suddenly asked, "What are you doing?" Then he quickly pulled her away and said, "Let's run faster." At such a scene, she was so moved that she blushed. Scene changes after the incident that happened at that time. It was almost evening and the 2 of them walked and said to each other, "It's okay, are there any injuries?" "Thanks for your help, I'm still intact." But suddenly he said, "Yes, I'm sorry, but I don't remember who you are at all." So she said, "Oh, you're really too much. I feel hurt." Duquan silently said confusedly, "Why can't I remember a very pretty and cute girl?" She then pulled his head close and threatened him, "The next time we met again he still didn't remember. Then I'll beat you too." Right after finishing speaking, he panicked and said, "Suddenly don't do such sudden things." She happily apologized and left. But she turned back and added, "Well, all the places I went with you today were all the Sinesi high places you were looking for." He was working part-time in those places. He asked in surprise, Sei-hai did so much extra work, but luckily she finally found him. Then she said goodbye to him and left, and he was still wondering, "Wait, can you just go and find something?" when suddenly someone called, "Oh my prince. Please receive a sample of this skin care product and then go and turn around to see." Suddenly realized this person was Sei-hai. "He just asked you, what are you doing here?" You immediately replied, "That's what I'll say in that terrible form." Then he explained, "As I see, it is very normal that you are doing this extra work." He said confusedly, "Anyway, I was looking for you. I decided to gather all the Boarami members for a meeting." He replied excitedly, "Big brother, wait for me, I'm about to get off work." The scene changes and it seems like he finished his work and went home with him. The Duquan asked, "I heard you haven't been going to school lately because of your part-time job." He happily replied, "Yes, I should have contacted you, but I've been so busy lately that I haven't had time to look at my phone." He asked further, "There must be a reason for him to do that, right?" He just said, "I'm not trying to hide anything. I live alone with her. She opens a small snack shop in the neighborhood. But a few months ago suddenly, there appeared some thugs called the Galaxy Faction." He was surprised to hear that name and thought, "Where have I heard it before? Ah yes, it was time to fight with that guy in the billiards bar." He added that they suddenly appeared and said that if she did not pay the monthly protection fee, she would no longer be able to do business here. Moreover, the longer the time goes on, the more they gradually ask for a larger amount of protection money. "If I don't work more jobs now, it will be difficult to cope. Hearing that, he immediately asked, why didn't you tell us, even if it was just to Si Dong or Si Hun? But he said, you can handle this alone. Instead, try eating my grandmother's spicy rice cakes and then take him to your grandmother's restaurant. Stepping inside, he said it tasted very delicious. Then suddenly he discovered something unusual in the shop. Seeing his grandmother lying on the floor surprised him. He immediately ran over to help her up and asked, is she okay? What's going on? Did those thugs come? But she still smiled and said, say hi, my puppy. He angrily said, today is not the day to pay protection money, why did they come? Du Quan gradually understood something. The notice board appeared again. It required him to win against the gangsters. Remembering when he was fighting with them, he thought to himself, I don't know how powerful people really are, what can I say, I'm just a student, can I confront those gangsters? Worries like this no longer have any meaning since the mission arose. Then I'll call you, Essie Hai. Where are they now? Inside the store at this time, someone told her that she also knew that those gangsters were a bad bunch. Seeing her being oppressed like this, I can't help but be anxious. I think she should move the shop to another place as soon as possible. After all, this is my building, so regardless of the remaining contract term, she heard that and immediately replied, I'm fine, it's just that the kids were playing around a bit and I fell down. He worriedly said, first you come to the hospital with me for a trip. Say Hi immediately said, let me go, uncle, but he was stopped by him and said, I have to stay and look after the shop, this kid. That's why you have to go there. I'll take her to the doctor to see how she's doing, then don't worry too much. She happily advised me that she'll be right back after a while. Please pay attention to the door. Thank you very much. After she left, he said, my heart felt like it was going to jump out, and then when I heard that, you replied, luckily it wasn't a big deal. Remembering what he asked when he suddenly asked, he immediately replied, well, about what Big Brother just asked, I don't know where those bastards from the world are. They always come to my shop to get protection money, but I don't know who they are. Anywhere. At first it happened once a month, now they come every week to take the money. Quite confused, he asked. As the owner of the building said, wouldn't it be better to move the shop? Knowing that was the case, he immediately said, of course it's good, but she has been running this shop since I was a child. Although it looks old and rickety and has not many customers, even this plate of hair jacket is filled with memories that are not as precious as anywhere else. Sir, just try a bite and you will understand what I want to say. And so you tried that spicy rice cake. He was extremely shocked and said, it was so bad that he immediately said, you're being a bit too honest, Big Brother. Could it be that bad? Then suddenly, behind him, someone called out, which surprised him. It turned out that person was Si Dong. She was full of murderous intent and asked him, what are you doing here? I thought you were supposed to come to my school. He suddenly realized and whispered, I was dragged around by that girl, so I forgot about Si Dong. She immediately grabbed his hair and asked, do you know how many times I've called you? Do you know how long I've been waiting for you alone in front of the school gate? He painfully said, don't do that here. Then he said, you should try a piece too, Si Dong, and let her try a piece. She began to feel it. Essie Hai watches her eat passionately. After finishing eating, she said, why does this taste so boring? He heard that and said, you two are really too much. A while after knowing everything, someone said, that's why he lost contact these past few days and was nowhere to be seen. Is it because of the gangsters running the world? He said yes. If you don't go to school, why are you still wearing the uniform? He immediately replied, she didn't know that you had to leave school to go to work. He angrily said, where are those bastards? Let's give them a lesson. The Do Man then said, it's only once that you agree with me, right? But Say Hi replied, it's okay, oh. I'm used to this, big brothers and sisters, don't need to worry. Instead, the reason we gathered today is because of the Boarami Ward business model. Then let's start the meeting quickly. Until the next day, it was late afternoon. When Essie Hai came back after work, Na walked in and said, I'm home, ma'am, there's nothing special today. Then they were surprised by the appearance of the three of them and they said, it's so early that we're just coming back. He asked in surprise, what are you guys doing here? He said, Ah, I haven't told you since today. Escalating fast food restaurant will be our Boarami Ward's business model. That's much better than paying protection money to gangsters, right? He agrees, but, interrupting him, she said, and if your income increases, you won't have to work part-time elsewhere. The do-man excitedly said, good, then you'll be in charge of cleaning, you'll be in charge of the preparation, you'll be the cook, and I'll manage the staff. But someone said you're too rude. Together we will try our best. Escalating deeply touched. Thank you everyone there. To the next day. Hey, what's going to replace that? Has to speed up. No, not now. So they were playing gems. They said to each other, this is really too much for these guys, another game will be boring and I'll be happy. Then they suddenly realized why there were no visitors at all. On one side, the other guy said, no, what's the problem anyway? Blonde hair is a Korean specialty, but when he heard that, he asked in doubt, you haven't tried this yet, have you? He said he was on a diet, but he gave him a sample to try. After eating, he was so shocked that he understood the problem and immediately said, yes, the biggest problem is the bad food. Escalating, I heard that, why do you keep saying that? It's just my opinion. After he finished eating, he looked very bad and said it was really disgusting. The quick-witted do-man said, maybe I know someone who can help us with this case, let's ask, don't be so vague, let's make it clear. The next day, someone came and greeted everyone here. He introduced, this is my friend D-Han. Everyone there was very excited for his appearance. He arrogantly said, I thought you brought it to a chef, so this is a haircut he made himself? I can make this at home myself, so I gave you a piece to try. But after eating, he immediately changed his expression and said, what the hell, it's so delicious. He suddenly said to D-Han, could it be that? He immediately replied, I learned it at the cooking academy. The owner of the building saw this and said, lately there are too many of Sehai's friends coming to the restaurant. She just said, the kids are trying to save a restaurant that has gone into decline. He laughed and replied, what a special group of kids. The two looked very excitedly at the bustling conversation inside the shop. 4 days later, it was time to collect the protection money. Then a guy came up and asked, how are you doing? I'm here to get the money. What's going on? Where did that old lady go? After he went inside, he saw someone sitting and said, this is the first time I see customers in this place. Hey, do you know where the old lady who owns the shop here has gone? He stood next to the person sitting there but saw no response. Immediately said proudly, I didn't hear my voice, but I was so intently enjoying it. It's so relaxing. The service comes with an extra pint and then he drops the cigarette butts onto the food plate. Imagine nothing will happen. But a moment later he was sent flying outside. That guy was sent flying to their place. Next to that, the do-man also appeared and said, this crazy guy broke the shop door, so what should I do? He immediately replied, that's my revenge on them. Just remember to follow that plan, he confidently said, of course. Every once in a while, it's okay to kick a few dogs, then rush up to fight them. That guy immediately called his 2 subordinates to deal with him. Even if it was 2 against 1, those 2 still couldn't overwhelm him. He said uncomfortably, children should not interfere in adult affairs. Don't leave it alone, don't you know how scary kids are these days? The big brother looked at him and felt uncomfortable. At this time, the Duquan proudly said, that bastard Sehun is stupid in everything, only fighting is good. If it was so delicious, then a cigarette came flying to me. Luckily he was able to catch it. Then he approached and beat him. Before those attacks, he thought to himself, how fast did he fly right in front of him? He arrogantly said, if you don't do anything, just sit there and control others, this bastard. We were so busy that we knocked you back. But he used his specialized skills, and then dodged most of his attacks. At the same time using acceleration, we all seemed to be busy. Right after that, he did something that made him look surprised at him. He jumped up and said, I will destroy the whole world without leaving anyone behind. Return to the past on a snowstorm night. In front of the door of a house, someone left a big bag and then disappeared. Inside that bag, an ant came out and saw it. Then when I opened it, there was a child inside and a note saying, it's all my fault, I'm so sorry, parents, please take care of me. The child was left outside the house, but the homeowner and his wife took care of the child. The 2 of them took turns taking care of that child, and that child's name was Escalating. She said, poor child having to stay outside like this, will he get sick? He was also worried and said, I'm also very worried about him. Carrying a child with you to sell things like this forever won't work. Until dawn broke. He told her, now that we have our own store, we will start again from here. Returning to reality, after jumping up and using his skills, he kicked him in the face with a very strong kick. Receiving one of your posts made him quite painful. He wondered, why would a kid want to wipe out the whole world? You think too unrealistically and are unable to counterattack. Immediately he moved behind him and said, it's not unrealistic, uncle. We will do it. Seeing his speed, he thought to himself, it moved back so fast. He said, our other members are gathered at the galaxy's base. He also had to counterattack and say, kid, do you think we are scarecrows? He gave him many precise attacks. Right after dodging his attack, he immediately used his expired acceleration skill. After being beaten to a pulp, he angrily said, this bastard dares to look down on our gang. You heard that and immediately answered him, uncle, think again. You guys are the ones who started the trouble first. We just do what needs to be done. Then he rushed up and hit me continuously. His face was beaten and was no longer intact. He suddenly realized that he was too much and his uncle fainted. Seeing his strength, Sehun said, that's weird. Why does he get stronger every time I see him? Hearing that, he said, it's nonsense, the stronger the teammates are, the better, so he replied, good but still annoyed. Right after that, Dong also appeared and said, you two will solve this quickly. They talked to each other, where is Sei-hai? She said he was in the shop with his grandmother, but Sehun said, but you guys don't know. Sei-hai doesn't like violence. Before, he interrupted him and said, let's talk about the main issue. Well, it's as simple as that. He talked to him later, Sei-hai, you know that. They just defeated a few of the world's gangs, fighting them all again won't do any good. You yourself said that if you report to the police, it won't do anything, in the end we will have to confront the gang, that's the only way to solve the problem at the root of the problem. Hearing that, he immediately replied, I understand what you mean but I still can't do it. It's not that I'm afraid, I also don't want 3 people to get hurt because of me. Thank you for your help over the past few days. I also think that this tiny shop cannot help the Boarami Association much. So maybe you guys should stop. I feel like I'm bothering everyone too much, then I'll just go back to the way things were. Right at that time, the owner of the house stopped by and said, everyone was so happy. I just went to the bakery to buy some bread. Let's eat together. Sei-hai immediately went to thank him. Sehun said, that kid is like that so there's nothing he can do about coming here. It's best to let him stay at home with his grandmother. There's nothing to worry about. Let's go to the gang's base right away. We've been exploring for the past few days and have found their location. Holding a business card in his hand, he said, this is the place. When she heard that, she said, if you two go, is it okay if you don't have to face the whole world? He immediately replied, of course it's okay, right, buddy? The Duquan immediately agreed to that. But later he trembled and said, why are you trembling so much? Is that their base? Looks like a bar. I'm fine and you should be careful. Listen, he told you, what are you babbling about? The opponent this time is that gang. Once there, I don't know if I can escape or not. Sehun heard that and asked, are you scared? If you're scared, go home and I'll take care of it all. If you see it, then come right in. What are you doing here, snooping around? Do you think you're in a hurry to wait and see? I knew they were there, but I didn't know how many people there were. It was like committing suicide. Finally, a notice board appeared asking him to fight the gang. No matter how many they are just a handful, so winning is not difficult. Then suddenly a call came from Dong. He immediately asked her, are those uncles awake, Dong? She said yes. I see he's calling, you guys be careful. On this side, he immediately said, I know, it will be okay. At this time, inside the ebony hybrid, one guy saw a lot of dust on a shelf and said, look at this stain, the cleaning process seems to have been too sloppy lately. We receive a lot of VIP customers. They spent money to use this service. Please do it carefully. One person who heard that immediately replied, I'm sorry, I'll have someone clean it up right away. He told the employee, there won't be a next time, what did you say just now? The other side let him know that we were defeated by another group. Hearing that, he replied, what is that? Aren't you collecting protection money? The Disang said, sir, there are only high school kids. He heard that and didn't believe it. Are you serious or joking? The leader of the world's gang was defeated by a high school kid. Unable to believe what the junior said, he had to ask again. If you say it again, I heard that guy and said, yes, sir, it's because I was subjective and thought I wanted you to forgive me. The matter of my defeat will be discussed later, but sir, listen to me. Those kids intend to enter our headquarters. According to what that kid said, there will be quite a few people coming towards you, maybe they will even use weapons. I heard him say that they are coming there. You should be careful. Listen to the information he said, I understand. Please hang up. High school student groups are troublesome, so there's nothing to lose by taking precautions. Have you arranged the seats for the VIP guests yet? The subordinates immediately replied, yes, it has been arranged. Back to the two of them. It looks like they are going inside. They say, have you seen anyone? There are no ghosts at all. Just be careful, you're too shy, my friend. I don't see anyone, so I'll kick them all. It's strange, where did the whole gang go? Why didn't I see anyone? Then the two of them later met them. Then two guys said, this is where you kids are making trouble. It's true that Big Brother was thinking too much, and then these guys just took a breath and went back to the city to recuperate. Kid, you don't have the guts to come here and cause trouble. Even if you scream and yell in here, no one will hear you. Once you're in here, don't even think about escaping. I warned you, no one can save you in here, kid. He saw everyone carrying goods and worriedly said, what the hell is going on here? Why is everyone holding goods like that? Are you still playing dirty when you're crowded? The officer came later and asked him, why do they have weapons? He heard that and said, well, there are all kinds of hot and cold. Hearing that, he remembered at that moment saying, well, luckily it seems I guessed right. At that time he said, all of our members are preparing to attack your ice base. You guys should be careful, I'll scare them like that so they can be on guard. While tying them up, he told Si Dong to tie them up so that these uncles could still make phone calls. That's why I waited for them to call the guild. The main purpose is to let them prepare weapons. But Sehun saw him holding something and asked, where did you find that thing? So he replied, near the door. He said, are you planning to use it to deal with them? Right now he called out, hey guys. Even if the uncle said something was wrong, no one would know, so listening to those words made him confused. It seemed like he had taken one of their swords, he said, having this skill would make fighting easier. Today, here, the world's gang is officially wiped out. He has used his skill as a silver sword weapon master to prepare for the war.